Next time on Highway Through Hell.
We're gonna roll some coal.
Al's back in the bog.
We're gonna rip this tractor out of here.
For the final battle.
You guys ready? There ain't nothing but misery and agony.
A rock slide.
It's a very big problem, extremely difficult.
Has Jordy fighting a train wreck.
Did you get everybody clear?
And tough times.
I'm facing some tough choices.
Have Colin at a crossroads.
Hey, is Jamie around?
On the Highway Through Hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
Coke's a real joke tonight. Snowing like crazy all the way from Merritt.
High in British Columbia's Cascade Mountains, a storm system from the Pacific
Really iced up all the way over.
has just unleashed hell. Heavy trucks and passenger cars on the Coquihalla Highway have ground to a halt.
It's a mess. Some of the guys were starting to slide crossways on the road.
We've seen 9 cars on the ditch so far, a couple flip trucks, 2 smashed up semis, just a little ridiculous out here.
At the highest point on the Coke, it's chaos.
And as soon as you pass the snow shed and you're up there, and you feel the dynamic of weather, you feel the snow and the ice and everything that goes along with the Coquihalla.
Highway's close below the brake check.
Southbound trucks headed to the coast are held back.
Northbound, she's a parking lot about 3/4 of the way up the hill here.
Jamie Davis towing.
From his yard in Hope, BC, Jamie Davis dispatches his top driver, Scott Bird.
One of them nights, this big storm of the winter. Well, if this is any sign of what's to come, we're in for it. Tie your shoes tight, it's gonna be a ride.
At the base of the mountain,
Winch, lots of H2O.
just outside the town of Hope,
You gotta be kidding me.
tonight's storm is pounding Highway 1 with heavy rain and tumbling a deadly hazard onto the road.
So what we've had is rocks coming down off the side of the mountain. Took out the one utility pole, has been bent over quite significantly. And while we were standing there, we could hear other rocks coming down.
Is any traffic at all getting through going east? Eastbound shut down because of the rock slide.
Rocks falling onto the Trans-Canada Highway
Looks like someone might have hit a boulder or two.
have sent a semi off the road. Mission towing has been called in.
This area is notorious for rock slides. It's very dark. The rain is pouring hard. You're not going to see them until it's too late.
Jordy DePerrin will lead the recovery.
I'm looking at a tractor trailer that's gone off the highway. I also noticed that we're beside train tracks.
Yeah, the truck on the train tracks there, he hit something big and he's sitting on the track.
The semi struck the rocks, barreled across oncoming lanes, then came to a halt just feet from a major rail line. The driver was lucky to escape with only minor injuries.
This truck struck one of the rocks over here and of course sent it across the oncoming lane. Luckily missed everybody. So as of right now, we've got the highway blocked.
The truck is so close to the tracks, trains can't pass until it's cleared.
On the door.
Just the one truck here, right?
A rail supervisor arrives on scene.
This is mainline track. We can't be stopping trains for too long.
hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of merchandise on these trains, so.
Until the semi is recovered, the main highway and rail link to the west coast is shut down.
2 major arteries. Double closure, double pressure, absolutely. The pressure is on us to get this tractor trailer out of there.
High on the Coquihalla,
How's the coke, drivers? Chain up steady.
the storm still has traffic at a crawl. But a red truck has come to the rescue.
Jamie Davis, tow truck hauling everybody up the hill.
All hell is broken loose.
Scott Bird will try to get the coke rolling again, towing semis up the steepest section of the highway.
It's just crazy. There's trucks spun out everywhere. You know, it's just total chaos. When you see me starting to roll, start using your foot up on the clutch, don't overcook it or nothing. Do that, I'll hit you and away we go.
But the veteran operator can't win this fight alone.
Hey, Mike, do you copy? Yep.
Scott's called in the newest member of Jamie's team.
Okay, got one here, right? I'll get that spun up.
Mike Reynolds is usually fixing Jamie's trucks, not driving them.
It's a pretty crazy evening up here.
Tonight, Mike will get his first shot on the mountain and a chance to prove himself to Scott. Earlier in the season,
Okay, Mike, what's Mike doing? Mike?
Scott's patience was tested by the rookie.
Okay, Mike, would you go hook onto the trailer for me, please?
Sure you don't want to do it for me?
Jamie's lead wasn't sure if the newbie could follow directions on scene.
Before you do anything, check with the scene coordinator. Jamie's the owner of the place. I'm the scene coordinator, okay?
Tonight,
Where are you at, Mike?
Yeah, just pull over on the side of the road here. We've got a spot.
Scott is hoping to turn things around.
I want to take Mike and I want to slowly start mentoring him and teaching him the way that we need to do things. If you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach.
With Scott busy on his 8th tow-up of the night, Mike will have to tackle any problem by himself.
Every truck has to have chains on board.
Huh?
You got some?
No, I'm just time to.
Oh well. You got a tow pin up front? Perfect. We'll get up there in no time. In or done?
Jamie's got his whole fleet up here.
I think it'd be pretty fun to be running a heavy rescue truck. Jamie and Scott, the seasoned pros.
Living the dream.
Hey, you got any bolt cutters?
Yeah.
Can't get this chain out.
Oh, give me 2 seconds.
When Scott needs a hand,
Hey, Mikey, on there?
Mike answers the call.
The white truck in front of you. Cut his chains off the driver's side for him.
Sounds good.
Turns out this driver
I put my chains on down the bottom of the hill there, and they peeled off and got caught in the axle.
is also new to the Coquihalla.
I'm a prairie boy. This is the first time because I've been on the Coquihalla. Let's put it this way, we're on the highway to hell. That's what they say. Right? Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No trouble. Have a good night, boss. You too.
I don't like it. I'm going back to prairies.
But keeping up with Scott won't be easy.
What's going on?
Yeah, showing you how it's done, son. Showing you how it's done.
After Scott and Mike's tag team on the mountain, the chaos is finally under control.
Some people say I'm a little rough to work with, but we worked pretty damn good together that night.
Move!
Scott is a boss, he's pretty loud. I don't mind talking back to him, and he can take it.
Good ride up, that's for sure.
On Highway 1,
You want to come over some more with her, or what do you want to do?
Jordy DePerrin's in a race to clear a wreck. An accident that shut down the Trans-Canada Highway and a major rail line.
The pressure is on for sure right now. I'm really feeling it. The railway company is there watching our every move right now.
Took the fuel tanks off of it back there.
Jordy has called in operator Dylan Greenwood.
Should have brought the gumboots. It's probably pretty deep there. It's like a foot.
They'll begin by straightening out the tractor that jackknifed hard into the muddy bank.
Where this tractor trailer's landed, there's a road here that the rail company uses, so we're gonna spin this tractor straight, pick it up, and tow it out of here, up to the top.
But the heavy rain has flooded the ditch.
Water everywhere. This one is a little bit trickier to hook up to. It's very swampy where it is.
You got lots from over here.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Jordy manages to get a hook onto the rig above the water line.
You got it?
Hang on. Okay, just go up. There we go. Up. You're good.
The wreck is ready to be towed away from the tracks.
Just before it starts pouring, eh?
So the morning's first scheduled freight run can pass by.
I got you another call back time here, so.
Hopefully, man, we're gonna
I
pick
told
us up.
the trains to go slow.
Thank you.
We have 40 minutes to be out of there and get it cleared for the next train to go by.
But the semi's brakes are still locked up.
If this takes air, we'll be out of here. Like 5 minutes, 10 max. If it doesn't, we're back in that little cagey brakes off.
The trailer can be aired up by Mission's heavy wrecker.
Basically, we're going to run an air line from the tow truck to the trailer to release the trailer brakes.
Perfect.
Beauty.
Trailer takes air.
Yep.
But the air tanks that feed the brakes on the tractor
See if it holds air.
No.
It's out, eh?
Yeah.
were damaged in the crash.
The main problem is the air tank's been ripped out of the tractor. The entire brake system is controlled by air, so with no air tanks, you can't build air pressure to release the brakes.
Working in the dark, Dylan tries to manually release or cage the brakes.
That's dedication right there. Laid in the mud to cage the brakes.
Yeah, I try.
It's a very big problem when you have a time limit.
They gotta get it out of here as quickly as possible. We got trains coming.
What's going on Trans-Canada here? Got a truck on the hook. Looks like someone might have hit a boulder or two.
An accident triggered by a rock slide near Hope, BC, has plunged a semi off the highway, landing next to an active rail line. The tractor trailer hit the rocks, sending it out of control before coming to a stop just feet from the tracks.
It's just a miracle that everybody walked away. It's a good accident. Now we get the challenge of getting it out of here. All the airlines are ripped out, so...
The railway and the highway remain closed until Mission Towing removes the wreck.
Oh, we got a train getting close here.
Jordy and Dylan have 20 minutes before the next train is scheduled to pass. But the tractor's air brakes are damaged and have to be released by hand. with the 6 a.m. freight train closing in.
To cage these brakes, extremely difficult, just because of the circumstances that we're working in.
Might not be getting this out.
Jordy makes a call.
All the airlines are ripped out. So we're gonna try and get air to the trailer and just drag it out of this puddle, and we'll cage the brakes off of the tractor.
Okay.
They'll have to tow the trailer with the tractor's wheels still locked up.
You get everybody clear?
With our pressure we're under, we've made the executive decision to just drag it out.
We got a train coming fairly close, so I'm just trying to see if these guys can just pull it out of here.
Dragging the wreck just feet from the rails. Jordy can't afford to damage the tracks.
You know, you kick the wood out from underneath the tracks, the track gets bowed out, a track is bent, you could derail a train.
But as dawn breaks,
Semi's out of here, and we're good to go. We're good to run trains, and everything's safe.
the railway and the highway are finally clear.
Just in the nick of time. It's just a good feeling seeing the train go by, see the traffic go by. Nobody was delayed today, so it's good.
This was a challenging recovery. I'm very pleased that this recovery is out on the road and we can all go home and dry off.
"60 miles west in the Fraser Valley,
Good morning. Come back for more action?
Al Quiring's back for round 2.
Put the hook in there and give it some more lift.
A muddy off-road recovery that might be impossible, even for the king of the Coke.
Not every day is a Coquihalla towing day. Game on, right?
A 70,000-pound excavator swallowed by a peat bog has already beat Al once.
Head down that heartache road. There ain't nothing but misery and agony down there.
Last week, when Al started the job,
Today's the day, buddy.
there were 2 machines trapped in the bog.
Give her some throttle. Use the winch.
Al and his dozers wrestled one out of the muck.
Woo! Take her to home.
But the second excavator buried deeper.
Come on, pull on her.
Would not surrender.
What'd we bust? Chain. We'll just get some bigger and put on there. Load her up, Joe.
Today, Al's back with a new plan. Rig onto one of the excavator's tracks instead of its boom arm. And punch a hole through the thick metal.
I had to get in there with the oxyacetylene torch and cut me a hole.
The water in the bog is now low enough to expose the top of the tracks.
That was freezing, frigid water that's wet. Gets in your boot, and then you're cranky for the rest of the day.
Come on. Trying down there.
Al rigs a cable more than 2 inches thick to the new hole. Then uses a bucket to hoist a second line and rig it behind the cab. But the longer Al takes, the deeper it gets. The bog is beside one of the largest rivers in the Pacific Northwest, the Fraser, and flows to the ocean. Water in the bog rises and falls with the ocean tides.
You're in a swampy situation, so you got water coming from all directions.
Tonight, the lunar cycle is expected to trigger the highest tide in a month.
That's how high we're going to fill up, and that whole cab's going to be underwater, all the electronics.
Al's client is nervous. High water could turn his $250,000 machine into scrap.
The electrical components to run the grapple and stuff, very expensive. He wanted that out of the waters. We're filling up with water, so we're gonna try and get it up out of the water there.
Al and his oldest son, Kerry.
Come on, big boy, you can do it.
Help the crew rig the excavator to 3 D9 cats using Al's custom-made triple hook.
It's all brand new rigging. Sometimes I get good ideas, and then sometimes I get humdingers.
We don't screw around with rigging. Go big or go home, or don't come out at all.
With all cables connecting through the triple hook, the dozers will pull like a team of horses to break the excavator free.
Tighten her up.
That piece is engineered for 125 ton.
And to make it easier to pull the excavator up the bank, Al's about to tilt things in his favor.
We use the excavator to tip the machine back.
Adjusting the angle to allow the tracks to slide up the bank.
We're just getting all the big cats all warmed up here now. We're gonna have three D9s pulling. We're gonna roll some coal. We're gonna rip this tractor out of here. Okay, you guys ready?
Al's D9s and their powerful winches.
Wind her up.
Get to work.
That's a 140,000 pound capacity winch.
Give her some throttle.
It'll still pull a lot more than that.
You're all right. Come on, pull on her.
Put all that power into an 1.5-inch cable. Keep your head down.
You can tighten it about 1 more foot. Uh-oh. You can tighten it about 1 more foot.
In the Fraser Valley, Al Quiring is finally near the end of his battle in the bog.
Ah, we busted the cable. The more we pulled, the more it was digging into the logs to the point that winch line failed on my tractor. That's a 140,000 pound capacity winch. The machine moved about 3 feet and then bam, it broke.
Al's only consolation, the excavator's cab should be high enough to be spared from rising water tonight.
We're gonna be out of daylight here soon anyways. To help guarantee the machine would stay out of water, we had to hook 2 machines on it. So that's what we did.
All right, let's roll.
The next morning,
Big heavy thing that you can't move. Big problem. The machine's not running, the tracks are locked solid.
Al has a new idea to get things rolling.
The idea is to get to the gear, yeah.
With the tracks out of the water, Al will try to unlock them.
We're gonna have to pull the final drives out of here. And maybe we can finish the job without breaking anything else. There's so much resistance and holding power in those tracks. Undo the bolts, pop the gear out, and then it's free rolling.
Nope.
Grab this.
Okay. There we go. Yeah.
Heavy, eh? Expensive too. Just remember that part when you're thinking heavy. Yup.
The last one, huh?
Sometimes the last one is the hard one. Right here,
With the gears out,
she'll free roll now.
Al and his crew get ready for what they hope is the last pull.
Don't up the winch line.
There's no guarantees. That's the thing. Hopefully you're not going to keep breaking stuff.
What are we gear, lad?
Sometimes the only hope you've got.
Just let her go. Just roll up. Give her some throttle. You're all right. Come on. Woo!
Well, I'm the Chuck Norris towing. It's cool.
She's out of there. I told you we got her. We'll get it out to the road.
After one of the toughest jobs of his towing career, the king of the coke comes out on top.
At the end of it, we can put the stress to rest.
We're ready for the next one.
Advised I'm on scene. Jamie Davis cruise is going to be about 45 minutes to an hour out.
Colin McLean is an hour east of Edmonton, heading to a recovery in HR 117.
We got a call this morning from a disposal company. Dumps was unloading at a landfill and fell over. So we get to play in a big pile of garbage today.
It's Colin's first call in weeks. All winter, work's been scarce for Jamie's Alberta operation.
We've had some work, but not a lot of it. It's really slowed down quite a bit. I'm getting concerned, yeah.
Colin is Jamie's last operator in the oil-rich north, struggling to survive as the price of black gold plunges.
We've got huge companies going bankrupt. We've got people losing their shirts.
A lot of my good friends are losing their jobs right now, and people are scrambling and wondering what we're going to do. You know, 90% of our work is commission-based. We get a percentage of whatever the truck does.
These days, Colin will take anything he can get his hands on.
I'm not really looking forward to going and working in a bunch of garbage for the day, but
If the winches aren't turning, we're not earning.
now let's go take a boo. Get her done, son.
The truck fell over when a frozen chunk of garbage shifted during a dump. It's a morning call the supervisor could have done without.
All right, well, let's take a look at it.
This truck isn't even 4 months old. Brand new. She's hurting unit right now.
The dump trucks use a hydraulic cylinder to raise the angle of the box up to 50 degrees.
I don't think it'll collapse because that stem is bent on the cylinder.
Yeah, that last one.
Colin needs to collapse the hydraulic cylinder before he can flip the truck.
It definitely would be a lot nicer to bring it over with the bucket closed as opposed to the bucket up. That's a lot of you know what I mean?
But the bent cylinder may prevent the box from fully closing.
Okay.
When it went over, it caused the ram that opens up the dump and closes the dump to banana.
Colin's only option is to try and collapse the cylinder.
Just gonna get ready to get my line on the dump box so that we can close that off. I'm gonna run a cable to where the cylinder attaches to the dump box, and I'm gonna slowly winch the dump box towards me, and that hopefully is gonna close the cylinder without too many problems.
A plan that has the customer on edge.
I could tell he was a little bit nervous. When a supervisor's looking at a brand new truck laying on his side, he's feeling the pressure.
I'm hoping that we can save the cylinder on the end dump.
Hopefully she plays nice. Okay, you just want to kind of keep an eye on that?
Yeah. No, I'll be watching her.
All right, let's see how she goes.
Try not to wreck it.
Coming in nice?
I don't think it's going.
Whoa. All right, let's see how she goes.
Try not to wreck it.
At a landfill in northern Alberta,
I'm worried about this.
Colin is trying to compress a fully open dump truck before flipping it back onto its wheels.
I don't think it's going.
You gotta be kidding me.
The hydraulic cylinder is too bent to completely close.
It won't collapse all the way, which is not a good thing.
Colin will have to try and flip the rig with a 10-foot gap between the box and the frame.
Well, we're gonna lift from there, for sure.
But the high center of gravity could topple the truck as it swings back onto its wheels. Colin will rig one high line to the back of the box, while running 2 lines to the truck to winch the unit over.
Whew, there's that cowbell. Perfect. I got the high line on the back, just to kind of give it that initial pick. And then I'm at the drive tires and at the front axle, so she should come over pretty good.
We'll just try to bring her over with least amount of damage.
Okay.
Hopefully. You don't want the truck on its wheels and the trailer on the side.
I'm starting to winch.
I just got a sick feeling in my stomach right now.
That's what we want.
Colin gets the new truck and its hydraulic bucket over in one piece.
It was perfect. It was textbook. Yeah, well, that was how we danced, so.
Colin will tow it to a repair shop, and after a few minor repairs, the truck will be back to hauling trash.
I'm pretty impressed. 4-month-old truck. Nothing we can do about it now other than just heal the truck and me.
The client's relieved.
We're gonna get out of here and get her back to Edmonton.
But Colin's worried about his future.
It's desperate. Guys are, you know, looking for work here, looking for work there. It's bad right now. With the economy, what it's doing here right now, I've definitely got some decisions to make.
I'm getting a little concerned.
Steady work every day. That's what I need.
I'm not sure what's happening down below. I heard something about a smash up down there.
On the Coke,
44, copy.
10-4, go ahead.
Robert is dispatched to a wreck on the outskirts of Hope.
Okay, I'm on way back that way.
When he arrives at the accident, Robert finds 2 semis blocking Othello Road, cutting off the only trucking route to a water bottling plant. To open the road, the trucks will have to be separated. One is drivable, the other must be towed.
Well, this guy came a little too far over this way, and this truck here ran into it.
Outgunned in his 1-ton tow truck, Robert calls for backup.
Hey, Sherry.
Huh?
Robert just gave us a call. He's at a wreck on Othello Road, so we're gonna go down and check that out, give him a hand.
By the time Jamie arrives, Traffic in and out of the plant is at a standstill.
These two trucks are blocking the whole hill here, and it's the only route in and out of the water plant. One looks drivable, one doesn't. Gotta move everything back, okay?
The first rig is able to back up and pull to the side.
Okay, stop there. Don't go no more, no more, no more. Just stop there. You'll end up in the ditch over there.
But the driver will have to wait
Bring the army truck down.
until the other rig is cleared off the road. To disconnect the damaged tractor from the trailer, Mike unhooks the fifth wheel.
That was almost too easy.
Take your lowest gear and just go. Easy does it down the hill. We're gonna tow the tractor away. Okay, I'll back up and get this tractor. I'm gonna hook onto the trailer and move it.
We're going to be opening the road about 2 shakes. I say 2 shakes in about 45 seconds.
It looks like this thing's just gonna be an easy job. Tow one tractor away, haul the trailer away. No big deal.
But as Jamie drives away,
That's how you do it.
the last semi spins out.
Say, Sherry, it's Robert calling. Can you get a hold of Jamie?
Just when Robert thought he could get traffic moving again,
We're hauling traffic on both ends, top and bottom.
the truck has jackknifed across Othello Road.
Just stay where you are. This guy's probably going to go off the side. Holy crap. This guy's stuck here, guys. Going on Othello Road towards Esty Waters.
Just outside the town of Hope,
This guy's backing out, but his ass ends in the ditch, right?
Robert's traffic nightmare isn't over.
Hey, buddy, you got change?
The semi that should have been on its way is blocking the road again.
Are you fully loaded?
The jackknifed rig has cut off a busy trucking route to a water bottling plant.
Robert's really feeling the heat to open the road. Traffic's backing up.
Jamie left the scene after the recovery 20 minutes ago.
Did you get a hold of Jamie? That jackknife side and it's just spinning in the ditch here.
But the heavy rescue boss is called back to get the road open again.
Jamie's on his way. He should be here in a few minutes.
Jamie Davis on the air.
Jamie's en route, but in the only vehicle in his fleet available, the rescue truck.
Be nicer to have a big wrecker, but we gotta do what we gotta do.
As light fades, Jamie returns to the scene and positions the rescue for the recovery.
We're gonna back down this road and we're gonna pull this truck out with the big winch on the rescue.
5 years ago, Jamie added the rebuilt fire truck to his fleet. A heavy rescue support vehicle loaded with tools and safety gear.
We need the rescue back in here.
But it's also equipped with a 25,000-pound hydraulic winch.
Can you pull that? Yeah.
No lightweight when it comes to recovery.
You can do a lot of pulling this truck.
Let go of your brakes. Don't step on it. Just let it go. Just let it idle. Don't step on the brakes.
If you know how to run that machine, it'll do a lot of work.
Roads are clear all the way to Hope. All good, thank you.
Traffic's open, guys are getting through now, so.
to normal. You know, this old truck is cool.
And I love that old truck.
It's a cold morning in Alberta. Colin's phone is quiet. Jamie's lead driver is at his breaking point.
I enjoy working with Jamie, but I'm facing some tough choices. I got to think long term.
This season, things are tough all around for the company and for the drivers, including Colin.
Jamie Davis, hi.
Hey, Sherry, it's Colin. Is Jamie around?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thanks.
Colin's on my line.
Is he? Colin? Okay. How's it going, old man?
Jamie Davis, hi.
Hey, Sherry, it's Colin. Is Jamie around?
I stuck it out as long as I could, and it's killing me. I've definitely got some decisions to make.
Colin's on my line.
How's it going, old man?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Hey, not too bad. Yeah, I got a position with another company that I couldn't refuse.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I've got to move on.
Yeah, well, it wasn't an easy decision, let me tell you that, right?
I'm frustrated with how slow it's been.
You know?
This season, things are tough all around for the company, including Colin.
I loved working with you guys and, got to run some of the best equipment in the industry and all that.
But bottom line, at the end of the day, right, I got bills.
No money's no money.
No money's no money,
right? So.
I get it. I get the numbers weren't there for him. I understand it. They're not there for me either.
2 winters ago, Colin joined Jamie's team as heavy rescue expanded into oil-rich Alberta.
Get over! Nice, decent, Jimmy. Decent.
It seemed like the sky was the limit. I mean, we were adding trucks, hiring guys, and growing almost at an out-of-control pace. Colin filled an important role, being one of our lead heavy drivers.
Come on!
I mean, he was the guy.
Nice, thank you.
Now, it's time to say goodbye.
You're always welcome back.
If you ever want to come back,
Give me a call once in a while.
I will.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
see you later. Bye.
With his last driver in Alberta moving on, Jamie makes a tough call of his own.
With the way the economy is right now in Alberta, I think I have no other choice than to shut Alberta down completely.
So what, did he fly you in or what?
No, I drove that.
Johnny showed up out of the blue, pick up the truck.
He just let me get a couple things out of it.
No, nothing.
It's the end of the road for Colin and HR 117.
Well, that's kind of a sad moment right now. Son of a bitch.
Oh, that truck. Oh, my God.
I'm taking my cowbell. Jamie hated it anyway.
It's just a beautiful piece of equipment. The time I spent with it, just, ugh. She's way better than a girl, that thing, you know?
Okay, that's good.
Johnny will take the wrecker back to BC.
Here's the keys, have at her. Please don't wreck it.
RCB, bye. Should all be yours. It's a pleasure working with you, dude.
Yes, sir.
Anytime.
I had to watch it drive out the driveway. It hurt. I'm gonna miss her. My first love is running heavy wrecker. It always has been, it always will be. Everything I wanted to do, I achieved, and I achieved it working at Jamie's. You never know, maybe one day again, we'll be in the ditch together.
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
There's carnage all over the place.
A lost load becomes Nick's tangled wreck.
Hold on. Oh, crap.
A canyon crash.
50,000 pounds of wood.
Has the boss
This is going to be a tough job.
bringing in backup.
Put the rotator in on an angle.
Holy. And an urgent call
Did she get hit?
for one of Jamie's crew. This time on Highway Through Hell.
Take your brakes off your trailer!
A Coquihalla cowboy.
Wrong truck to pull.
Why Gord Boyd
Stay off my hill.
never backs down.
There's a totally different side to him.
The mountain's iron grip puts the squeeze on Johnny.
It's stuck bad, bro.
And a rolling wreck
That's crazy.
has Nick at the end of his rope.
Oh, crap. Hold on. Let it out.
On the Highway Through Hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
Anybody out there tell me what it looks like going up that Coquihalla? It was ugly when I came down, and then it got ugly behind me.
A midwinter storm has hit BC's Coquihalla Highway.
Asher's a giant mess. We got stuff jackknifing all over the place here. Gonna need highway help.
In the last 2 hours, 6 inches of heavy, wet snow has stuck to the road.
When you're up that mountain, you're on guard, you're on edge all the time. It's a very rugged, tough environment to be in.
And mandatory chain-up for big rigs has been triggered. Drivers are supposed to chain up before climbing the steepest section of the cope, the Smasher.
I'd be kinda ticked off if I had to put my chains on to go up there.
But some drivers are going barefoot,
AL22 quarter 10.
making big problems for Highway Supervisor Richard Enns.
Yeah, you can send your traffic warrior.
Oftentimes when chain up is required, the drivers choose to ignore our direction.
Yeah, what's the fine if you don't chain and just spin out?
A lot of people think, oh, we'll throw one set of singles on, that'll work. And they're buying cheap chains.
Drivers who roll the dice often only win one thing: a pricey tow from Gord Boyd.
As soon as I lift off, you lift off. Let's get this done.
When a storm hits, Quiring Towing is called in by the Highways Department.
We have been given a responsibility to keep this highway open, and I intend to fulfill that responsibility. I curse that hill as well. And I'm sure a lot of other people curse that hill.
Just a couple of truck jackknifes going down the shift.
I just heard about a jackknife semi. We're gonna back down real quick and see if we can do something about it.
Gord's battled the hill for Quiring Towing for 7 winters.
Oh, yeah.
Today, even drivers going down the Smasher need help.
You get a couple of guys jackknifed, and most of them are sitting there in the seat shaking, because they've just gave themselves a really good scare. We got a mess.
Okay, here's what
I want you to do. Put your trailer brakes on, put it in gear, turn your wheel hard left. I'm trying to tell the driver what he needs to do in order to get down the hill safely. Okay, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Now remember, keep your wheels rolling. As long as your wheel, okay, brakes off the trailer. One down.
As soon as one driver is on his way, another is in trouble.
Don't try and go down the hill too slow. That's why you got in this position. I feel sorry for this guy. He's terrified. Okay, trailer brakes on again. Okay. I need him to overcome his fear. Come on. And to let the truck roll. Okay, come on. He thinks he's gonna have a runaway, but it's not what's gonna happen. Okay. We'll go to plan B. We have sand handy, we have shovels handy. That'll probably help. Take your brakes off your trailer! Trailer brakes off! Brakes off! Okay, do not touch your brakes going down the hill. Try and hold about at 20 or 30 kilometers per hour. Give her. Just call me the truck whisperer. Big relief to see him going down the hill. Now I can concentrate on the guys coming up the hill. Oh, we got guys spun out all over the place.
With too many truckers not chaining up.
I got two B-trains spun out side by side in the top corner, and I'm behind them.
Gord's patience is wearing thin.
This guy here tried one set of chains, and he's stuck beside you. How many sets of chains you got on?
I have one set of chains.
One set of singles?
And it always works. And I would have been fine until this car got spun out beside you.
You know what? Put more chains on. That is what irritates me. He's blaming everybody else but himself.
"20 minutes up the road, another heavy wrecker heads south on Highway 5. The driver is on his way to a tow yard in Hope.
Jamie said that there's supposed to be a big snowstorm there, so he told me to pack a bag there. I expect to stay a couple days. If the roads get really bad out there, to give them a hand.
Born and raised on the prairies, Johnny Tipton has worked for Jamie Davis in Alberta for the last 3 winters.
Johnny is a survivor. He should be on a tow truck survival show. He is just a go no matter what.
I like driving the truck. I like being by myself. I like the varieties of work that we do.
Coming down, Johnny.
Alongside Colin McLean, Johnny's conquered big wrecks on the flat prairie roads.
Johnny's got a quiet confidence about him, for sure. He knows what he's doing. It's just Johnny.
Good to go.
But with Alberta in the grips of an economic crash, Jamie will give him a shot at heavy rescue on the Coke.
Alberta's slow, there's nothing going on there for him, so I think this is our best bet.
I've never driven this road, so I'm not sure what to expect. I've heard stories about this highway. Definitely in unfamiliar territory there. This is a whole new environment for me. The Coquihalla, you gotta respect it, because it can end your driving career in a heartbeat.
We know that Johnny's a great guy to have on a truck. A little bit new territory for him to try to work here. I hope it works out.
After a long day on the road, Johnny Tipton finally reaches Jamie's yard in Hope.
Johnny, you made her.
Yeah.
Cool. How'd you like your trip down?
Good.
Yeah?
It's pretty cool, driving out the mountains for the first time.
I hope Johnny can fit in around here and be part of the team.
That means getting along with lead driver, Scott Bird.
Scott's a very experienced operator. Sometimes he rubs people the wrong way, and I hope that doesn't happen with him and Johnny.
Oh, it's a sticky mess. It's got some pretty slippery spots, not the best.
Up on the Coke, the snow's not letting up.
Every time you come back down this hill, it's like a different world.
Al Quiring has now joined Gord on the battle.
We have a lot of those kind of drivers that just don't think ahead.
Al's on his 5th tow-up of the last hour when he passes a small car in trouble.
We got a stationary vehicle in a 120 kilometer an hour zone. Could be an escalating situation where somebody starts a chain reaction.
The driver has a fully loaded trailer on his hitch.
I got a job in Saskatchewan, and we're hauling everything that we own.
Al already has a semi on his hook, but decides to add the extra load to his train.
You can only wonder who would take a front-wheel drive car that's loaded to the hilt, in the back seat full of clothes and who knows what else.
Yeah, next time instead of renting the trailer, rent the van. Get going, you guys.
You know, sometimes it's easier to just take 5 minutes to get that guy out of a dangerous situation.
After climbing to the top of the summit, Al gives the driver a break.
That just saved you a pile of money. Probably like $300. They got a free ride.
I've never been pulled up like that. It's sort of like a train of shame.
It would have made my day if they'd have whipped out a grilled cheese sandwich or a hamburger fresh from Hope. It's another case of happy to see their taillights in the distance. Have a nice day.
Here's what it is, eh? You betcha.
I just passed the first MBI up the hill. That snow up there is pretty slick coming down.
As night falls, the storm is only getting worse.
I've almost been in the ditch twice. Now all this traffic's gonna polish this road up nice like a skate rink.
Highway sanding crews are out in full force.
Loaded Zacchaeus, loaded.
No, it only takes one truck to mess it up for everybody else. Just one. It's a gong show at times.
Just up ahead of you, there's a truck in this ditch there northbound.
8 miles up the hill, Jamie's lead flagger, Robert, has just arrived to the scene of an accident.
Tractor is really deep in there because of the snowbank. When the snow plows go this way, northbound and southbound, it just keeps on packing. It's quite heavy.
The fully loaded semi slid off the road and plowed into 3 feet of snow.
It's on a curve, right? You get four-wheelers coming, and wham.
The driver is still waiting for help inside his cab.
I was going to jump the black ice and shot into the ditch. The snowbank, and it stopped me from going across the other side of the road.
Johnny from Jamie Davis, do you copy?
Johnny arrived in Hope less than 24 hours ago. Now he's headed to his first recovery on the Coke.
For Johnny going up the mountain, it's got to be a little bit intimidating.
This is going to be my first big wreck on the Coquihalla there, so I'm a little nervous and excited at the same time.
Johnny's out of his element. He's gonna have to be very careful because you can find yourself in trouble in a hurry.
The truck and trailer was in the ditch with a lot of snow there, so it was in there pretty good.
Can't you just turn around right here? Or you want to go turn around down there and shoot her back this way?
I'm thinking I should hook up that back there.
Johnny decides the best way to rescue the 70,000-pound rig
Pull it backwards. Should work.
is to pull from the same direction it went in.
Well, let's hold traffic, bro.
Okay, I'll be quick.
But the heavy mountain snow could add another 20,000 pounds of resistance.
The snow in BC is very wet, very dense. It's a very different snow from Alberta. For a guy who's never done it before, that's a big challenge.
In reverse.
Even with the driver trying to help, the truck won't budge.
In Alberta, for this job here, it would have been hooked up and packed up and gone in 20 minutes. That's good. Do you have the tow hooks on her?
Johnny will try again, this time from the front.
Gotta dig them out with my hands.
But the tow hooks are nowhere to be found.
In BC, the resistance from the snowpack would be a lot higher than the resistance in a vehicle in Alberta. Same rigs, same everything, but the snow is going to make a difference in your job. And Johnny doesn't know that.
You think we should shut it down?
Okay.
Robert blocks traffic, and Johnny starts to pull.
Anyone know what's happening here?
On BC's Coquihalla Highway,
Now we're blocked here going northbound. They're pulling this truck out.
a semi locked in heavy snow.
Snap.
Has stumped operator Johnny Tipton.
They snap the pin?
Yeah.
The snow's iron grip has sheared off the toe pin.
This is sucked in there so good.
It's Johnny's first recovery on the Coke.
No, I was hoping it'd be a little more simple than this, but it's a whole new environment for me, that's for sure.
There's always some curveball that comes from somewhere and kicks you in the ass.
Johnny needs a new angle to get the driver back on the road.
Thinking right here, slide it out that way.
That's a pretty deep, lots of so
Yeah, that's
what's holding us
that's
up
what's
right
fighting us right there, so.
It's like the snow is a big hand and it has a hold of that truck.
To help break the suction, Johnny decides to pull from the side. But as he starts to winch,
Look how slippery it is.
the only thing moving is Johnny's 40,000-pound record.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on.
The dense snow refuses to let go of the rig.
6, man.
Johnny has run out of room.
He's a fish out of water. You got to adapt to your surroundings. You got to learn fast. You got to learn on your feet. And you got to come up with a new plan.
Oh no, she's a snowing.
6 miles south,
And VSA 12, he didn't make it very far. He got to the top corner.
Gord Boyd is back on the mountain.
There's 2 spun out just outside of the shed there. They're both in the slow lane.
Sometimes the snow comes down so quick and so hard, you just can't keep up with it. Let's go see what this fellow's problem is.
Another driver on one set of tire chains has spun out on the smasher.
He didn't make it very far. Buddy, what are you doing? As soon as I get a second truck stopped beside you, the highway's closed. People who just don't get it. You're in the middle of the highway, you're blocking the highway. God, these guys drive me nuts. Everybody says, well, nobody can get up this hill. And I go, well, let's see. Have you got tow hooks? You got it in? Lock? As soon as I take up slack, lift it off and just start grabbing gears. Oh, yeah. You know, if they had chained up properly in the first place, we would never be having that conversation at all. I just got both of us up the hill. What's the difference? Oh, hey, I know what it is. I got chains on all my tires.
But as Gord heads back down the hill for his next customer,
That better not be a truck you got on.
it's already on the hook of another tow truck.
Battle plan is quite simple. Win. Win against the mountain, win against the competition. If you're not going to play to win, there's no point in playing at all. Wrong truck to pull.
That's my customer.
Hey, back off, buddy. I got here first.
Unhook it right now.
Out of both of us, I might be the registered gun owner, but Gordy's the one with the short fuse.
You should have waited for me, buddy. There's always a green truck on the hill. Hey, unhook it right now.
I don't take from anybody. I refuse to let a bully get the best of me. That's just not going to happen.
Stay off my hill.
Tow truck's all jacked around down here.
I am not afraid of anybody. Nobody bullies me.
Anyone know what's happening here? They're tracking the median. They're pulling it out.
Come on, buddy, come on.
High on the mountain, a new face on the Coke is fighting a losing battle.
Stuck.
Johnny Tipton hasn't been able to get a stuck semi blocking the highway to budge. And his heavy wrecker is now on the edge of a ditch.
You gotta winch yourself out.
Yeah.
Johnny will have to anchor his wrecker to the 80,000-pound semi and winch his own truck out of trouble.
For Johnny doing his first job in BC, running a brand new truck that's worth $500,000, you've got huge responsibility and a huge weight on your shoulder. You just have to soldier on.
With Johnny's wrecker out of the way and one lane open,
They're letting us through right now.
Robert waves traffic through.
I can't believe it's not coming out.
No, it's stuck bad, bro.
The snow is not wanting to let go. He's got to attack this job with a different way of thinking.
I'll let you talk to him. Hang on.
Jamie's prairie operator needs a lifeline.
Yeah, I can't get this thing to budge. I can't believe it's not coming out.
No, it's stuck bad, bro.
A semi stuck in heavy mountain snow has Jamie's newest mountain operator in trouble.
When you're out of your element and things aren't going right, you got to figure a way through this problem.
I'll let you talk to him. Hang on.
Johnny calls for backup.
Hey. Yeah, I can't get this thing to budge. Snap the tow hook there. It's not budging. Does hurt the pride a little bit to call another operator to come show you how to do it.
I just got a call from Johnny, and he's having a problem getting his truck out of the ditch.
Jamie's lead operator, Scott Bird, is on his way.
I don't really understand how he could be having a problem. That truck he's driving can pull a bloody mountain over.
I'm a little rough to work with, but that's just me. It's how I am, you know. If you want to help, you're gonna have to put up with the abrasiveness.
Johnny, what's going on, bub? You tired?
Sometimes he rubs people the wrong way, and I hope that doesn't happen with him and Johnny here. I hope these guys click and they make this job happen without any sparks flying.
Let's go have a looky-see. Were you skidding backwards and...
Oh, we're digging down.
So you got him out a little bit?
Yeah, I got him out a bit there.
Ole.
You go into the ditch, you got hot tires. The hot tires are gonna melt the snow, and then the snow is gonna refreeze it. And it just grabs a hold of it.
You're biting off a little more than you can chew. Holy.
The guy's plowed himself in really good.
Looking for you way up top.
By midnight, traffic heading up the mountain has finally tapered off, giving Gord Boyd time to think about his clash on the highway tonight.
I learned how to deal with bullies. I learned how to develop thick skin.
Gord's faced a lifetime of battles that began long before he ever drove for Quiring Towing.
People don't realize as a heavy-duty operator that there's a totally different side to them, which is unseen.
I stuttered badly when I was a kid. Man, it was pathetic. I couldn't string 5 words together in a sentence if my life depended on it. I got beat up a lot until I started fighting back. When you're a kid, the worst thing you can be is different. Because all the other kids are going to pick on you because you're different. It's been the driving force in the last 20 years of my life was to overcome my stuttering. It took me a lot of time to get over it, and still do it to this day. And it's just one of those things I carry with me.
Hold on the hill just past going up out of the snow shed.
Yeah, I'll get the highways guy down there.
Up the highway, Jamie's most experienced heavy rescue operator has a plan.
We're gonna go into the frame of his truck right on his 5th wheel plate. Really good and strong in there. So if you got another big 5/8 chain.
You have to break everything free.
When we're doing big bad pulls like this, we're going big bad chains, buddy.
Scott gets Johnny to drag out his biggest chain.
Johnny's experience has been out in Alberta. They have the light, dry, powdery snow. Out here, it's kind of halfway between concrete and crazy glue. You get stuck in it, it's gonna hold on for a while.
But even after 3 failed attempts,
Grab that heavy son of a bitch right there, would ya?
Scott refuses to finish the job.
I can just feel Johnny's frustrations with this because he's never been defeated until the Coquihalla defeated him.
Coaching from the sideline, Scott makes Johnny work the controls.
Just go on your hand controls. Don't worry about the remote. Pull.
To free the tractor, Scott chains up to the 5th wheel, the solid connector between rig and trailer.
Come down. Hey, Johnny, kick her loose. Get yourself turned around, Johnny.
And Scott has another tip for Johnny.
Can't do a big long pull here on this, Johnny. I said you gotta do short little jobs, little short plucks.
Run a line down to this chain here again. Okay, give him a little tuggy-wuggy. We're just gonna do another little pull at the back there. I'm gonna get the guy to leave his wheels the way they are for a few minutes. Good enough. Yeah.
Just move it around a little bit, pull, 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 get everything set up the way you want it.
Put your boom in. Pull, little mambo, pull!
Robert lets 1 lane of traffic pass by.
Pull! Stop. Stop. Pull, little mambo, pull!
On BC's Coquihalla Highway,
Stop.
Johnny needs to hit reset on the last stage of his toughest recovery.
When I was pulling there, it was kind of taking the weight off my front end of the truck. You gotta pay attention to what your truck's doing.
Pull!
It's just experience. It's a learning curve.
Hey, Robert, shut her down. Let's go ahead to the left real hard. Turn your wheels hard to the left. There you go. That's good. You believe in your machine yet? Yeah. Young grasshopper, you will learn.
3 hours after Johnny's first mountain recovery began, the job is over.
I'm happy now, we're out, so he's just gonna tow me up. That'll be it for me. Thanks for helping me out, man.
Scott didn't come there and just take over the job. He just showed me what I should do to break it free.
There's always different little ways of doing things. You're just learning something tonight, right?
If I didn't have the respect for Johnny that I do, I would have just kind of pushed him over, and I didn't want to do that to Johnny because Johnny's a great guy.
He's taking a big bite of the pie. He should have just took little ones. And he's learning.
Burton's.
Scotty did the coolest thing. He mentored Johnny along, and I'm really proud of him for doing that.
Okay.
On a rare, slow morning at the quiring yard, Gord gets a visitor.
Hi.
Hi. What's your name?
Caden.
Caden? I'm Gord.
A 9-year-old who shares Gord's passion for tow trucks.
You like trucks, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like these big ones?
And something else.
He's going through the same thing I went through, and I really feel for the kid.
I was just wondering what that looks like.
There's all my recovery chains and the blocks.
We had a house fire, and then he didn't speak for quite a few years. And when he started to learn to speak, we noticed a speech stutter.
I kind of just stutter when I'm excited about stuff or something like that.
It's a story that hits close to home for Gord.
In 1967, I was 7 years old. Standing on a street corner, waited till traffic stopped, took 2 steps and got hit by a motorcycle. And immediately after started to stutter. Back in the 60s, no one knew what PTSD was. That term didn't even exist. No one saw the connection between childhood trauma and stuttering. Do you want to see the inside of the truck?
Sure.
Hop in, I'll jump in the other side. You hop in there. This is my office.
This is so cool.
It is cool, isn't it? This thing is built to pull. This thing is built to pull anything. Is there people giving you a hard time at school for your stuttering?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a couple. And you know what? There's always gonna be a couple, guys. I used to stutter really, really bad. Like seriously, and it bothered me.
It just really bugs me when people bug me about it.
You're not alone, believe me. You're not even close to being alone. I wish I'd have had someone like me when I was his age to talk to me, because I didn't have that. Everybody thought I was broken.
Probably the coolest truck I ever seen.
Right on.
So it's really impressive.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. You know, I really do hope I help the kid a little bit, because I remember what it was like when I was a kid and going through that, and kids are cruel. You have yourself a good day, Caden. I'm glad you came by.
Bye.
Bye. That was cool.
"50 miles northeast, in the backcountry near Harrison Lake, BC.
We're headed up approximately 13 kilometers up East Harrison.
Mission Towing's Nick DePerrin climbs a dirt road to his next recovery.
We've only seen a few pictures of it, so we can't quite tell how steep the embankment is or exactly how far over the embankment it is.
Along with his pickup, Nick's brought the only tow truck in the fleet that can make it over the tough terrain.
You have to climb up to get into where this vehicle's located.
A 1-ton with 4-wheel drive.
We don't have any heavy-duty 4-wheel drive wreckers, and hopefully we're gonna have enough muscle to pull this thing out.
Wow. Wow.
This thing's a lot further than I thought it was gonna be.
That's crazy.
This is gonna be a gong show.
The SUV was parked on the edge of the dirt road when the ground gave way. Fortunately, no one was on board. Now, with the help of junior operators Trevor and Reese,
This will be fun.
Nick will try to winch the wreck 250 feet up to the road.
First thing we'll do is we'll grab the front driver's corner.
Yep.
Get it onto its wheels, spin it around so the nose is facing up. All right, Reese, you and I are going down.
Hope you ate your Wheaties this morning.
I did not eat my Wheaties this morning.
Trevor is gonna stay at the top and run the truck. And I'll be bringing Reese down the mountain with me to give me a hand rigging this thing up.
To get the pulling power needed for the job, Nick and his crew must double their lines.
Our 3/8 line off the wrecker has a working load limit of 3,500 pounds.
Hey, Trav, as straight as possible, okay?
It increases that by 2 times to utilize the wrecker to its maximum strength.
Where are you at, guys? Right here. Okay, watching. See it? Oh, there you are.
That one's passenger, this one's driver.
But the SUV is so far down.
Is that as far as that one goes? Hey, Trav. That's it.
They can't run a loop from the wreck to the tow truck.
How much line do you think you got, Trav?
It's got 150 feet of line on the driver's side, and we're about 120 on the passenger side here.
We're not gonna have enough length to reach all the way out to the casualty and bring it up. I thought that was gonna be the end of the day.
That one's passenger, this one's driver.
In the hills above Harrison Lake, BC.
Oh.
Hey, Trav.
Nick's at the end of his rope, trying to haul a crashed SUV 250 feet to the road.
That's it.
We're not gonna have enough length to reach all the way out to the casualty and bring it up. See the other shackle right there?
But Nick has one more idea.
So I'm thinking we actually might have enough if we run that 7/16 line in one length right to it.
Shit.
The crew will loop the first winch line through a snatch block, then rig it to the second line, making a longer single line to reach the wreck.
What we're gonna do is marry the hooks. So we'll put that block on this right here. We've reached the distance we need to reach with our line, and we've increased our working load limit. That'll free us up that other line as well if we need to tie it off to a stump.
Marrying the hooks will give the 1-ton the capacity to winch 7,000 pounds.
So we're gonna give it a go and do the best we can with what we've got up here today.
You want me to start running this up the hill? Yeah, please.
But there's still a chance the truck's winch won't have enough power.
Hook that onto that hook.
Hey, Trav. Yeah. Can you start taking in your lines? We're hooked up. Okay.
We're not totally convinced it'll be a 100% success yet. There's all kinds of sticks and branches that are sticking up. I don't even know what we're gonna run into trying to bring this thing up the bank.
You got that one hooked up, right?
Yeah, I'm holding it till it's snug.
If we snap one of our lines by overloading it, we're not gonna be able to do this job, and we're gonna have to head back to the shop.
The wreck is on its wheels. Now the mission team must get it up the steep slope.
I'm hoping that we have enough truck to pull it up. Hopefully we don't run into too many hiccups along the way. Let's see if I can turn the wheel. As long as it doesn't get hung up on anything, we should be okay.
Bring your boom in.
Line? Yeah.
But just 30 feet from the top, the load is fighting the small tow truck.
Hold on. Oh, sure.
Bring your boom in.
Line? Yeah.
On a mountain road near Mission, BC, a wreck on the end of a single line is testing the limits of a 1-ton tow truck.
Hold on. Oh, sure.
And Nick's team.
Let it out. Huh? Let it out.
We're just hung up on a stump that's under there.
There's a stump jammed underneath the one side of it. It's brought this recovery to a complete halt, and our truck is maxed out trying to pull on this thing.
Okay, can you try letting it go down, see if we can go back over that stump?
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it with this 1-ton.
No.
Only got a couple hours left of daylight.
We have enough obstacles during the day. At night, this job's gonna become impossible. We don't have a lot of options up here, so I'm just gonna grab a log and try to put some leverage on this thing and see if we can get it to pop over this stump.
Pick it up.
Yep.
Okay.
Work your passenger line first to bring it this way a little bit.
Okay.
And then just walk it up.
Walk it up.
Wherever it gets hung up, work that other line to try and guide it up through there. Okay, let it down. So hopefully it pivots a little bit and comes off that stump.
Okay. Good?
Yep.
The wreck is free of the stump.
On the
Clear?
Yeah.
The biggest obstacle now is gonna be to get it up the steepest grade of the hill.
We're not totally in the clear yet. A little more on the driver's side again. All right. Lead with this side just a little bit. Bring your arm up. Okay, right there, bring your lines in. Okay, work your brake and your throttle at the same time.
Just before dark,
We got it out. Reese, my man. Nice job.
Nick and his crew
Nice job.
Right on.
are finally in the clear.
Mission accomplished.
To get this thing out and load it up and headed to the yard with it is a very good feeling.
This was a difficult job to attack with this particular piece of equipment. All in all, it's a success. We got it done before it got dark. You guys did a hell of a job out here today.
The next morning, at Jamie's yard in Hope,
Johnny. What's going on, buddy?
Well, this is it, man.
Yeah.
Living the dream.
Johnny Tipton is still recovering from his rough night on the code.
The weather and the environment here is so much different from Alberta, right?
This industry is a tough industry because you're getting different jobs thrown at you all the time.
A couple little learning curves you'll go through, I'm sure. It's not the first one, it won't be the last one.
Johnny fumbles the ball a bit, but that's okay.
Well, I was glad you were around there to help me out and all that.
Scott goes up there, picks it up for him, and you know what? Touchdown. The way that Johnny and Scott are getting along here, I think I want to keep Johnny here in BC. Hey, Johnny.
Hey.
Hey, I need you to put your BC plates on. So we'll take the Alberta one off and bring it back to me. You can't expect your guy to know everything about everything.
I guess Jamie is confident in me. I'm happy that I'm out here working now.
Johnny's got the right attitude, and a good attitude goes a long way. Hey, Johnny.
Everybody that's working here now is kind of upbeat. It just seems to be working really well.
Oh, I'm glad Johnny's here.
I'm supposed to fire Scott, and you're taking over.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Who's gonna help Johnny pull trucks out of the ditch?
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
Wind her up, give her some throttle.
A battle in a bog.
Like 3 big fat elephants. We're gonna lean into it.
Has Al in deep.
Man against machine.
Whoa!
A crash in the canyon
everybody do a little bit.
puts Jamie to the test.
Try to work together. Hold it.
It's wedged under there. I can't budge it.
And Jordy and Gord tag team
Hang on.
a tangled wreck.
Hold on.
This time on Highway Through Hell.
It's a very sad thing to happen to any family.
A tragic wreck
Watch yourself there. That's bad.
puts the twist on Nick.
This is what they call family bonding.
3 generations tackle a heavy load.
Come on!
This is a disaster.
And a tough job takes its toll on a towing veteran.
I threw up almost a liter of blood.
On the Highway Through Hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
We're supposed to get a good snowstorm coming in tonight, I hear. Yeah, that's what I hear.
Just before midnight on BC's Coquihalla Highway.
Just be prepared.
A massive snowstorm is forecast to hit in the next 2 hours.
When a storm slams the mountain, you have to be very aware of your surroundings because you don't know what's going to happen next.
At the summit, sanding trucks and plows roll out for tonight's battle.
We're expecting roughly 15 to 20 centimeters. And with that, we bring all the top guns out.
Plow driver Gary Eastman has seen it all.
This hill's bipolar, because it'll change just like that, eh? We got 3,500 trucks a night up here, so we got to keep this open. Here we go.
"60 miles away at his home base in the Fraser Valley.
There's gonna be some aches and pains, I'm sure of it.
Towing legend Al Quirey prepares for a long night on the Coke.
Patsy.
Yes.
I've got to go do towing.
Do ya?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a schedule. He works when the phone rings.
Al couldn't do his job without the most important person in his life, his wife, Nancy.
When I go up there prepared and Nancy's had time to make me sandwiches, I can hole up on that mountain for days and not have to worry.
He'd prefer my food rather than going to a gas station for food, that's for sure.
Of all the things that I haven't done so good, at least I've done one thing good. Marry a decent woman and rear up a good family. I'll see you in a day or two.
Okay, be careful, be safe.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Uh-huh.
I think you got chain up at Box Canyon, if you can copy.
As Al climbs Highway 5,
Holy frig.
the forecasted storm has hit the mountain hard.
Hey, Al, it's a little bit up here, man. Need to...
1 minute it's all quiet, and the next minute it's full on like NASCAR wrecks everywhere. Knocking down the hill.
A driver who tried to climb the hill without tire chains
How you making out, buddy?
has spun out in the hammer lane.
As long as you got a visa that works, we can tow you right to China. You ready? Let's go. Start grabbing gears. You can go for 10, 12, 14, 18 hours there in a heavy snowstorm, and it'll seem like 15 minutes. The sooner we get at it, the sooner we're eating. Holy frig.
As the storm dies down,
I've run out of things to tow, I guess.
Al finally gets a break.
So we're gonna have us a little sandwich and wait for the next bit of chaos that comes up.
When the mountain starts to wear him down, Nancy keeps him going.
20 years she's been putting up with me coming up here in the winter. I don't know what I'd do without my wife, Nancy. It'd be a tough go, I think.
What happened to the Coke?
At 2 a.m.,
Guys in the ditch, get somebody up there right away.
another call gets Al back on the Coquihalla.
Bit of a nightmare, it ain't over yet.
But it's not for a tow-up.
Most of the time they're calling me for somebody that's blocked the highway, and here it was actually for somebody in the ditch, which is not a common thing. How do you think a guy does this? Must have been a good ride, eh?
The flatbed B train spun around 180 degrees, then landed backwards into the ditch.
This guy's in a 120-kilometer-an-hour zone, facing totally the wrong way.
The driver survived the wild ride.
It was down in the ditch underneath this thick, heavy layer of snow.
When the 60,000-pound rig went off-road, it flash froze into the deep snow.
You hit the ditch, the snow's flying, the truck's hot, and it melts into a perfect little cocoon type thing, and it's stuck there. And when it stops, it flash freezes. It's hard to break that unit out of there. She ain't gonna be pretty.
Three miles north on the Coke,
Goes sideways in a blink of an eye.
Jamie's lead driver, Scott Bird, is on his way to rescue another vehicle that's gone off the road.
I don't really know anything about the accident other than it's way over in the ditch, so.
Tow truck's on speed, he should be much longer.
Ken Monkhouse is already working the wreck.
Ken's a great guy. Ken's been in this for a long time. You give Ken a job, he goes, he gets it done.
It's a routine job.
What's going on there, young feller? Need a hand? Got the roadblock? I got through. I got special privileges, you know.
But lately, Ken hasn't been himself.
You want a hand with something, Ken? No, I've pretty much got it. Oh, okay. I'll just be here for moral support.
Belly, belly, bula, bula. Bula, bula, bula.
Ken is one of Jamie's original employees.
Think you can handle her, city slicker? No problem, buddy.
But last winter, he left to work in the valley with Mission Towing.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
This winter,
I need as many people as I can.
Ken's returned to Jamie's heavy rescue team and the rugged action outside Hope.
The mountains seem to call the Kent. Can't relax yet. That's usually when things happen. When you relax, you gotta stay tense right till you park it in the yard. It gets harder and harder the older you get. Really, it's a young man's game.
Watch yourselves.
Tonight, Ken seems to have everything under control. But the veteran tow operator isn't well.
I been having some stomach aches the last couple weeks. I came into work, walking to the tow truck to start it up and warm it up. I threw up almost a liter of blood. Just very, very weak.
Ken gets the van on its way.
He's having a bad day.
But makes it his last call of the night.
So I said to the dispatcher, you're gonna have to find someone else to cover these calls.
Extremely slippery. Just drove it right into the ditch. Wiring is on scene.
3 miles south, Al's dealing with a heavy wreck that spun off the highway.
It's a tricky little spot. The amazing thing is that there was actually very little damage to the truck, which is kind of unheard of.
The 60,000-pound B train is frozen into the ditch. If Al pulls too hard, he could twist its frame.
Even though that unit might weigh 60,000 pounds, it's going to take maybe 100,000 pounds to pull to bust it loose.
Al's only option is to attempt a series of sideways pulls to move the wreck up the bank.
Everything is cold, everything is frozen, and the resistance in that ditch with the snow is at its maximum.
Al starts by pulling on the least buried part of the rig, the back end.
You're pulling on 3 separate pieces there, so pull on one end, work it up, pull in the middle, work it up.
Come on, sweetheart. Oh, that sounds better.
Right on, you made her.
To break the rest of the rig free, Al will need something extra. Al extends his outrigger.
Use this winch to pull out the other one.
And doubles a line running to the middle of the rig. But the more Al pulls, the more his 60,000-pound record creeps closer to the ditch.
It's frozen and in deep ground. The more I pull on it, the tougher it's gonna be.
Unbelievable.
Roads are compact, slushy, slippery, temperature is -1. Oh, the plows are working north now, guys.
2 a.m. on the Coquihalla Highway.
Come on, baby.
Al Quiring struggles to get a B train, frozen in deep snow, back on the road.
All these little tiny molecules of ice, and you wouldn't believe huge holding power.
The buried tractor and its 2 flatbed trailers are putting up a good fight against Al's heavy record.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Good, good, good.
Out of room, Al gets the 30-ton B train back on the road.
It's nice when things work mostly like they're supposed to. Well, it was a little bit hard to bust out of there, but, you know, eventually we got it.
We were able to get it bust loose with the power of the Vulcan V100 wrecker.
But Al has one last obstacle.
Okay, my friend, we'll get you off the road here.
The semi is facing the wrong direction.
So we're gonna take them back down the highway to a snowplow U-turn and get them onto the right side of the highway. Here goes a little yeehaw moment.
After 2 decades on the Coke, Al knows all the shortcuts to tow a customer back to safety.
That was a heck of a ride. He's out of the ditch. He'll be warm tonight. That's the most important thing.
The next morning in the Fraser Valley.
Yeah, what's Highway 7 looking? Close, going east. Now, what happened, do you know? There was the head-on.
Mission Towing's Nick Tuperin is on his way to the toughest kind of wreck.
We're headed to a fatality accident involving a B train and a car. As far as I know, that's all the information that I have. We're definitely going to have our work cut out for us today.
Holy, it's back.
A B train hauling particle board collided with a small sedan. The driver of the car died in the crash.
Unfortunately, with this accident, there was a young female who didn't make it out alive.
Fatality accidents is a major part of what we do, unfortunately.
It's a very sad thing to happen to any family. It's very emotional to deal with.
The accident happened overnight. As police wrap up their investigation, the recovery can begin.
It has been closed for about 8 hours. The urgency is to get it open so the people can get to their destination.
Heavy operator Neil Wakefield arrives in Mission's 35-ton record.
Yeah, just one truck out of the way so I can get to the front.
There's a lot of plywood all over the road. This truck is all tangled up. It's a real mess.
Yeah, right around the frame right here. Right, we want to get one lane open as quick as we can. Yeah. So if you can drag them that way 20 feet, we can push it over. Yeah, yeah.
To reopen a single lane of traffic, highway crews want Nick's team to drag the tractor and its 2 trailers to one side. But hundreds of sheets of particle board are in the way.
We're anticipating that we're going to run into a problem.
You want to do both lines on that one chain?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But we're going to give it a shot and just see if we can't get this thing off to the one side and have one lane open.
Okay, I'm gonna pull ahead.
It would take hours to pick up the boards, so Nick and Neil have to work around them.
So far, so good. Looking good, looking good. No, we're not going. We're not going.
We've moved this thing about 5 feet.
See if we can pull that back trailer around, because it's probably all that wood under the other side.
It's jammed up in the particle boards, and it brought this whole thing to a halt.
So 103, I want to be heading her down to Pine Creek Hill.
60 miles northeast on the Coquihalla Highway.
Hey, 10-4, and we got flaggers and everything as you said, right?
10-4.
Jamie has dispatched Robert and Ken to handle a complete mess.
Gotta get all Buddy's possessions and everything out of the median.
The driver was hauling a fully loaded home-built shed on top of a trailer.
They started to jackknife, and something must have shifted in the trailer and blew the sidewalls out.
Everything the driver owns was launched down the deep embankment.
But he's a lumberjack.
Gonna be a long day.
Scott Bird is on scene with HR 116 to winch the heavier items back to the road.
Start at the top, work our way down, I guess, eh?
There was all kinds of tools, pretty much anything that you would find in a guy's home workshop type of thing.
But Ken and the rest of Jamie's crew will have to hand bomb hundreds of other items up the hill.
This is what happens when you take a homemade trailer, stuff it full of stuff, and go down the road.
It's going to be labor intensive. It's going to be time intensive. Take lineup. It sucks that we have to be there, but at the same time, it's somebody's personal belongings, and it's probably a big part of their life. So you got to pick up as much of the stuff as you can.
Dog's breakfast, that is. Pull it all the way up.
The guy had a lot of stuff in that trailer, a lot of stuff.
The crew winches up the most valuable thing in the pile.
Nice.
A vintage motorcycle.
I ride bikes, I collect stuff. I could just well imagine how I would feel if I was in that guy's shoes.
But for Ken, recent health problems only add to the misery.
I'm not feeling really good today. It's just the energy.
The job is about to get even worse for Ken.
I'm out of here.
Where are you going?
Mission.
Mission?
I got a phone call from Jamie, and there's a little bit more of a pressing issue down the valley that had to get dealt with.
Unfortunately, I gotta take off. I don't want to, but I got to.
With Scott leaving, the wrecker's powerful winch lines are out of the game.
All this garbage.
Scotty had to go, and this leaves me and Ken here. We got no small wrecker to pull stuff up. Kinda sucks, buddy.
This is a disaster.
Why is Highway 7 closed?
In BC's Fraser Valley,
There's a head-on collision there this morning.
a major accident has claimed one life and closed a trucking route to the west coast.
We want to get one lane open as quick as we can? Yeah.
Nick and Neil's first attempt to drag the wreck to one side to open a lane of traffic
You give it a try and hope you get lucky.
has hit a roadblock.
No, we're not going. Yeah, it's getting hung up in all that wood there.
Kind of sucks that it didn't work, but we're gonna have to do it some other way.
Nick calls in a second heavy wrecker.
We'll try unpinning that pup trailer and just drag that thing out of here.
The extra wrecker will pull on the B train's back trailer, called the pup. The pup is pinning down the rest of the tractor trailer. The plan is to disconnect and drag the pup away from the wreck so the rest of the B train can be pulled in the opposite direction into one lane.
Okay.
Watch yourself there.
Watch us, Skinner.
Beautiful.
Okay, so he can pull that over there.
The pup trailer is out of the way, but moving the rest of the tractor trailer won't be as easy.
My truck isn't made to pull this kind of weight on its side. It's gonna fight the whole way.
Neil's 35-ton wrecker bucks under the weight of the drag.
The front wheels of Neil's tandem are coming right off the ground.
But gets the job done.
That worked out.
Before the highway can be reopened, a salvage crew moves in for its sweep.
So did they open that westbound yet? No, not yet.
But Nick and Neil still have to get the rest of the wreck back on its wheels.
It's got a bad twist in the frame.
Yeah.
The tractor twisted 90 degrees off the trailer, and all that torque is waiting to let go.
The truck's sitting on its side, but the trailer's actually sitting upside down, so there is energy that's inside there. That energy is going to release as we start to take the twist out of it.
The crew will try and line the trailer up before the flip, so the cab's frame doesn't come down too hard.
We want to try and keep it together so when we do upright it, it won't be a big mess to clean up. We don't want to spend any more time here than we have to. We want to get this over and done with.
As Jordy would say, voila.
Voila.
Less than 3 hours after Nick's team arrived, the last piece of the wreck is on its way.
All in all, I think the job went well. Given the circumstances, it's kind of a tough one to deal with, you know, because there's been a loss of a life here.
My hat goes off to every single first responder that was on that scene. It's a very heartfelt, very hard thing to deal with.
Back on the Coquihalla,
Scotty had to go. This leaves me and Ken here. Kind of sucks, buddy.
Ken and Robert have been up and down a bank for the last 5 hours, retrieving hundreds of items from a small trailer.
You're at the bottom of the embankment. It's about a 20% grade and it's covered in snow. And you have no traction on your feet, and you're cold and you're wet.
When you're doing a job and you're in the deep snow and it's cold, you'd rather be in any other place than in that ditch. You just gotta hunker down and get her done. There's just no other way around it.
But life in the ditch is wearing Ken down.
I've seen so many things in the 28 years I've been a tow truck driver.
After 3 decades of towing, the strain and stress
Get out, get out, get out, get out!
is catching up with him.
A couple years ago, I slid backwards down a hill. Last July, I came 4 feet from getting crushed by a lumber truck that was on fire on its side, sliding down the road. I wake up in the middle of the night, my heart's going 9 million miles an hour. You can only dodge fate so many times, and when your number's up, your number's up. Sooner or later, you know, it's gonna get me.
By late afternoon, Ken gets a break. Mike Reynolds shows up with a wrecker to help Jamie's crew wrap up the job.
Oh, that's a lot of Mike just showed up. We need to try to get the stuff out of here. Sorry, buddy.
Well, there's so many little bits and pieces.
It's frustrating.
Is that another wall?
It's like we're gonna be there all night long, and it's just gonna get colder and colder.
Just before dark, a truck and trailer rolls up to haul the final load back to Jamie's yard.
This is just all this good stuff.
After the marathon day, Ken and crew are finished.
At a certain age, running yourself on a big job like that really takes a toll on you.
Be out here in this kind of environment doing this type of work. Getting too old for this nonsense.
Early next morning in the Fraser Valley,
Should be able to get it out.
Al Quiring's on his way to a big job near his home base.
I have very little information on what caused the accident. All I know is a flip semi with a load of paper in it.
Today, Al's recruited his oldest son, Kerry. For the last few years, Kerry's tackled smaller towing jobs, hoping to work his way into heavy recovery.
He's my guy. Prince of the Coquihalla, right here. Right there. He's the king.
He's 21 years old and probably from about age 3, he's been riding in a tow truck. He's been exposed to heavy towing just about all his life.
Father-son bonding is what it is.
For Kerry, it's a chance to move one step closer to taking the wheel from his legendary father.
My long-term goal is to keep going. He can start slowly, turn that switch dial down, then I can start turning that dial up.
I'm counting the days when he can take over my job.
Did you see that truck in the ditch there? That's a bad one.
Go up and turn around and then back in behind me here.
The semi caught the edge of the narrow road and toppled into the ditch,
Joys of being a truck driver.
knocking its load of industrial-grade paper onto the trailer's side wall.
There's probably about 70 or 80,000 pounds of paper in it. Big, heavy rolls. Very heavy, hard to deal with.
Rain is forecast, so unloading the enormous paper rolls is not an option.
Chances are, once the paper is wet, the product is lost.
How are we going to get this out without damage?
The answer is a special tool designed for this type of heavy recovery. Inflatable airbags are the best way to raise a loaded trailer without blowing out a wall.
Air cushions were designed back in the 1940s for actually lifting aircraft.
Al's dad, Bob, is also on scene.
I did enough of this over my years, let me tell you.
Making it 3 generations of Quirings.
Between the two of them, they have so many family secrets that have been acquired for 4 generations.
The book is green. It says Quiring right on the front. Guide to Heavy Duty Recovery. It's there, it exists. A lot of branches underneath the load.
The airbags can't be installed until Al and Kerry clear some room. Even cut back, the sharp branches are still a hazard.
The airbags will get punctured.
So Al shares another tow secret with Kerry.
Get some plywood in underneath to protect the air cushions.
Beauty.
Take another bite. But Al needs more than air power to get the job done. So he's called in a local company with a rotating boom to help land the trailer back on its wheels.
We'll let the air cushions get it up pretty high.
Yeah.
And then we'll get the straps on there.
If Al isn't careful, tens of thousands of pounds of paper could punch through the trailer's wall.
As that unit is going up, you've got to really watch that you don't fracture that trailer because it's a real possibility.
That paper drum pushes against the trailer, and now that trailer is wrecked.
Come on!
This airbag might kick out here.
In the Fraser Valley,
This airbag might kick out here.
3 generations of Quirings are working together.
This is what they call family bonding.
Al, his dad Bob, and son Kerry are counting on the family's airbag system to slowly push a trailer with industrial-sized rolls of paper back onto its wheels.
You really got to use your ears to know what's going on, listen to the trailer, and be careful. You don't want to start ripping the trailer open.
One step at a time, things can change.
Come on!
Yeah, it's starting to push. Starting to push.
Easy, easy, easy. Listen to the trailer.
there.
The airbags have raised the trailer as far as they can. So it's up to the local boom operator to bring it home.
Pull it. Oh!
The tractor trailer and its 80,000 pounds of paper is back on the road.
Yeah, basically.
For Carrie, it's another recovery to pick up a few more family secrets.
Working with my family, I've learned a lot of tricks and trade secrets, and it's something that separates you from the rest of the crowd.
Back in Hope at Jamie's yard, Scott Bird is doing some maintenance.
Filling up washer fluid and making sure I can go out on the job.
When a curious customer shows up, the owner of the homemade trailer.
We're gonna have to pack that trailer really well.
There he is. He's come to get his stuff and the most important things that he was worried about.
My most valued possession on there was my Harley and the parts, and I seem to have most of them back.
It was all there.
Going that extra mile, that's the kind of attitude that we need, and that's what Scotty did. He did the coolest thing.
Brother, you have no idea how much this helps, even though it looks like it's really hurting me. I still own a motorcycle. I'm really grateful.
Yeah, no problem, bud. No problem. I sharpened a pencil a couple of times, and we came up with a deal for him so he could carry on.
Okay, guys, thank you.
You always have to have a soft spot in your heart for the people that have been impacted. No matter how bad the job sucks.
Ken's not at the yard for the reunion. He's taken a much-needed day off.
We're going to my hiding place when I gotta get away and turn my phone off and just chill out.
After one of his roughest weeks in years, Ken needs to calm his nerves and think about his future.
Coming out here definitely helps me de-stress and relax.
This morning, Ken received some unsettling news about his health.
I went to the hospital. I was diagnosed with a bleeding ulcer. According to my doctors, I have to change pretty much everything about my life if I want to live to be a wise old man. It's all to do with I was involved in an incident on the highway just west of Hope last summer. Since then, I've been having problems with that post-traumatic stress. You just worry and worry and worry and worry about everything. It's a huge issue for first responders all around the world. We're losing a lot of people to suicide because of it.
Me and Ken have been friends for a long time. I hope he pulls out of this. You know, I'm really worried about him. Probably time for Ken to make a change.
On a backcountry road.
Oh, is it a four-wheeler?
In BC's Fraser Valley,
That's a nasty little road.
Al Quiring's oldest son has been dispatched to a wreck. Kerry Quiring is in the family's 20-ton truck, on his way to tackle a remote recovery alone.
By the sounds of things, it's a field medic truck. It's tipped over, it's laying out inside.
With Kerry, there's a lot of toying in his blood.
Rainbow, that means there's signs of gold up here somewhere.
He's got to be able to see the job through from the start to the finish.
So it's dead?
Yeah.
Oh.
Learning the family business hasn't always come easy for Kerry. His last job didn't go as planned.
Look like an idiot.
It's been a slow progress for him, but it's been a learning stages as well.
Today, Kerry's back road wreck looks tougher than expected. Out of cell range and on his own.
There's a little bit of pressure. Another learning step.
Kerry has to recover a fully loaded first aid truck deep in a ditch.
This looks like a bigger job than expected. To there.
The truck is a specialized unit packed with medical equipment. Its heavy, modified box gives it a high center of gravity, making it easy for a junior operator to get into trouble.
I realized how top-heavy, flippy it was. Right on with this one. I'm just gonna hook onto the back here.
As Kerry re-rigs the 16,000-pound load, he discovers a new obstacle.
A lot of heavy rain, creeks are swollen up, as well as the shoulders are soft. I hope it doesn't tip over.
The truck is hung up.
Am I doing anything at all? Lift, lift, not plow, lift.
The more Kerry tries to lift the wreck, the more it threatens to tip over.
It started tipping too much, and I didn't like it. I don't like that at all. And I got to a point where it didn't matter what I did with my truck. Yeah, I'm just trying to fight it, tipping. I'm in a position where I don't like to be.
In the Fraser Valley, on a remote logging road.
I hope it doesn't tip over. I'm in a position where I don't like to be.
Kerry Quiring is in trouble.
Am I doing anything at all?
The heavy rescue rookie is trying to winch a top-heavy load.
I don't like that at all.
But if Kerry keeps pulling, he could lose the wreck.
Hang on, guys. I only had myself to count on in this situation. I thought to myself, what will my dad do in this position?
He's got to have confidence when there is no set plan in place.
I got something up my sleeve here. I got a strap. Oh, I'm just gonna hook to this tree to get the angle.
He rigs a snatch block to a nearby tree.
There.
And redirects a line to stabilize the wreck.
I opened up the Al Quarrying Toolbook of Secrets.
It's a good learning experience for him.
That's a Al Quarrying Tool secret there.
Kerry pulls out a victory for the family tow business.
I'm not as quick as my old man, but he's got another 25, 30 years on me.
The secrets of his father guiding him along.
There's no actual Al book tow secrets, but it sounds pretty good.
I had a plan that he was maybe going to go into school, become a doctor, a lawyer, anything like that. I'm not heartbroken that he's not. I'm happy that he is taking the reins up behind me. How was your day, boys? You survived out there?
Yeah. He just wants to be so much like his dad and like his grandfather. You know, he wants to be just like them.
In hope.
What is this?
Jamie has a surprise for one of his longest-running employees and friend.
Ole.
A new truck for Ken Monkhouse.
Look, Monkey, I got your present. Wow.
What have you done now, Jim?
There was an opportunity to buy what we call a detachable towing unit. It's made just for towing trucks, not heavy recovery.
Wow. It's your old truck that you used to drive.
Yeah, I drove it in 2008, man. That's amazing, buddy.
There you go.
Turns out the truck was driven by Ken before I came across it.
Got your name on the door, too. Ken. That's right.
Oh, wow.
It's a chance for Ken to stay in the business and shift his life into a lower gear.
I'm actually looking forward to maybe slowing her down a bit.
He can take this truck to the city and do local tows. A little easier job for him than doing the heavy recovery.
Well, I can't believe this is like
I kept it
best surprise I've had in a long time, buddy.
Kept it a secret. Don't cry.
Every life has stress. It just depends on how much stress do you add to your life. I can't add any more stress to my life.
All right, buddy.
Okay,
all
man.
yours. Go to work.
You're a good man. I
Take
will.
care of driving.
I will.
Ken's gonna have a hard time being away from the recovery side of things, but towing is really what he needs to be doing now.
It's all downhill from here, Jimmy. Trip down memory lane, getting in this old girl.
It's a win for Ken and a win for Jamie as he expands his towing business west towards Vancouver.
There seems to be a lot more business in the Lower Mainland, so hopefully Ken can pick up some of that business, give himself a little bit lighter of a job at the same time, and this deal can work out.
Jamie trusts me enough to go out and start a new business and put my name on the door. That tells me that he's putting a huge amount of faith in me, so I'm not going to turn my back on an opportunity like that with Jamie Davis. If anybody can do it, it's Ken Lovelace.
Next time on Highway Through Hell, closure in the canyon.
There's 2 trucks banged up down here.
Wow. This is not an easy task.
Forces Geordie's crew.
We want to clear this traffic on this side.
To pull an all-nighter. Team Green.
Think of a giant ostrich egg.
Juggles an odd job. And Jamie's top man.
There will be words exchanged over this.
Cleans house. This time, on the season finale of Highway Through Hell, a logging truck
It's winking at me,
700 feet down
saying, come get me.
becomes Al's steepest mountain recovery. A fiery crash has heavy rescue
Keep going.
battling to clear the canyon. And as winter wraps, Jamie cranks it up for next season. On the Highway Through Hell, the last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
How's Coquihalla?
In Hope, British Columbia,
I just come down. It's beautiful.
the Cascade Mountain peaks emerge from the snowpack.
You got a good ride all the way up, mate? Nice dry road.
It's a relief for drivers after months of winter. 80 miles north of Hope,
Someone said a cup went off the mountain.
Al Quiring
The guy with the green record.
and Gord Boyd climb a mountain road to their next job.
We're heading up to go and recover a logging truck and trailer that's gone over the steep cliff and with a load of logs.
It's a tough country. 10 feet off the road, can sometimes mean 300, 400 feet down.
This isn't the first time the Quiring family has gone to battle on these high switchbacks. Nearly 50 years ago, Al's grandfather tackled a logging truck in the same mountain pass.
I guess it spawned a little fire in my heart, and I had to have a logging truck myself. My grandpa had quite a legacy in heavy towing. I don't want to let my family down.
The risk factor, I'd say 9.5 out of 10. The terrain is very, very steep and very rocky. Hopefully it'll be a safe day.
Long ways down. Oh boy. This is gonna be one for the books.
The driver was standing outside the logging truck when the parking brakes failed and the rig began to roll. It plunged over the cliff. Tumbling to a stop 700 feet below.
This is the biggest job of my career for going down the bank. Every towman wants to catch a big fish, and this is a whopper.
Al's brought in a team of rock scalers.
These guys are our level 1 first aid.
To help with the high-angle recovery.
Some of the biggest dangers, obviously, is the falling debris, which could include falling wreckers. Nobody below anything when we're pulling. Okay?
Sounds good.
Let the games begin.
The logging truck is so far down.
We're beyond the reach of our winch lines.
Alan Gord.
We're gonna be doing some high line fishing.
Need to shackle every inch of extra cable together.
Gordy's gonna be the main prime puller.
To try and link Gord's truck to the wreck.
We'll use all of this and then some.
Hopefully we got enough. We're not gonna know till we start hooking stuff together. You guys can go ahead.
Okay.
Probably better to the left a little bit.
The scalers start the 700-foot descent.
I think it drops off on us here pretty good.
While up top, Gord stands by to winch.
I'm not stupid. I'm not going down a 700-foot cliff. That's just not happening.
You can see the blinker, it's winking at me, saying, come get me.
But the only person Al trusts with the rigging
It's coming down.
is Al himself.
I want to be the guy at the end of that winch line that's attached it.
Watch yourself.
And the only way to do that is boots on the ground and down the hill.
Al is a special kind of crazy. We've already got all the chokers over the bank.
As the cables snake down the slope.
We're now running on my winch line.
Through the path of lost logs. It's another hazard for Al and his crew below.
They're 4,000-pound missiles on a sheer cliff. You're in a real danger zone.
Look out below.
Can you hear Al? I can't hear anything. Hey, we can't hear him either. He's yelling something.
Darwin! Log! Log!
"30 miles south.
Yeah, big accident.
In the Fraser Canyon.
It's a complete no-go. Everything being turned around.
Scott Bird is on his way to an urgent call on Highway 1.
We will see what we got when we get there. always a surprise, like Christmas morning every time the phone rings.
I brought Scott back because I needed to know that I had a guy who was solid, he could get the job done. He'll do it. I can rely on that.
What's going on here? The tires ain't moving, or?
Oh. It's right upside down.
A roll-off truck hauling empty bins lay in pieces. The rig lost control, hit a power pole, then broke apart and caught on fire. Another trucker, still on scene, pulled the driver from the wreck.
And he was still in the cab with the flames going. And then I got him out.
He didn't think about the hazards of going in to rescue him. It's just human nature to run in and do it, but he probably saved his life.
Lucky. How did you say that guy was left?
The wreck is too much for Scott alone.
Everything is all detached all over the place.
Not open yet. I'm sitting here.
In hope, company boss Jamie Davis leaves his yard to help Scott get the highway open.
The canyon's shut right down. So the quicker we get it done, the better it is. I'm just happy to get out of the office. I'll have a good day no matter what happens.
It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, she's the waiting game.
On a forest road 30 miles north.
Darwin! Can you hear Al?
A load of logs scattered on a slope.
Darwin! Hey, we can't hear him either. He's yelling something.
Log! Log!
Threaten Al's team. 700 feet below.
That's the part that was really scary to me. You don't want to have it, somebody get pinned or thumped.
The runaway log is a reminder.
We're almost there.
Al needs to work fast and get everyone out of the line of fire. When he reaches the wreck,
This guy's gonna get towed away.
Al decides the trailer will be first up the bank. And he has just enough line to do it.
When it went off the edge, somehow this trailer must have pole vaulted and landed down.
The trailer is pinned down by logs.
We'll cut that log that you're holding into smaller pieces.
And Al uses his chop saw on the trailer's metal frame.
That should be enough.
Now he's crossing his fingers. The trailer won't get hung up on anything.
We'll get up over on this side here.
As it's pulled up to the road.
Back up, boys.
If it doesn't want to clay nice and come out in pieces, then we're going to be in for a real pull. So hopefully just the trailer's going to break out.
Spades down, boom up.
Talk to me. How do we down there?
We're just starting to break it apart here now.
Pulled the trailer apart and the truck moved a little bit.
Come on, sweetheart.
And somehow underneath,
Looked like smoke, didn't it?
the battery box was shorting out.
Yeah, we got a fire going here. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we got a fire. We need a fire extinguisher down here.
On a mountain road north of Hope, BC.
Looked like it blew smoke, didn't it? Yeah, we got a fire.
A logging truck has caught fire.
Tell them we need a fire extinguisher down here.
During Al's extreme recovery.
We got water? No. Tell them to hurry.
No one was on board when the truck's brakes failed, and it plunged into the chasm.
700 feet down this god-awful cliff. Unfortunately, the fire extinguisher was up the bank.
It's getting a lot bigger.
Talk to me, what's going on down there?
ETA on a fire extinguisher. We're getting pretty big flames here.
Fire extinguisher's on the way down.
The fire's burning within proximity of 300 gallons of diesel fuel.
We throw some gravel in there. Yeah.
We had the bucket brigade going to get some sand on it. It's our best hope.
When the extinguisher finally arrives at the wreck, the sand and gravel has the fire nearly out.
What about back here?
Yeah, I think we got it out.
Okay.
We were very lucky. Next time I'll make sure to check that list off before we go down the hill.
Okay, let's clear out here.
Now Gord will try once again to winch the trailer up the 700-foot slope.
You've got trees, you've got rocks, you've got logs.
Okay, pull her up there, Gordon.
I'm relying on Al over the radio.
Yeah, keep going. You're good.
To tell me when to pull and when to stop.
It's just busting loose here.
You're literally working blind.
It's just a tire. Keep going.
Okay.
Watch out. Back up, boys.
The slightest tug from down below, you can feel it.
Okay, keep going.
But you can only feel so much.
We're just stationary. Back off on it a little bit.
I am standing by.
Okay, don't do anything.
Okay.
The trailer is hung up and refuses to flop onto its wheels.
It's gonna roll. It's a lot easier on its tires.
Get a timber 8 feet and just kind of lay it against into the top bunk.
But Al comes up with a plan.
We gotta prop a log up against the trailer so we can pole vault it onto its wheels.
Okay.
Get a log lodged in there that it can pivot on.
And bring her around over here. Yeah, right there. Oh.
An old-fashioned pole vault.
Hopefully it'll spring onto its wheels. Rip that baby right out of there.
Okay, Gord, tickle it up.
She's starting to tighten up.
Yeah, we're moving.
And then all of a sudden, bang. It sprung.
That's nice. That is nice.
Flipped onto its wheels. Pretty awesome.
We're 10 forward, Gord. Take her home.
Alrighty.
The log trailer will now make the slow and steady climb.
Pull on her some more.
See the light at the end of the tunnel.
As Al returns to the top,
Don't stop until you're on the slope there.
the trailer finally reaches the road.
Sometimes a good chunk of jack pine is all you need to solve your problems.
He's on the road.
But down below, the tractor may be too heavy to drag up the mountain.
Gordy's gonna clear the scene, and then we're gonna rig for the truck. It's gonna be a little bit more extravagant.
What's the hold up here?
In the Fraser Canyon,
Road's closed, that yell.
Jamie arrives at the crash site on Highway 1.
They're lined up pretty good, eh?
Wow.
A crashed bin truck and trailer have kept the Canyon Highway closed for the last 3 hours.
Quite the deal. We've got this truck totally wiped out, facing the wrong way, and it's on its side. This is a major crash.
Earlier today, the truck hit a power pole and broke apart. The driver was rescued from the flaming cab. Scott was first on site.
What's going on, buddy?
With the power lines out of the way, Jamie and Scott will team up to clear the multi-piece wreck.
Okay, I'm gonna go past the wreck, turn around, I'll do the back end. You can do the front end, just put a line on it, low pull.
This winter, Scott's been Jamie's steady hand and most trusted operator.
Scott and I, we're a team. We're gonna make it happen.
With Jamie winching from his classic 16-ton Army truck, and Scott using one of Jamie's top-of-the-line 50-ton wreckers, they'll work together to flip the tractor.
You ready, Jim?
Pretty smashed up, that cab. I'm worried about this hood. It's so damaged, it's like a piece of fiberglass in a slingshot and letting it go. Okay. When you flip that truck over and it comes crashing down, you never know what parts are gonna fly off it.
Anybody know if Highway 1 still closed there?
On the Fraser Canyon Highway, near Saddle Rock Tunnel,
Yeah, it'll be closed for quite a while.
Jamie and Scott
Ready, Jim?
work fast to reopen the Trans-Canada Highway.
Let's go right through there.
Make it go a little bit long, though.
They have to flip a heavily damaged tractor.
I'm worried about this hood. It's like a piece of fiberglass in a slingshot and letting it go. It could end up flying apart and hurt somebody.
It's gonna happen right in a second. You're gonna have the glory, Jim. Take her away. Smash.
But when she hit hard. The hood held on. That's great. Let's get this wreck out of here.
As Scott moves the tractor down the road,
We're gonna put this container over next.
Jamie sets his sights on a piece of the wreck still blocking the highway.
Run the other one up, and we'll drag it across.
A 2,000-pound cargo bin.
Priority one is get the road open.
Oh, yeah. Oh, baby.
It looks like they could be opening Highway 1. Beautiful.
Jamie's old-school wrecker drags the steel bin out of the way.
The Army truck is a nice old machine and does the job.
We're gonna open alternating.
5 hours after the driver was pulled from the crash,
Okay, bud, drive safe and be careful there.
Yeah, you betcha.
the trucker who rescued him is first down the Canyon Highway.
He's the hero here. He saved his life.
And traffic's a-moving. Jamie, David, thank you.
With the highway cleared,
There you go.
Scott and Gord will tow the tractor back to Hope,
We'll worry about that other stuff later.
then come back and deal with what's left in the ditch.
There's a chance we could get it out of there. Let's have a look at it.
But Jamie has other ideas.
If I wanted to be a real show-off, I'd get that thing out of the ditch before he got back.
The boss is tempted to tackle the flipped trailer by himself.
That's a big, big recovery. Oh, I might just throw a line on it for fun, see if we can do it before Scotty gets back. I'm kind of being a little bit of a bugger, and I'm going to steal the glory just to give him a little hard time. No matter what happens, it has to come over.
Jamie is gambling his old army truck will come through one more time.
A bit of a pull here. It's a little more than I should be doing. That thing's jammed in there.
To the north.
It's a long way down.
Al and Gord brace themselves for the next piece of the logging truck. 700 feet below.
That canyon just keeps going down into like Sasquatch country.
This is probably the toughest job we will ever do.
It's a long ways down into those trees. So you gotta watch your step.
At the crash site, the truck's tractor is still weighed down by massive logs.
The truck was probably 30,000, 35,000 pounds.
Let's give her a cut and let's get pulling.
Al's crew carves away at the timber.
I'll make this go in there a little bit further.
To give Gord's wrecker a chance up top.
How you guys making out down there?
We're all clear at the bottom here. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, start the bolt.
It's about to get heavy.
Truck whisper to it.
Woo, doggy!
Yeah, keep pulling.
But 700 feet up.
Got my nose coming up.
Gord's 50-ton wrecker is maxed out.
I'm putting 100,000 pounds of pull to that thing.
Oh, are you pulling? Pull. I'm pulling.
It is not coming.
The last thing you want to see is this great big green thing tumbling down on top of you.
Cable snapping around him.
There's something we gotta do.
On a mountain road,
Got my nose coming up.
Gord Boyd is in a losing battle with 30,000 pounds of mangled truck.
I'm putting 100,000 pounds of pull to that thing.
Oh, are you pulling? I'm pulling.
It is not coming.
Al Quiring is 700 feet below beside the wreck.
It was just Gordy hooked to it. This truck was starting to lift.
I think we're gonna need help on this one.
He needed more power
Yeah, I'm gonna start heading back up the hill.
to get it to pop out.
Al has to add his record to the fight. Using his side puller and back winch, Al will add an extra 50 tons of pulling power to help Gord winch the tractor up the 60-degree slope.
Wind up with bolt cord.
With Al and Gord working together,
Yeah, you're picking the frame up now.
the wreck finally starts to roll. But it has to get past hundreds of feet of logs and trees.
Can we just keep pulling or what?
Sure, you might get tight on you though.
The weight of our two wreckers far outweigh that truck.
She's not coming up quick, but she's coming up.
The more we pulled up the hill, the lighter it got. Just kept shredding to pieces.
On the frame, I think he's going.
Copy.
But as the tractor inches up the bank,
Still a ways down there.
Al's goal to be out before dark is slipping away.
You don't want to be working in the dark. Hopefully we get this thing out of here before nightfall.
On the Fraser Canyon Highway, Jamie and his army truck try to flip a 14,000-pound trailer and cargo bin. Scott's at the yard, dropping off the tractor. So the boss attempts the recovery alone.
A bit of a pull here.
Wow.
Jamie and his old school wrecker
So that's halfway home.
get it done.
Scooping Scotty is as much fun as an old guy can have.
But the boss knows when to call it quits.
I don't think we should try to do any more with this because I just know better, you know? You just know. And I really enjoyed getting out of the office today. I like this old army truck, just plain and simple. I'm out of here.
Heading back to flip the trailer,
When I get back up there, we're gonna finish it off.
Scott's in for a surprise.
Well, they flipped my trailer over, the rotten son of a gun.
He beat you on another one, Scott.
That bastard.
He'd rather be in the ditch, swimming in diesel and mud just like I would, right? That's all right by me because I know that as he's doing that, he's got a good laugh going on.
This thing should be pretty fun to tow.
It's ugly.
Scott and Gord mop up the last piece of the wreck.
Love it when a plan comes together. We're just gonna chain her down and get the hell out of here. Hopefully Jamie's got that fire cooking.
Scotty's done this a long time. He understands the game and he plays it well.
What is it? Every time I leave, I
It's a
come
game.
back and you got my trailer
It's a
split.
game. It's a game.
It's getting to be like the old days again,
Flip it over and leave it to
After
you on the
you,
side of
Jim.
the...
and I'm starting to have fun.
Oh, after you.
In the hills north of Hope,
Let us back it off here a bit.
Al's deadline on the logging truck wreck has come and gone.
We're out of light.
Pull up on it.
But with the tractor still crawling up the bank, Al and Gord press on.
One of the golden rules is be out of danger before nightfall. All kinds of things to be worried about.
There it is.
Okay, let's go, Gordy. Give her both there, Gord.
As the tractor climbs the steepest section,
Easy, easy.
the risk goes up.
We're pulling off the side of the truck, getting off the end of the boom, so I'm kind of in a very dangerous spot. You don't want to have a cable snap back.
Whoa, Gord, whoa!
On the side of a 700-foot slope,
There it is. Nice. Come to Papa.
Al and Gord fight to pull the final piece of the logging truck up to the road.
Tow trucks at the top are starting to really load up.
Move up with it, Gord.
Just like the video game when you're blasting away at that big giant, you see him starting to wobble.
Whoa, Gord, whoa!
That's good. Good, good. A couple more good punches, and you're on your way.
Well, no wonder it was so heavy. It still had logs on it. That was a tough one.
We came to the party and we conquered it. And that was the best part.
Mission accomplished.
47 years after Al's grandfather recovered a wreck in the same rugged country.
One like my grandpa did, but a little bit bigger. So.
It's another historic moment for Quiring Towing.
What a ride that must have been. Hopefully, this job would make my grandpa proud. The only guys that can pull it out is Quirings. But this winter, we've had a few for the record books. Way more weight, way larger objects, way bigger challenges.
That's a big-ass truck.
If you don't push yourself, you're never going to find out how good you are.
Wind her up. We're gonna rip this tractor out of here.
He does not accept defeat on any job.
Whatever the call is, we handle it. She's out of there. I told you we got her. Very high risk here. Very high risk. There are critical times when decisions have to be made.
Take your brakes off your trailer!
Ben Gordy, he can handle that.
Here we go, once more into the breach.
We're given a responsibility. Do whatever it takes to keep the highway open. We take that responsibility very seriously.
As the last days of winter melt away,
Oh, the Coke is beautiful, man.
an unexpected call has Mission Towing's Nick DePerrin heading up Highway 5.
It might be nice and sunny, but the temperature in the air is still a little bit cold, which causes black ice and slippery sections on the highway.
There's an accident up at the top of the Coke.
We received a call that they have a jackknife tractor trailer. Whoa. Ay, ay, ay.
The rig hit a patch of black ice, jackknifed, and clipped a power pole.
The driver's very lucky the lines didn't come down on top of his truck. Oh, I've got the pole there. Yikes. Is that axle ripped right out of it? Holy. The pole ripped the front axle out of this thing, so it's not gonna be an easy hook up and go. We want to clear the highway as quickly as possible.
To get the wreck off the road, Nick's called in heavy operator Neil Wakefield.
Wow. Here, the front axle is ripped right out of it.
Oh. This one, the whole front end is torn apart, so it's an ugly one.
Nick and Neil will pull on opposite ends of the wreck.
Because this thing's jackknifed, we can't just hook onto the front of it and tow it away. We're gonna have to straighten this thing out. He's gonna start pulling, Neil.
Hopefully it comes without too much trouble,
Ready?
because it's stuck in there pretty good.
Beautiful, Neil.
Beautiful.
We've got this thing chained up. 2 minutes! And it's time to get it off the highway.
In less than 30 minutes, Nick and his crew have the lane open.
Yeah!
So how's the Coke, boys? Perfect, both ways.
Two hours later, Back at the mission yard, Nick checks in with the man who pulled him back into the world of heavy rescue.
What's up, dude?
What's happening, brother?
Oh, you know.
Big brother Jordy.
It's great to have Nick back because it's pressure off of my shoulders.
This year, mission towing suffered a terrible blow.
The devastating fire completely burnt our whole business down.
Dealing with the aftermath of the fire has been, it's hard.
But the family business persevered.
Knowing that there was going to be a lot of rebuilding and a lot of work to do, I came back to help my brother. This season, we did get thrown pretty much everything. No two recoveries were the same. We had jobs out of the ordinary.
Wow. Okay. Whoa, stop.
There's a lot of weather involved.
You get everybody clear?
Serious, devastating accidents.
That's crazy.
We muscled through everything that was thrown our way.
Right here.
We have a very good team.
Yeah, let's go.
And a good team standing with you is the recipe for success.
Bada bing, bada boom, bada bang. That's right.
My brother and I are 100% on our A game to move forward, to rebuild this, and it's a whole new chapter in life.
The sky's the limit, and we're excited to see what's next. Now, knowing what we're up against, we're able to put this together how we want it.
Bigger, better, stronger.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
With winter winding down, Jamie is also taking stock.
Looking back over the past months, feels like things are happening, things are getting better. So I don't come into work hating coming to work. Since we shrunk things down, it's just better. I'm sleeping at night again, I'm happy again. No nonsense, way better, way better. As long as I can get Mighty Mo on the road and show you how to do the hill.
Oh.
Okay, I better go do my stuff.
But Jamie won't be satisfied this season until his final project is complete.
Today we're gonna go pick up Mighty Mo, and I'm really excited to drive it home and do the finishing touches.
For Jamie, getting Mighty Mo back on the road will mean bringing history back to life.
It's my truck, paid for, it's all period correct. It was kind of the rotator of the day, an 850 Homes. That old truck is gonna go out and do the same job if you know what you're doing. And to be able to drive that around this winter is gonna be just fabulous. It's a big day for me to be able to go in and pick this truck up. Oh, it's beautiful. This is a beautiful work of art. Hey, Kelly.
What's going on?
Well, I got the parts for this.
Yeah, did you get those cones?
Yep, I got them.
Okay, good.
A lot of love and energy went into this thing to make it the way it is. Okay, partner, I'll go get some fuel and hopefully I make it back. I hope I don't have to get towed home. It's a big day for me to be able to go in and pick this truck up. Oh, it's beautiful. I'll go get some fuel and hopefully I make it back. I hope I don't have to get towed home. Yeah. First time in 12 years this truck's been on the road. In grade 6, one of these big 850s drove by me, and I knew at that point I was going to be a big wrecker guy. It's old school, and so am I. Now, if that ain't a hot rod, I don't know what is. So, man, that thing is cool. This is a cool honking truck. Ah! Gives me my mojo back.
It's a moment of triumph after a challenging season for Jamie Davis.
A few years ago, we went to Alberta, and it seemed like the sky was the limit. We were adding trucks, hiring guys, and growing at an out-of-control pace. I could have never predicted that things would start to collapse and the oil field would be almost shut down.
Jamie's strategy to downsize began with selling his prized rotator.
Good luck with it. It's going to be a great truck for you.
Then,
been cleaning up and organizing.
Retooling his operation in BC. Jamie also took a chance and hired back a heavy rescue veteran.
I brought Scott back because I needed quality.
Now we're cooking the bacon fat, son.
His personality is, you know, rough around the edges.
Before you do anything, check with the scene coordinator.
But you go to do battle, you need to know you got a warrior by your side.
Stars, buddy.
You're my hero this week. And he was kind of the glue to the team.
Pull, little Mumbo, pull!
He's been a real pillar this season.
Yeah, showing you how it's done, son. Showing you how it's done.
Jamie's got his whole fleet up here.
But this winter, Jamie had to say goodbye to a key member of his team.
I got a position with another company.
Wow. Colin, he's a self-contained towing army.
Decent, Johnny, decent. Well, we're just gonna put the sunroof back on.
I miss him because he was a very good worker and he did the job.
Just another day at the tow yard.
With Colin's departure, Jamie's Alberta operation soon followed.
Bottom line is, you can only lose for so long. I think what it did, though, is it taught me that less is more.
Rebuilding for the future, back in hope, life for Jamie has come full circle.
Oh my God.
Let's try. Look, see that? First time ever, and I'm doing wheelies.
Daddy, Daddy, you're home.
Mo's home.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's home. I can't wait to take Mighty Mo out next winter and do some recoveries in the snow. I don't know what next winter's gonna bring for us, but we've got the crew, we've got the gear, and we're ready for whatever's gonna come our way. This is gonna be cool. Bring it on, I'm here.
This time on Highway Through Hell.
Number 3 is pretty bad.
Jamie's top dog
But this will be the epic wreck of the year.
gets more than he bargained for.
We're right on the verge of tipping the thing over.
It's a serious load.
A colossal convoy
That's pretty badass.
trapped on the mountain
Here goes nothing.
tests a heavy rescue rookie.
Ready?
And
Go ahead.
mission towing
I'm not convinced it's gonna work.
tackles a river monster. On the Highway Through Hell, the last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
coming up on top?
Well, it's letting you know that spring's not here quite yet.
A spring storm has hit the mountains near Hope, British Columbia.
Anybody know what's going on with Highway 3? Probably a couple inches, but it's snowing all the way across the Sunday Summit.
Jamie Davis towing.
At 10 p.m., Scott Bird gets the call.
Well, I was gonna go up to Coke and do some work up there, but I just got rerouted up Highway 3.
Scott's dispatched in the biggest heavy wrecker in Jamie's fleet, HR 117.
So number 3 is pretty bad?
Instead of climbing the Coke, Scott turns east onto Highway 3.
There's a truck in the ditch. Yeah, watch yourself up there.
A customer of ours called, and one of their units is spun out up by Sunday Summit.
Sunday Summit is the second highest point of elevation on the southern route, with 1,000-foot drop-offs beside the narrow road.
It's skinny, it's windy, it's up, it's down. You gotta be on your game to play on this road.
Highway 3 is not to be forgotten about. It has all the dangers of the Coquihalla and more.
An hour into the drive,
there's our guy.
Scott gets his first look at the job. A Super B loaded with lumber that has slid off the road.
I think it'll be a pretty easy job.
It's a pull-up. I've done thousands of them. Get my line out, pull the guy up, kick him free.
But the truck's driver knows it's worse than it looks.
The road listed that way, and I just started sliding over into the ditch.
The B-Train's tractor and its 2 trailers are leaning hard to one side.
Truck's running and everything okay? Yeah. Okay, I'll pull some line out and we'll get this done. We'll be doing about a 140,000-pound pull. By myself, I'll get her done.
I can go to anything and deal with anything.
Once that cable's tight, release your brakes. If you start going backwards, go back onto the brakes. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, watch yourself up there. You're gonna come up on a tow truck trying to pull a lumber truck out of the ditch.
The highway is still open.
I'm gonna try and see if he's gonna come out easy.
Scott gets to work pulling on the front of the 60-ton Super B.
Come on.
But it's a struggle to get the tractor back onto the road.
Come on.
The fully loaded trailer refuses to budge.
Gravity is my biggest enemy right now.
Scott will have to try another approach to get the heavy trailers to move.
I have no choice. I have to have the whole highway shut down.
I need you and Robert up here flagging. Fast.
It was supposed to be a quick and easy job, but Jamie's top operator is hardly panicking.
But this will be the epic wreck of the year, where I pull a loaded Super B out by myself and he drives away. That's the way it's gonna happen.
With Scott tied up on Highway 3,
There's something blocking the snow shed.
Jamie sends his newest driver up the Coke.
I just got a call to head out for a spun out 13-axle truck up on the smash. We're gonna go up there and give him a tug up the hill.
Mike's gonna take a shot at this job. He's new here, but I'm confident he can get it done.
Mike's behind the wheel of one of Jamie's smallest heavy wreckers, HR 66. As he arrives at the snow shed,
That's pretty badass.
The job takes on a whole new dimension.
The first thing I see is the back end of this big, huge trailer.
Up ahead,
Yeah, there's a bunch of big loads stuck up there.
Mike discovers
3.
there's more than one super load in the convoy.
Sorry. Sucks to be you.
2 more oversized loads hauling oil field equipment are stuck.
These are massive, massive heavy loads. Each one of these things weighs about 240,000 pounds.
The 3 enormous units were no match for the steepest section of the cove.
Once you start climbing, your weight starts going to the back. And when it starts going to the back, you start losing traction, eh? And all of a sudden, wham, bam.
The convoy's lead driver needs the oversized loads up the hill tonight.
These oversized loads run under permit, and they only have a certain window that they can travel during a 24-hour period. And if they don't get through, it could cost a lot of money.
These trucks are 13-axle tractor trailers that weigh about 5 times as much as a regular tractor trailer load.
The rookie driver and his 25-ton wrecker won't stand a chance without chains.
When something's blocking the highway, the pressure's on you to get these chains on in a hurry.
Hold on a second.
It's a little bit of a fight to get them stuffed in there, but I'm flexible. I fit in here. I'm gonna get this done.
Done. I'm gonna be in first at first.
Okay.
And
I won't shift. We'll just crawl it up.
We'll crawl her to the top and hopefully we make her, right?
That's right, sir.
Okay.
Hope nothing breaks.
Chained up, Mike starts moving the first super load. Crawling up the Smasher's 8.5% incline.
I'm watching on my mirror, making sure that my winch line's tight. I'm staying in the same path as the truck. Every moment that we got these heavy loads blocking the road is potential for a bad accident and there's potential for lost freight time.
Mike gets the first $250,000 load to the top of the hill.
That's a little weighty. Yeah.
Back down the road, 2 more wide loads remain stranded.
All right, so you go down and get the other guy. Okay, white truck's in the barn.
Sweet.
The convoy's permit is set to expire in an hour, so Mike heads down the cove.
Tow truck backing down the granny lane of the Smasher.
The fastest way he can, in reverse.
It's super hard to see out your mirrors, and especially when you got headlights coming at you.
Gotta be careful, driver.
Across the mountains on Highway 3. What was supposed to be a simple recovery is turning into a problem for Scott.
Damn it.
The recovery veteran has struggled to winch the heavy B train out from the front.
Okay.
Scott's called in flaggers Robert and Loretta to shut down the highway.
You have to slow down to come around that curve, right? So I'll let you know when I get down there.
Closing the highway will give Scott room to pull from the side.
Narrow truck's coming up and then Scotty's coming out.
Be stopping all traffic.
It's not a pull-up. It's a pull-out. It makes a whole big difference to what I'm going to be doing here.
Scott rigs 2 double lines to the lead trailer to work the lumber truck back onto the road.
There's not a mark on this truck or trailer anywhere. The load's perfectly intact. So now the pressure's really on.
With more than half the B train out of the ditch, Scott re-rigs for another attempt at pulling from the front.
I'm really confident I can get this job done.
This will be the final pull.
I'm thinking it's just gonna be a walk in the park.
But the rear trailer
Steer it! Steer!
is putting up a fight.
I noticed the back trailer is starting to tip over.
100,000 pounds of lumber threatens to spill.
If the back trailer goes over, it's gonna take the front trailer and it's gonna take the truck over. And if I'm the guy that flips that thing over, I'm gonna be kicking rocks down the road looking for a new job.
Okay, guys, road is going one direction.
On Highway 3, east of Hope,
Steer it! Steer!
Scott Bird struggles with a loaded lumber truck. Threatening to topple onto its side.
Damn it.
Weighing more than 100,000 pounds, the tilted B train went off the road.
Unfortunately, we're right on the verge of tipping the thing over. Sometimes they look easy and they're not quite as easy as they look. And it's right at a very crucial point right now that if I do the wrong thing, I'm gonna have a big problem.
Working with only one truck, Scott repositions to try and break the back of the B train free.
We have to immediately address that back trailer. It has to come out sideways. With a truck and a set of trailers and a load, it's nothing for $400,000 to be sitting there. So I don't want to screw it up.
Just made a thing into a good thing. Now we'll go do this midsection.
I'm gonna put it back on the road without a mark on it. That's the way it's gotta be done.
Finally, both fully loaded trailers are back onto the road.
Hey, I have another problem.
But at the front of the rig,
So it won't start.
It won't start?
Nope.
all the fuel has shifted into one of the tractor's two tanks.
All of his fuel's gone down to the downside tank.
The driver can't start the truck.
She ain't gonna run. Now I have one more situation I gotta deal with before he can drive away.
Okay, I gotta try and pull start this fella here.
Okay, drivers, Scotty's almost got him out. Not much longer.
Excellent. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, let the clutch down. Let's try and jump start it now.
If the clutch start works, the driver should be able to get on his way.
Give me a thumbs up if it's running. stuff here and we'll cut you loose.
We're ready to let your traffic go.
Good job.
Okay, bud. Take care.
Okay, man. Going for the road.
It was a little bit of a grunt, but we got her done.
You can buy all the big wreckers you want. You need the talent to run it. And Scott has that.
Pride is everything. Do it right.
Feeling good. Truck's out of the ditch. Customer's happy. That is a beautiful thing.
Back on the coke.
Tow truck's backing down the granny lane of the Smasher.
After getting an oversized load to the top of the Smasher, Mike Reynolds backs down to try and get the rest of the massive convoy moving.
It's a little intense backing down the hill, especially when it's your first time.
Backed all the way down the Smasher. The top to the bottom.
But as Jamie's rookie rolls up to the second wide load, another tow truck is already hooked up.
Tri-Drive here is having a little bit of trouble with their load pulling up.
The wrecker struggles to haul the 240,000-pound unit up the steepest stretch of the coke.
These oversized loads, they got a time restriction on their permits.
Yeah, I got one triple on.
You gotta get this thing figured out pretty quick here. Sitting here doing nothing ain't gonna get the road open.
To get the oversized load moving, Mike's front bumper is connected to the back end of the 100-foot-long train.
And I'm gonna act as a push truck and help push them up while the other tow truck pulls them up.
It's got to be in there far enough, eh? This is a long one, eh? It's probably bottomed out.
Never got to be a push truck before.
So just first gearing it? Yeah. All ready back here?
Ready to move.
Even with Mike pushing and the other truck pulling, the load won't move.
Tires are smoking away to pieces. Truck's jumping all over the place. This is being super hard on my truck.
I'm just burning my tires and chains off back here, man.
Not very good.
I'm just burning my tires and chains off back here, man.
On the steepest section of the coke, another oversized load is too much for Jamie's junior operator.
Tires are smoking away to pieces. Truck's jumping all over the place.
With Mike pushing at the back and another truck pulling up front, the 250,000-pound unit won't budge.
This is silly. We gotta figure something else out.
Closer inspection reveals the load's tractor has a broken axle.
He weighs so much, we need the extra help from this tractor. When his tires don't roll, it ain't helping us at all. This second guy's needing a tow job now.
The damaged cab is towed away.
They're gonna take the tractor off the first unit that I pulled up the hill and bring him down here and hook him up.
Leaving Mike and the convoy's lead driver to take on the 240,000-pound load.
It weighs over 4 times as much as HR66 does.
I'm gonna put it in bull low and 90 under. Start under this, I just got bull low. Okay.
Wait on carbs and lost. So here we are. All right, buddy, I'm gonna ease off on the brake and then we're gonna start going.
I'm in bull low, brakes off, ready to go.
Bull Low is the lowest gear Mike has in HR66.
This is just me pushing now. With no tow truck up at the front.
It's really, really tough to get traction, and it's really easy to spin my tires. It's a little bit of a chewy fight, but we're gonna deal with it and get this job done.
Stay in the hammer lane right to the top, guys. They're towing a tractor up the hill here. Nearly exploded. Okay there, Mike, we're gonna slow it right down and then we'll come to a stop there, okay?
It's the second heavyweight load of the 3-part convoy.
I'm in neutral.
Mike's helped up the Smasher tonight.
A little bit of teamwork.
But there's still one more unit to rescue. A third rig spun out in the fast lane south of the snow shed.
Backing down the Smasher.
We got big truck a minute trying to get up this road. I mean, we got to get in here and get this thing cleared up fast. Just got to get through this last one.
There goes nothing.
We gotta go right because we're gonna have all those trucks behind us spinning out.
With more than 100 feet of oil field equipment in his rearview mirror, Mike crawls through the shed towards the finish line.
We're almost done. We're almost out of here.
Gotta earn my stripes here. This might be in the top heavy load department.
The mechanic turned heavy rescue man as the last piece of the convoy to the top of the coke. No small feat for the junior operator.
We hauled up about 720,000 pounds of iron tonight. Maybe I set a record.
You get thrown into these jobs to learn it by the seat of your pants. This is what you got to do. You got to try these things and you get better at them.
Good luck to you guys.
Done and done.
Mike pulled off a huge night, and I think he holds the record for the heaviest load pulled up the coke. Yeah, you got to be a warrior to do that hill, man. It's not for the faint of heart, right?
No, that's right.
But good job, though. That's really good.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, all right, I got to get back to my paperwork, buddy.
The next morning in the Fraser Valley, Mission Towing has just been dispatched to a different kind of heavy rescue.
We're heading out to a mill that's been torn down.
Jordy DePerrin and a 30-ton wrecker are heading down to the docks of the Fraser River.
A customer called us stating they had a piece that was in the river. You're walking into this job blind and you don't know what you're really getting into.
Oh, this is a mess. Wow.
Underneath the water, a 40,000-pound log conveyor is anchored in the deep mud. For decades, lumber mills have relied on the machines to move logs up from the river. When the mill on this site was being demolished,
This has got to be 30 feet deep here.
the log conveyor collapsed into the river.
This thing's big. I mean, this is a big, heavy piece of machinery.
The 40-foot-long hunk of metal has Jordy and his brother Nick wading into uncharted waters.
This conveyor is buried in river mud. It's heavy, so it's sunk down into that mud pretty hard. Very different than pulling a vehicle out of a ditch.
I've been doing this job a long time, and this is the first log conveyor I've ever been faced with.
With so much of the conveyor buried in the mud, the crew can only rig to its top side.
You always want to hook underneath so it lifts it as you're pulling at the same time. In this certain situation, we have no choice but to do this.
Winch in, boom down, boom up.
Operator Dylan Greenwood starts the pull.
He didn't budge it.
It's dead stopping Dylan's wrecker and lifting the front tires off the ground. We're watching for any sign of this thing moving at all, and it's not budging one little bit.
The conveyor is suctioned so badly to the river bottom. Dylan's 30-ton wrecker is not enough.
We're gonna need more muscle.
Yeah. We can't get a good lift on it.
Jordy and Nick roll in some extra iron for the job. A 30-ton excavator.
You get you to bring your boom down?
The excavator can lift a lot higher than the tow trucks can.
This is definitely one of those jobs where we make it up as we go. Hook onto this thing and give it our best.
Okay, ready? Go ahead. All right, there we go, there we go.
The excavator's high-angle lifting power.
Keep going, brother.
Raises hopes.
And it's starting to move. We're very happy about it.
We're working with him to lift and pull at the same time to get it up here.
We're taking half the ground with us.
But as the 40,000-pound relic finally starts to rise,
He's pulling a boat anchor out, eh?
it begins to plow up another obstacle.
The resistance that we're trying to overcome is overcoming us right now.
We're gambling right now with this one.
Dylan! Dylan! Stop, stop. No, 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 no!
In the valley, on the banks of the Fraser River,
load it up.
Mission Towing tries to pry 40,000 pounds of dead weight out of the mud.
This thing's just a big hunk of metal. It doesn't have any wheels on it. It's not gonna roll. It's gonna fight us the entire way.
As it finally starts to move, the log conveyor builds a wall of mud, pushing the limits of an excavator and a 30-ton wrecker.
Dylan! Dylan! Stop, stop. No, 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 no!
Sinking in down here.
We're not moving this. This recovery is defeating us.
Jordy and Nick need more muscle. Mission Towing's 35-ton wrecker and driver Neil Wakefield.
Jordy gave me a call and told me to meet him. They couldn't move it any further. Got there as quick as I could.
Neil has spent years customizing Mission's eye-catching wrecker, Truck 70.
That truck is my whole world. I am constantly working on it, painting it, rewiring it, polishing it. It's my baby.
He's even poured thousands of dollars of his own money into its chrome and gleam.
I don't have any other bad habits. I don't smoke or drink, so what am I going to spend money on?
Now Neil and the 35-ton wrecker will try to turn the tide on the riverside recovery.
Welcome to the party, Neil.
How long is this thing? See where the ropes are?
Yeah.
Okay, they're probably 30 feet past that.
It's not very often we catch ourselves doubting what we're doing. And this really has us reconsidering whether we should have taken this job on.
In hope,
Here, take this to E and ask her where she puts all those.
Jamie's at his yard,
Sherry,
behind a desk, for his least favorite task.
trying to pay the bills, that's where it's at. So we're gonna do that right now.
Do you want me to get that?
But out front, his stepson, Brandon, has a new role.
Jamie Davis towing. 6.
You're in the wrong gear.
Brandon's been working for Jamie since he was 16.
Whenever I head up to a wreck, I'm always kind of a bit worried because I've had so many close calls with getting hit.
Get over!
What?
Brandon, he just walked off the road.
Brandon decided that he didn't want to flag anymore, and I understand that because it's dangerous work.
Fast and efficient.
This winter, Brandon's been helping out around the office.
Every day I do their banking. I take their merchandising in and I sell their merchandise. I do dispatching. I do billing. There you go. I do invoicing. I do filing. I do faxing. I think I'm gonna make the all-star team this year.
Hey, Brandon, let me try that thing. Show me how to use it. Look, see that? First time ever, and I'm doing wheelies. Whoa! Good for him if he wants to try something and get to work and do something.
At the river,
Are we gonna do 2 into 1 or are we gonna do 4 lines?
4 lines.
Okay.
Mission Towing is forced to add a third weapon to break the deadlock with an 18-ton log conveyor.
We've maxed out Dylan's wrecker and this excavator, so we're hoping with the 3 of these things working together, we'll be able to get this thing out of the water.
To free the conveyor from the riverbed, they'll use 3 machines and 11 lines. The pair of wreckers pulling at an angle and the excavator lifting from above.
How much more do you think you need, Dylan?
We're gonna go right where this line is going. It's underwater right now.
Okay.
Let's hook to a chain underneath it.
Jordy is throwing in everything he's got to reel in the big catch.
We have 11 lines this load because we're dealing with a lot of weight and the resistance. We're at a point right now where we're not sure. Can we get this out?
We got lots of pulling power here.
Perfect. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But 3 machines and 11 lines still may not be enough.
We're gonna run out of truck here is what's probably gonna happen.
I'm going up.
There's nothing worse than walking away from a job. We need to pull it out.
This is the moment of truth right here. If it's gonna work, we'll find out right now.
Okay, ready? Go ahead.
Finally, the massive hunk of steel
Beautiful.
breaks suction, then starts to push through the wall of mud.
I don't know, man.
But the base supporting the heavy wreckers threatens to give way.
Dig them right in.
We might need a wrecker to come and get us out.
The weakest link is the ground that we're sitting on.
We're working on the riverbank. That concrete's very soft.
On the banks of the Fraser River,
I don't know, man. I'm not convinced it's gonna work.
Mission Towing is losing ground,
Stop.
fighting to reel in a 40-foot catch.
It was moving.
So are we.
Dig them right in. Okay, ready? Go ahead.
As Jordy's wreckers pull on the 18-ton conveyor, they punch through the old pavement.
Keep going, brother. There we go.
But with 2 trucks, 1 excavator, and 11 lines on the job, Jordy's crew makes a breakthrough.
Sweet.
And all of a sudden, it just sort of jumped. Ah, okay, we're gonna actually get something done today.
Beautiful, Neil. Beautiful.
I'm not feeling defeated anymore.
But the recovery is far from over. The massive relic must now be maneuvered past old pilings and a 15-foot retaining wall.
This is going to be the hardest part. The fingers are crossed.
Back in Hope,
Grab one end of that.
Jamie loads up for a trip he's been looking forward to for weeks.
Lots to do today.
The parts loaded in the back of the truck are for a new addition to Jamie's fleet.
We've sold a rotator. I need a couple of more paid-for trucks that are refurbished just to kind of back everything up. Big important project for me is to get Mighty Mo on the road.
Jamie's rebuilding an old Holmes record he fell in love with decades ago.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks really good.
He calls it Mighty Mo.
It's the largest mechanical wrecker that was commercially built. It was the rotator of the day. Mighty Mo is a big machine. It's by the USS Missouri.
Mighty Mo is named after a famous World War II battleship.
Jamie's got the love of the old school towing. He still likes it. I think he needs to seek help about that.
Jamie hopes the vintage wrecker will be ready to join his fleet before winter's over. But first, it has to start.
I'm gonna give it a whirl just for giggles. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
It's old school, cool kind of truck.
Is it pumping up, Jamie?
There's no electronics, there's no onboard scales. It's all manual labor. We had one fault code on the dash, but it ran. We'll figure it out. That's part of the game. I can't wait to take Mighty Mo out and do some recoveries in the snow.
Let Dylan catch up to you, Neil.
At the Riverside Recovery, Mission Towing has spent the last 7 hours in a tug of war.
Pulling me up.
We've worked so hard to get it to where we're at now. Our fingers are crossed.
The 40,000-pound log conveyor is free from the mud. But Jordy's crew needs to lift it past a row of wood pilings and a 15-foot retaining wall.
Take some weight up.
Is it gonna get hung up on them? Is it gonna get caught on them?
Hang on, we're pulling against each other right now. Hang on.
We're at the crucial part of the recovery. This is the do or die stage.
There we go.
The conveyor clears the retaining wall.
Neil, hang on.
But gets impaled on a wood piling.
No log coming out with it.
Let Dylan pull. Let Dylan pull. Pull, Dylan, go.
It's worse than a tug of war. It just doesn't want to move.
The only play Jordy has left
They ripped these frickin' things right out, who cares?
Yeah.
is to try and tear the conveyor free.
We're gonna turn it over to the excavator and let him fight this thing the rest of the way.
That's a pretty serious pull. That's gonna get us.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
On the banks of the Fraser River,
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Mission Towing is in a final showdown with a beast.
Hold it!
To free the 18-ton log conveyor from a piling,
Hang on 1 second. Yeah.
Jordy's crew has brought the excavator back into the fight.
And you see the back end of that excavator coming way up in the air. Next thing, we got that thing on its roof.
That's gonna get us.
Just need you to lift right now. Don't try pulling. There we go.
Go.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, after 10 hours, the conveyor scrapes up the bank.
Good, I'm gonna have to call you back, okay, honey? Daddy's finishing the job.
And Jordy gets a reminder of his most important appointment of the day.
I got a hockey game to make.
I need to leave in a hurry because I'm on my way to my son's hockey game.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Good job, buddy.
See you later.
Thanks, Dylan.
Hey, big brother.
Later, dude. Good
Nice
job.
We love a challenge, and we love to do something that people say cannot be done. We won the recovery, and I get to go watch my son play hockey. It's a win-win for everybody.
That boy, push through, push through. All your stress from work goes away when you come to the hockey rink and watch your son play. That's why we do what we do for our kids, right? It's a big part of our life. Stay on it, Dave. Stay on it. Stay on it. Stay on it. Come here.
I have 3 beautiful children. My son, who's 10.
Hey. What's up, buddy?
I have a daughter who's 6 and another daughter who is 19 months. My children will be the 5th generation to mission towing. I'm very excited for that.
Okay, let's go.
Jordy is not alone.
I got Junior with me here tonight. That's the life of a towing family.
It's a feeling all heavy rescue operators share about what's most important.
What you deal with every day makes you realize that life is short, life is precious. The value is really the small things in life.
Next time on the season finale of Highway Through Hell, a logging truck,
It's winking at me,
700 feet down,
saying, come get me.
becomes Al's steepest mountain recovery. A fiery crash has heavy rescue
Keep going.
battling to clear the canyon. And as winter wraps, Jamie cranks it up for next season. This time on Highway Through Hell, burning rubber
It's cooking.
brings chaos to the Coke and puts the crunch on Al.
Pay attention!
A bad delivery
Merry Christmas, Mom.
has Colin in a bind.
Watch yourself. You can definitely see the fingerprints in the steering wheel.
And a close call
How's the pole?
is Nick's next mission.
Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Nick!
On the highway through hell, the last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
What's the cold like? Snow all the way. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Mid-December on the Coquihalla Highway.
They're calling for over 20 centimeters of snow and slush up there tonight.
The holiday season doubles traffic to more than 10,000 vehicles a day.
You'll get bad weather conditions, lots of transport trucks moving freight. The whole thing can add up to a really bad day sometimes.
There's 3 or 4 trucks all kinked up halfway down the hill. What a way to start their Christmas holidays.
By 8:20 p.m., jackknife semis have paralyzed all southbound lanes.
Until we can break that logjam southbound, they're gonna have troubles.
Highway Supervisor Richard Enns has called in heavy wreckers to clear the mess.
Acquiring towing, he's put in a hard day here. He's been very, very busy.
I saw Quarren on his way down there to straighten him out.
Al Quiring's been fighting to keep the road open for 15 hours straight.
As the holidays ramp up, the traffic's building. And if you don't get traffic cleared right away, those problems can multiply.
The jackknives are on the downhill stretch of the Smasher, the steepest part of the Coke.
Come on, hop in. The easiest way to drive this thing is behind the seat.
For Al, sometimes the fastest way to clear the road is to be a driving instructor.
Start it up, turn the wheels hard to the right. Give it a little reverse. I just start talking to him. Come on back. Crank it hard. And give him advice on how to get that semi down that hill. You want to get right down in beside the guardrail here. Keep going. Okay, you got it from here, buddy? Yeah. Have a good night. Okay.
But another semi still stands between Al and an open highway.
We got the highway blocked and I put the chains, then we're gonna get you straightened out and then you can change. This is my property, okay? Yeah, but you're on somebody else's highway.
The trucker was going downhill when he lost control. Now the driver insists on chaining up before letting Al straighten him out.
He's telling you that he's gonna close the whole road for no reason. 10 minutes, let me just do it.
Traffic is backing up, and Al has no time to argue.
The traffic is building and the storm's getting heavier, so the push is on to get that road open as quick as possible. We need to get you straightened out. 10 minutes is too long. He just wouldn't cooperate, wouldn't listen to my advice. Deal with him.
This is my life. We will not gamble with the life.
He's probably pretty nervous,
Come on.
but he doesn't seem to understand that time is essential to get that road open. The whole world is at the mercy of this guy.
What do you want to hit the next truck? What jackknife? What do you want to lose somebody's life? We're talking about safety. Safety. What is the safety to go without chains down?
He seemed more eager to argue with the crew that's trying to help him move than to actually move himself.
Without chains, they're not going anywhere.
We're stacking cars up probably 10 every minute, eh? Unbelievable.
Yeah, boys, Coquihalla is a mess.
I'll go stand back here.
He's not gonna chain up the other side. So you're
Nick, you're when did you come up here? We're having troubles with the truckers.
Richard calls in enforcement.
The CVSC, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Enforcement fellas, they're serious business when it comes to motor vehicle traffic. Let the authorities hash it out with him. It's okay to stand at the back of the crowd sometimes too.
Can I get you in your truck here now, please? Like right now.
The driver finally gets the message.
Just stay right tight against the guardrail. You'll have no trouble.
There you go. See, there's no problem. Just keep coming. You got lots of room. Just ease up, put it in low gear, and just roll forward. Keep going, keep going. Sometimes you're just happy to see a guy's taillights. Okay, buddy. Back to business.
With the smasher in his rearview mirror, the driver is still shaken up.
Of course, I was scared. I have a 1-year-old daughter, 4-year-old son. When I got the kids, everything has changed in my life. In the moment, I was thinking I will lost everything. And I don't know. Now I'm happy. I'm very happy. That's
Looking like northbound. I heard something about a closure at Coldwater.
10 miles up the highway,
Apparently the truck's on the northbound side and it's on fire now. All trailers engulfed right now.
a truck fire has brought all northbound lanes to a crawl.
How did the driver make out? Truck driver was okay.
The fire started after the vehicle jackknifed and the truck's battery ignited.
They letting anybody buy that fire yet? No, you can't go anywhere.
The Coke is backing up fast on the week before Christmas.
It's gonna be a long night. And highway's closed northbound. Up at the last turnaround is Bright Creek.
Okay, thanks a lot, driver.
Jamie's lead flagger, Robert Muckwa, races to the fire.
It's very important to have traffic control in place before the tow truck gets there.
Robert sets up half a mile back from the accident to warn drivers.
A lot of people are going home to their families for the holidays. Plus, we got truckers that are delivering stuff to stores and that for Christmas.
The trailer is loaded with groceries. But with no firefighting service available here, authorities have no choice but to let it burn.
Does anybody know if the Coke's open northbound? No updates yet. Trailer's still up in flames.
We were assessing this trailer to see if that wall was going to collapse, but it seems like it's holding.
As the tires heat up,
I just don't want it to start popping off those tires. Right.
there's a risk of explosion.
We don't want any injury or property damage of a vehicle going by.
There's a tow truck trying to get through to the accident scene.
Robert may be running traffic control, but the raging wreck
Hey, buddy. Come on. Good.
now belongs to Al Quire.
Yeah, it's cooking. It's cooking.
The rig is owned by acquiring customer. So tonight, for the first time, Jamie's head of traffic works for Team Green.
I'm not biased. He was available, and I needed a traffic control, so Robert was a good choice.
I sent Robert up there to give Al a hand with some flagging. Merry Christmas, buddy.
To relieve the backlog,
We can probably get them squeaking by.
One at a time, just tell them to go straight through.
Yeah.
police decide it's safe enough to let one lane of traffic through.
How about it, guys? Are we on the move from this accident scene northbound? Yeah, you guys are.
But if the burning wreck gets too dangerous, they'll shut the highway down.
Thank you very much. Have a good Christmas, guys.
Right now, it seems to be just a steady burn. We're just trying to clear out as many vehicles as we can at this point in time.
At 365 degrees Fahrenheit, the tires will blow.
When it builds up pressure, this explodes. You can hear them. Just wait for the slow down. Just wait for the slow down. I want to check this out first.
On BC's Coquihalla Highway,
This don't look good.
a burning semi has holiday traffic on hold.
Truck, trailer, everything's engulfed.
Al Quiring's on scene to deal with the carnage.
Yeah, it's cooking. It's cooking.
The risk of exploding tires has forced police to shut down the single open lane of traffic.
Biggest issue is the tires exploding. So once they're done burning down a little bit, then they're going to let the traffic start rolling again.
Is it still one lane or what's going on there?
Hopefully we can get one lane open here soon.
Close so she burns out.
Drivers with Christmas cargo can only wait and watch.
Would be nice to be in Calgary in the morning. Don't know if we can make it now.
Finally, just before midnight,
Very dangerous.
the last of the tires have nearly burned down. Al and Robert can get close enough to snuff out the flames. A first for both, working together on a wreck.
It seems kind of odd that they're working with us, but I had confidence in Jamie Davis's traffic control, definitely. Well, to get it cooled down a little bit anyway.
With the fire dying down, Al and Robert discuss a plan to get the traffic moving again.
Want to be putting the speed down from 120 to 90 to 60?
I'll leave you my extra signs. I got a stolen traffic control outfit here, and they're going to take care of the scene. Hopefully Jamie doesn't pay attention. They're going to babysit this wreck overnight.
Al will be back tomorrow to tackle the wreck. Early next morning, on Highway 16 east of Edmonton.
Oh, yeah. Now we're getting into the good stuff.
Heavy rescue operator Colin McLean is feeling his way through ice fog.
I got about 10, 15 feet of visibility in front of me.
To rescue a truck that's gone off the road.
It's a different fog. It's really cold. It crystallizes on your windows and your headlights. Sure hope a cow don't run across the road.
Colin is one of the last drivers working for Jamie Davis in Alberta.
There's thousands of layoffs going on all over the oil fields. We've laid off staff. We're down to a very minimal crew.
It's Colin's first wreck in weeks.
Everybody's feeling the pinch here in Alberta right now. It's just something we're gonna deal with. Coming up. Oh, yes. Yeah, he ain't driving that out of there. Oh, yeah, he pooched her good.
The driver lost the road in the fog.
Morning, boss. She's in the ditch good, eh?
A bad day made worse because he's the owner of the 5-ton.
It's going to be costly to fix this. More money than I make a year.
Fully loaded full of crates of mail. We're loaded.
The damaged truck is packed with Christmas mail and holiday packages.
A mail load is the load that you don't want to see in the ditch at this time of the year. You know how important it is for those presents to get where they need to go. Big, big priority.
You blew the roof out of it. If I try to roll this over, there's nothing here holding that in. So what'll happen is I'll go to roll it over, all the mail's just gonna stay in the ditch. And you're not gonna be able to drive this away. The truck's totaled. He's definitely not driving this truck away. We start offloading this and getting it onto another truck. That's the first step.
The truck's back door is damaged and can't be opened. But Colin has a plan.
I'm gonna get my truck down in here, and I'm gonna punch the door out. The door's anyway, right? It's
What do you mean?
well, it's already the whole truck's.
But the driver insists on leaving the door untouched.
This one is damaged for sure.
Yeah.
We are not going to fix this, but the door can be reused.
Well,
He thinks there's a better way to get at the parcels.
Let's rake one part of this.
Through the roof.
no, you're gonna end up hurting yourself. Grab it, go slow with it. Come on. Yeah, there you go. Just take the whole roof out. It's kind of what was holding in the mail, though. So, Merry Christmas, Mom. There you go, Ismail.
The job's on hold until another truck and team of workers arrive to transfer the cargo.
Now just let it sit. Don't hold it. Just, all right, hold it. The truck has sustained so much damage to it. If we don't empty it and we operate it, we're gonna rip the truck into pieces. We got our work cut out for us on this one here today.
On BC's Coquihalla Highway,
What's the Coquihalla like? I heard something about one lane that was open northbound.
Yeah, there's letting everybody go around now.
Al Quiring has to get the charred remains of a loaded transport truck off the road.
Roasted potatoes.
The flaming wreck took all night to burn down. Oh!
There's nothing left other than bare metal and crow food.
Thru out here.
Heavy holiday traffic has been squeezed down to one lane for the past 12 hours.
I wouldn't take the Coke there northbound, and she's lined up there pretty good.
Just grab this, throw it in there. We'll break the out of here nice and easy.
Al's brought in a demo crew and an excavator to get the smoldering wreck off the highway.
Just tear it apart with the hoe?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan.
Why couldn't it be a beer truck?
Our money truck. That's the one we're waiting. 30 years, I'm still waiting for the money truck.
Copy, Al?
And Robert, Jamie's top traffic controller, is back to help out Al again.
You there, Robert?
I'm here, buddy. I'm here.
Al knows that I know my stuff. I'm there to keep everybody safe. I make sure.
And we're gonna break the truck out of there. We'll load it up on the low bed there right away. Hopefully by then we're gonna have the big demolition trailer.
Okay.
To keep the cleanup moving and traffic rolling,
Just fold her down into a nice pile.
Al will have to keep the excavator away from the single live lane.
Rip her right out, Daryl.
Just scoop with the claw, roll this thing up into a super soft taco, and into the basket.
Bring her right up to the front. We got about 1.5 feet there. Good, good.
Yeah, it's got that burning truck there, and you come around the corner. I think I'm coming up on it right now. Yeah, you should smell it by now. Another wide load coming through excavator.
We've got the excavator lifting up stuff. We're doing what we can in that single lane, but there's sharp edges. there's protrusions, and it definitely increases the danger.
Pay attention!
Two hours into the cleanup, the first load of the charred wreck
What a mess.
is ready to roll.
Merry Christmas, Al.
Yes, sir. Thanks again.
All right, see you later.
Yeah.
But the rest of the burned out trailer must be broken down before it can be hauled away.
Hey, Al, demo trailer's here.
Robert, you on channel?
Now go ahead, Al.
Stop traffic after him.
That far.
A demolition trailer is called in to cart the mess away, but it will have to park in the live lane.
Northbound, we're gonna have the road closed.
When you stop traffic, you've got 5 to 10 minutes, and then traffic is going to start to back up. It's important that you keep that traffic queue as short as possible.
But the mangled trailer is taking longer than expected.
When you got big bulky pieces, you can't stuff it in there as easy.
Run!
Hey, anybody tell me what's going on? Well, we were moving. We came to a stop again here.
Traffic is piling up.
Okay, just traffic backed up top of the signs. You're right on the corner.
Is it part of my first set of signs, driver?
Yeah, there are about 20 cars that open the signs now.
Oncoming vehicles now have no warning.
My biggest worry there was somebody else coming around that blind corner and...
Hey, Al, do you copy? Acquiring, do you copy? I got a line up behind me.
Northbound on the Coquihalla Highway,
Stay in the fast lane. We've got traffic hold for now.
Al's crew works fast to remove the last pieces of the burned out semi as holiday traffic stacks up.
Backed up top of the signs. You're right on the corner.
All lanes are now closed for the excavator and demolition trailer.
Is it part of my first set of signs, driver?
But Robert can no longer warn oncoming traffic to slow down.
Yeah, there are about 20 cars that open the signs now. Hey, Al, do you copy?
Al, I have to release the traffic because the traffic's past my signs.
But 20 minutes after the closure,
Getting all the debris and everything off the road.
Al's got the job mopped up.
We're gonna open the road. Okay, watch out.
Okay. We're getting the traffic going.
Looks like traffic's moving here. Have they got a lane open now? One lane. That's what we're liking.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Merry Christmas. Could be a door greeter for the Coquihalla. Beauty. Looks better than it did last night.
Very good, buddy.
We've pulled the job off safe. We got that traffic moving as quick as possible. It won't be long till turkey dinner.
Thank you very much. Have a good Christmas, guys. Merry Christmas to you too, my friend.
In Alberta, Colin's still in the fog,
Just another day at the tow yard.
waiting for a wreck full of Christmas parcels to be unloaded.
The entire integrity of the roof has been blown out. There's too much weight in it. If we were to upright this with all that mail, we just have mail everywhere.
At 2 p.m., a salvage crew arrives to get the mail on its way.
Every year there's a mail truck, and every year we're gonna hustle to get that mail so that those presents get to where they're going.
Okay, so everybody grab a corner. Ready? Well, why don't you just get it right up on the road, the straightest way there. I helped organize those guys so that they could get the mail delivered. You don't want to mess with the male. They're getting it done. Just got to keep kind of plugging away.
But the truck Colin still needs to flip keeps getting trashed.
Okay, guys, you know what would be sort of cool? If you didn't keep pulling the roof back. The more you rip the roof back like that, the less structural integrity the truck has. You leave them alone for 5 seconds. The more that the roof's kind of ripped off of it and they take out these cross beams that hold it together, it just becomes a big floppy mess.
As fog starts to lift and the wreck empties out, Colin moves his truck alongside to start the recovery.
I'm pulling up beside the vehicle, and I'm just gonna pull the thing right over beside me.
Like most heavy rescue trucks, HR 117's winch lines are at the back. But it also has another tool that allows Colin to winch from the side pullers. The side pullers' hydraulic legs stretch out to provide an extra angle of winching and another 35,000 pounds of pulling power.
That's nice, eh? When you don't have a lot of room to work with, the side puller's the greatest machine.
In a conventional tow truck, I'd have to T-bone that and use both the winches off the back. The side puller, you can work off the side of your truck, keeping the highways open.
Colin will use the side puller to winch in tandem with a line off the back to flip the wreck while keeping the highway open.
If I can just add a couple of points, just add a little bit of structural integrity. We only have a couple of contact points that's basically keeping the box together.
The only question now, will the damaged mail truck survive the recovery?
Well, we're just gonna put the sunroof back on. Close it up. It's gonna be a little windy for the drive, so. You know, this could go 2 ways. It could go very smoothly, or that whole rest of the box could rip apart as I'm uprighting it. All righty. It's good to go, kids. Boss, don't come past this point, because I'm gonna upright it. So I just want to make sure I don't have anybody in here. Actually gonna be tight.
To work the controls, Colin must sandwich himself between his wrecker and the 5-ton.
When you upright the truck, it's sort of leaning towards you. So there's a tendency that it could, you know, fall over on you. I might even be too close to it.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself, mister.
In Alberta,
Actually gonna be tight.
Colin's feeling the pinch.
I might even be too close to it.
Trying to flip a 5-ton truck just a few feet from the wrecker's controls.
I definitely don't want it falling on me.
The truck's ripped roof also makes Colin's side pull unpredictable.
Watch yourself, mister.
Decent, Jimmy.
The 5 tons back on its wheels.
We got away with it. The plan worked perfect. We didn't leave any of it on the ground.
But it will take a Christmas miracle for its owner to deliver any more parcels before the holiday.
You sure I can't drive it?
Huh?
It's not drivable?
No, Ismail, that ain't drivable, buds. Not at all.
It's a bad day for business.
I feel bad for him. Sometimes it just really sucks.
he's okay, his cargo's still intact. Those are the important things.
Everybody's gonna get their Christmas packages.
You just got to kind of look at the bright side of things, and I'm sure he'll be all right. That's a win. That's a win all day long.
Back in BC.
Holy, it's snowing. Snowing like from one side of the head all the way to Juliet.
A final wave of Christmas traffic braves another storm on the Coquihalla Summit.
Extreme snowfall warning tonight.
10-14.
Highway Supervisor Richard Enns monitors road conditions.
Go ahead, John.
I thought you said this was over.
It isn't over till, you know, that special lady sings.
Acquiring Towing's Gord Boyd hasn't had a break since early this morning.
That sloppy flakes. For some reason, it always seems to storm the weekend before Christmas.
Last trip before I shut down for Christmas. You're home for Christmas and stay there.
All it takes is one person to do something stupid, and that's it, the highway shut down, which is where we come in.
It's backed up at the top.
Now hold your traffic leads till we get that sorted out. Acquiring 5-5, quarter 10.
Tow truck's already backed down.
Thanks, Gord.
Nobody's going anywhere. Santa's not going to be happy.
A surprise traveler is trapped in the queue.
For the whole month of December, I wear my hat. Today is my last day before Christmas, my last run. I'm hoping to get the roads open soon.
Gord closes in on the spun-out semi.
I got one.
No choice, buddy. You're blocking.
No, I put on the 10. I have a 10.
You're blocking 2 lanes of traffic.
But the driver doesn't want to pay.
You're getting pulled out of the way.
I can't pay.
I don't care. I'm still moving you.
I don't have a choice. I have to get him out of there.
It's like a parking lot out here.
In the countdown to Christmas,
You're getting pulled out of the way.
I can't pay.
I don't care. I'm still moving you.
Gord locks horns with a trucker.
Hey, I'm not asking for money. I just got to get you out of the way.
The driver has the Coquihalla at a standstill.
It's just a ginormous mess.
And a surprise traveler is still stuck in line.
Today is my last day before Christmas, my last run. I'm hoping to get the roads open soon.
Because it's Christmas time, you really want to keep things moving along.
Relax. I got to move you.
I don't care if the guy's got money or not. I got to get him out of there. I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay. I didn't ask for money, buddy. I just got to get you out of the way. My primary concern is to keep the highway open.
That's all we needed to do is get you straightened out.
Gord lets the driver off the hook.
It's Christmas. What the hell? Cut the guy a break.
I'm heading home.
Makes me feel good to get the road open.
Hey, Gord, thanks for what you're doing. Merry Christmas.
50 miles west of Hope,
It's raining pretty good.
in the Fraser Valley,
Free truck wash today.
the storm has unleashed heavy rain.
Oh, the closer we get to Vancouver now, it's starting to rain harder.
At 3:30 p.m., Mission Towing's Nick DePerrin gets the call for a wreck on Highway 7.
It's cold, it's raining, it's not gonna be fun. I don't really know what we're up against, but we have to get in and get out because we have a very important night tonight.
The crew is expected at Mission's Christmas parade this evening. But for Nick and heavy operator Neil Wakefield, duty comes first.
Apparently the truck crashed in the ditch there. That's not gonna make for a very good Christmas present.
A box truck has crashed into a ditch, narrowly missing a power pole.
It's my second day with this truck. It's a brand new truck. I am in so much trouble. Yeah. You can definitely see the fingerprints in the steering wheel.
The truck's empty, but because of its tight position beside the pole, Nick and his crew have limited angles.
Quite often, the truck in the ditch is very simple, but this one's a little more complicated.
What we need to do is bring the truck straight back and prevent any collateral damage to the truck falling against the poles.
The truck didn't hit it when it went in, so it can't hit it when it comes out.
Back and bringing it with it, so we'll get you into position.
To get the job done quickly, Nick's called in a local tow operator.
We needed a second truck on this job.
We can go to the suspension on the front and come over top of the tire. Okay, so...
Yeah, just bring it back to here. Beautiful.
You're gonna lead with your passenger side line. I want to double check that cross member once we start pulling in there.
Okay, all right.
Let Larry take a bit of pressure. Let's see how that works for us.
As Neil pulls on the back end, the other wrecker will redirect the front end away from the power pole.
We've got inches to pull this thing out and not make a mistake. It could be a catastrophe.
Whoa! How's the pole?
It's right up to the pole.
These are live wires, so if the pole comes down, we're in a lot of trouble.
Okay, let him take it in and then go with him just a little bit. We're clear that pole now.
The 5-ton still needs to make it up the steep ditch and onto the road.
This one's gonna take a few different steps to finesse this thing out of here.
They're aware we're gonna have to turn it, shut it down? Okay.
The highway is reduced to a single lane in each direction, so the wreckers can get into position for the next pull.
Unfortunately, with this part of the recovery, we need the room to work here.
To lift the wreck out of the ditch without causing more damage,
Do you have a big belt for a Christmas wrapper on the back?
Nick will try a heavy rescue maneuver with a festive name.
A Christmas wrap, and it basically reaches around to the low side and just supports that truck as we bring it up.
The key to the Christmas wrap is a thick strap slung around the trailer. The strap should help to cradle the box and keep the truck on its wheels while it's winched out by the 2 wreckers.
These guys are gonna have to make sure they're operating their trucks at the same speed.
If he doesn't hold it back, and if I pull one line a little too tight, that truck's gonna lean and go right over. And now we've wrecked the whole truck.
Okay, here we go.
Lead with this side. You want to start taking that one up a little bit?
Okay.
Hold it there, Larry. A little support on the back. Slack it off just a little bit. Lead with this side.
On Highway 7,
hold it there, Larry.
Mission Towing is using 2 wreckers to muscle a truck out of a ditch and away from a power pole.
If you get out of sync for a split second, the whole job can go sideways in a heartbeat.
Okay, hold it there.
The trucks were out of sync for just a split second, but Neil caught it right away, and we're good to go.
Where you need to be very gentle on the controls. That's where being experienced helps.
With the Christmas wrap supporting the back end, Neil repositions his wrecker to get the truck fully out of the ditch.
We can close that down for just a couple of minutes. We'll be one more shot all the way out of here.
All right.
Police stop all westbound traffic for this final stage.
Have a bunch of traffic stopped in front of me.
So you want tension up on that one?
Tension up on this one and just slack that off to let it go with it. Okay, slow it down just a little bit, Larry. Beautiful. Okay. We can take the slack right off of this, we're good.
Neil, Nick, and the Christmas wrap deliver a heavy rescue gift. The box truck is out of the ditch.
For us on this one, we're very happy that it's up onto the road.
It had a potential to be ugly.
Absolutely. We got lucky on this one.
Beautiful day.
We're gonna head back to the yard and get into the Christmas spirit because we have somewhere very special to be tonight.
As night falls, thousands gather in Mission for the annual Christmas parade.
Most of Mission City is there, lining the streets of First Avenue.
Parade night.
Mission Towing readies to roll out
Fresh wash job.
to add a dash of red to the community event.
This is a parade that my family has been involved with since I was a little kid.
We're ready.
We look forward to this every year. Merry Christmas!
We have a few trucks leading. One of the traditions is that one of our trucks always hauls the Santa Claus float.
We really enjoy giving back. And if it wasn't for the people in our community, we wouldn't be here as long as we are.
Merry Christmas!
It's great to represent our business with our trucks and everybody see us taking part in the parade.
The general public always thinks that tow truck operators are bad people. That's a very common thing in our industry. Merry Christmas! But we're not all bad guys. The towing industry is full of great people. Every towing company in the world is here to help people.
The level of commitment and sacrifice that tow truck operators make, it's unbelievable. They miss Christmas, they miss family events, and go and look after people and help people 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Without question. You're paid for your service, but it's more than just the money. It's a way of life.
Yeah, we're gonna go in another truck. You're gonna stay nice and warm now?
It's a huge, huge responsibility that we undertake to be in this industry.
Hey, buddy. That's a nice one, dude. Cool. This is the kind of call that makes a tow truck driver feel good because you're helping a family get somewhere safe.
It's about helping people up there more than trying to get hold of people's credit cards.
I understand that I'm sacrificing my family time so other people can get to spend time with their families. I feel good about doing that.
Okay, when I lift, you lift. When I shift, you shift. Okay?
When we show up, people are just in a bad situation or having a bad day. Really, we're just there to help.
Okay, have a good day now.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
We look after you. That's what we do. It's a good feeling.
Thank you, sir. You have a super Merry Christmas.
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
Take your brakes off your trailer!
A Coquihalla cowboy.
Wrong. Truck to poke ass.
Why Gord Boyd
Stay off my hill.
never backs down.
There's a totally different side to them.
The mountain's iron grip puts the squeeze on Johnny.
Stuck bad, bro.
And a rolling wreck
That's crazy.
has Nick at the end of his rope.
Oh, Champ! Hold on. Let it out!
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
Wind her up, give her some throttle.
A battle in a bog.
Like 3 big fat elephants. We're gonna lean into it.
Has Al in deep.
Man against machine.
A crash in the canyon.
Everybody do a little bit.
Puts Jamie to the test.
Try to work together. Hold it.
It's wedged under there. I can't budge it.
And Jordy and Gord tag team.
Hang on.
On a tangled wreck.
Hold on.
On the Highway Through Hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
How's the coach? Going hard.
A hard blast of snow on BC's Coquihalla Highway
Plows are working.
has maintenance crews in full force on the mountain.
Is it still snowing heavy up there?
Going pretty good, yeah.
When the storm hits, everybody works together to make sure the hill's kept open and traffic flows.
Heavy-duty snowplows are crucial to keeping the vital trucking corridor open.
BSA does a wonderful job keeping the roads so damn clean.
Leading the pack
With a full load of sand on.
is one of the highway crew's newest machines.
These are all new and we are just ironing out the bugs.
Plow Truck 244.
They're scraping away. It's getting better.
But after an hour on the front lines,
Now we've got an issue.
plow driver Robert Copeland is in trouble.
We have a red engine light on. It says engine fault.
The highway's newest line of defense is down. 10 minutes north,
It's winter.
Acquiring Towing's Gord Boyd is on standby
655 quarter.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
when highway maintenance calls.
I need you to skip 244 off the hill there. Sounds like an overheating transmission or something.
Oh, lovely. You have to keep the plows cycling. As long as they can cycle up and down that hill, that highway stays in good shape. Like any other piece of machinery, snowplows break down too.
Gord heads down the mountain the fastest way he knows how.
Just a heads up, there's a tow rig backing down.
Takes a pretty dedicated team. You got the plow guys, the supervisors. Me, I would be considered the special forces. They need it on the road for tonight. Okay, time to get dirty.
And more heavy snow is forecast for tonight.
Tell you, to a snowplow. If it snows again, they're gonna need every piece of equipment they got, including this one. Okay, let's get this thing under here. I gotta get it back to the shop so they can find out what's wrong with it.
At the maintenance yard, the pressure's on to get plow 244 back on the road before the next storm.
Now you can play with it.
Thanks, Gord.
You're welcome.
No more. Okay, right there.
If mechanics need to order new parts, the plow could be benched for days.
The rock got in between the fan and then hit the inside of the rad. 2 pinholes, enough to shut the truck down.
2 hours west in the Fraser Valley, another quiring wrecker is headed into battle, but not up the mountain.
Not every day is a Coquihalla day.
Most days,
We gotta hustle and bustle.
Al Quiring is king of the tow-ups on the coast.
Now we're cooking with gas. There she be.
I'm not bad, but I'm not as good as Al. Al's the best recovery guy I've ever met.
Today, the valley has drawn Al into a once-in-a-lifetime job. 2 70,000-pound excavators swallowed up at a work site.
Somebody got stuck. They went in with another machine and buried the second. This is going to be a big job.
The massive machines could be lost forever if Al can't pull them out of the quagmire.
It's all peat bog. It's goop. Claims everything. Down in California, they call them tar pits.
To give himself a fighting chance,
Some days it's a bulldozer recovery day.
Al's ditched his wrecker and mobilized a different type of iron.
We're using cats. Well, you would never get any of that chrome in here. This is for rough, tough, burly kind of men. These things are the biggest cats around. They're stuck, we got a problem.
650 feet down the road, the client readies the site for the monster back road recovery.
Hey, Al, today's the day, buddy. The rock and roll party's here now.
Al puts on a brave face, but no one knows if the job is even possible.
They're in quite deep, and we need to get down there, hook up to them, and get them out.
Okay, so I'll keep moving. Keep going.
But Al's dozers can't get to work until a log platform is built out over the unstable bog.
Get us enough room, we could sit on there with a couple big cats, and we'll do some pulling. I'm not going anywhere until that road is built.
Up on the Coke.
Is it snowing up top yet?
Tonight's forecast is still calling for another 8 inches. Near the summit,
Shove it my way just a little bit.
highway crews race to get the newest plow back on the road.
2 pinholes, enough to shut the truck down.
The radiator was punctured by rocks, but replacing it won't be easy.
Trying to twist it.
For Highway Supervisor Richard Enns, going into tonight's storm down a machine is not an option.
Hopefully we'll get her back up again.
Which way?
Yeah.
Sometimes a little persuasion helps. Everything looks good?
At 3:45 p.m.,
Okay, looks good.
Alrighty.
Plow 244 returns to duty on the mountain.
Slippery, slushy section, snowing and plowing in progress.
It's a constant battle to make sure the equipment is up and running and ready to go when the storm hits.
I'll see you at the top, buddy.
Down in the Fraser Canyon,
Is there a fresh accident there?
I'm not sure what's happening. I heard something about a smash-up.
conditions are clear on Highway 1.
We're just past Boston Bar.
But Jamie Davis is on his way to an accident scene.
There's a wreck here that we're dealing with. It's a tractor trailer that slipped over with produce on it.
The wreck happened last night.
I don't know how they got there.
This thing is just too hooped. I'm not gonna lift that.
Scott Bird, Jamie's top operator, has just arrived from Hope.
When I got up there, I seen a bunch of concrete barriers knocked out of the way. I see a trailer on its side, and I don't see a truck anywhere. Is it?
Yeah.
And we just have a trailer flipped over. You know, usually the tractor and the trailer stay together.
The semi lost control. Struck the barrier. then broke apart, leaving the trailer on its side and the tractor nowhere to be found.
Well, it was kind of a difficult one for me to piece together.
Interesting.
On Highway 1,
Not paying attention to the road, I'd be guessing.
Jamie and Scott have been called to a wreck where the tractor is missing.
Usually the tractor and the trailer stay together.
And I don't see a truck anywhere.
I don't know.
Yeah.
These guys.
It was kind of a difficult one for me to piece together. Kind of a really weird wreck.
Finally, Jamie spots the tractor around the corner, 500 feet from the trailer.
The tractor is sitting upright down the road, facing back the other way.
Jamie also discovers the driver spent the night in his cab.
How the hell did he end up on that side?
After losing control, the tractor snapped off from the trailer and somehow avoided tumbling off the canyon road.
Interesting. Greatest thing I ever saw.
If the no posts weren't in place there, there's a good chance that that truck would have went down into the ravine.
As highway crews repair the barrier,
Oh, look at that.
Jamie and Scott get ready to tackle the wreck.
Hey, you need a little bit of extra fat on the job?
Yeah,
or-
and a little more fat. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What we have is a great big Greek salad, tomatoes and cucumber. Greek salad's one of my favorites, but I think after today, it's not gonna be so much.
Over 40,000 pounds of produce will have to be offloaded before the damaged trailer can be flipped.
The structural integrity of the trailer is compromised. Anybody trying to move that trailer with the load in it, it would have been bad.
Jamie calls for another refrigerated truck.
We can't lift it because we lift it and the sidewall's gonna break.
And another team to transfer the produce.
You send a truck and trailer here, I'll have the crew reload it and we'll shrink wrap it and put it back in your trailer. Okay, bye.
With the perishable load at the side of the highway, the race is on to get another trailer and clear the wreck. In the valley,
It's just an equipment and machinery graveyard around here.
Al Quiring's facing the recovery of a lifetime. 2 excavators buried deep in a peat bog. The crew is finishing a log platform so Al's bulldozers can get close enough to tow out the trapped machines.
Just like building Alaska Highway. Punch stick road, dirt over top, gravel, logs, peat bog. About that order.
Front and center for the pull is a piece of iron with a special place in Al's heart. His vintage 1963 D9 cat.
It's the best D9 that they've ever made. Bulletproof. This particular tractor that I've got, it was kind of a scrap piece of metal. Brought it home, sweet talked that thing, and finally it roared to life, and this made my day.
The makeshift platform is ready for Al to start the recovery.
How's it look? My biggest thing is we can't get a hold of it right now.
The excavator has a tow pin on its undercarriage, but it's buried in the muck.
We got about 15 feet to go to get to that pin.
Yeah, I know.
After a previous failed attempt, a leftover cable still attached to the excavator gives Al something to rig onto.
This cable's hooked up, Al. It's a 100-footer. It's hooked up to a shackle right at the pin.
You go and hook onto something that somebody else has got off their farm. If you can't see it, how can you be 100% confident with it? If something breaks, things go flying.
Last winter, Al had a bad experience with someone else's leftover rigging.
That doesn't sound good. So that's why I don't like using other people's rigging. We'll lean into it a bit and see if we can get it to poke its nose up a bit more.
Today, Al will pull using the old rigging and hope it holds long enough to expose more of the machine.
Hopefully we can nudge it out enough. We could get a big wrap around to get that big on there.
I might be able to pull it just enough.
Yeah, 10-4.
Where do you want to hook it?
Right under that flower.
Tighten them up.
I don't want to pull very hard on this thing. Me, is it somebody else's rigging on there? I don't like to do that because it flies. Okay, lighten this thing up.
The excavator's 8 feet farther out of the bog.
Joe!
But Al won't risk pulling on the old rigging any longer.
After that, somebody's got to get in and really hook on that. We're going to wrap around it and then do the pull.
In the canyon,
The structural integrity of the trailer is compromised.
heavy rescue waits for a crew to move a load of produce out of a damaged trailer.
I'm gonna get the driver. His trucks are right off.
While waiting for another trailer to haul away the goods.
I'll take you home.
Jamie takes the driver back to town.
It's a whole lot of peppers up there.
With the boss gone, Scott's in charge.
We waited and waited and waited.
What's in those?
A crew finally shows up to start moving the produce.
Yeah, we'll take everything from the back. We'll start here.
Leading the offload team is a familiar face from the past. John Rogers was Jamie's lead driver in Hope last winter.
3, 2, 1. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do a one-truck rollover recovery with a deck.
Yeah, let's just get the rest of the plastic out and then start uprighting everything.
Scott wants all of the groceries stacked and ready on the highway before the trailer arrives.
We'll just leave it where it was. Scott's an idiot. Some days.
But John has a different idea.
In my opinion, it's easier to leave it in the trailer, just do it one time. It's easier that way.
I want to get the stuff standing up. That's what's gonna happen.
I understand what you want to do, but sometimes that's just not legitimately going to work.
I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm gonna run my scene the way that I run my scene, and I'm gonna tell people to do what I want them to do. That's my job here. I want things out of there, over here.
I don't care. Jamie's put me there in charge of the job.
But you're not doing the work. We are.
There's a pecking order, and he's below me.
Thank God John Rogers is on scene. I'd be lost.
It takes more work to do it the way we're doing it, but it is his wreck, so we'll do it his way.
At 3 p.m., a refrigerated trailer arrives.
Are you loading everything in there?
Everything is going in there.
Thousands of pounds of produce must be loaded before dark, or the cargo could spoil.
Do what you gotta do, get it done, get it out, and that way we don't have any more problems.
In the valley,
We got the two cats beside and then yours down the middle.
Yeah.
Fly right out of there.
Al's in deep on an impossible mission.
It's quagmire. It's nasty.
Trying to pull the first of a pair of 32-ton excavators out of a peat bog.
Silty peat, gross. The more you agitate it, the more you go down it.
After muscling the first excavator just high enough out of the muck,
Right up over the top here.
Top.
Al needs to wrap 2 heavy cables around it. He's brought his youngest son, Lucas, to help with the load.
He's the amazing Lucas.
Look.
He makes heavy things look light.
You okay? Can you hold it? Yeah, I can hold it.
And makes big meals look small.
Right over the side there.
I'm 6'10", 270 pounds. So my dad likes to keep me around.
To hitch the 70,000-pound excavator to the dozers, Al's had a heavy-duty piece of rigging custom-made for this job.
Put the triple hook on her.
A 110-pound piece of solid steel called the triple hook.
It's the new thing that I dreamt up one night.
The triple hook has a separate point of rigging for each bulldozer.
Well, you know what they say about big rigging. It's friggin' heavy.
Sometimes I get good ideas, and then sometimes I get humdingers.
2 dozers rigged to Al's triple hook and a 3rd machine pulling on the undercarriage will try and strong-arm the excavator out of the bog. Combined, the bulldozers weigh more than 250,000 pounds.
Okay, you guys ready? Like 3 big fat elephants, we're gonna lean into it and rip that out of there. Wind her up. Give her some throttle. Use the winch.
Look at these machines. They're standing on their hind heels here.
The excavator is halfway out.
Come on, pull on her.
When it gets hung up on the log platform.
There's logs underneath.
Right in the way. Use the winch. Wind her up.
In BC's Fraser Valley,
give her some throttle.
Al Quiring and his army of dozers.
Come on, pull on her. Stop.
Can't free the first of 2 excavators trapped in a bog.
That D7 holding up all the weight now?
Yeah.
We're working on such soft ground here, there's nothing underneath it. We're just sitting on basically a raft.
The machine's tracks are caught on the log platform at the edge of the pit.
Dig a bit of that, move this log out.
The operation's on hold until some of the big logs are removed.
1 minute you're getting ahead. The next minute you wonder why you answered the phone in the first place.
A bit more.
But the quick fix could cause the platform to fail, sending Al's prize D9 into the bog.
You get that thing buried, or you might be saying your goodbyes to it. I'm not ready for that yet.
Let's go straight ahead.
Al rolls the dice and gives the signal.
There she comes.
This time, nothing is in the way.
Let your line out. Take her to town.
The first excavator is out of its muddy grave.
He's jumping with joy that this machine's out.
We can breathe a little bit easier. That's D9. It's an old sweetheart. Worth every penny. That's for sure.
But the second machine, buried deeper in the bog, may be impossible.
I guess I'm bringing swim trunks tomorrow.
The next one It's gonna take a little bit more preparation and thought.
Come back tomorrow with fresh thinking. Man against machine.
That's it for today.
In the canyon,
Okay, back down the road there, driver. Oh, yeah.
Scott and an offload crew
Oh, we're down to cucumbers.
race to transfer over 40,000 pounds of produce before the load is spoiled. At 7:30 p.m.,
Let's go have a look at the load.
Jamie and his 11-year-old son, James Jr., are back to check on the job.
Come on up here. James Jr. comes out, goes right into the trailer. He wants to show everybody he's the guy and he's gonna outwork everybody.
Jamie and Scott want the freight out fast
James setting the pace for us in here.
so they can recover the trailer and get the lane reopened.
Good job. To watch a youngster grow up in this business, I'm really proud of that.
Keeping James Jr. and the crew safe is lead flagger Robert Muckwa.
I put up the max speed sign, brought the speed down to 60 kilometers.
But the overnight freight runs are coming in hot.
Those trucks are running through there at over 100 kilometers an hour. People were not slowing down.
Right, that V train heading southbound towards Boston Bar. We just came through our accident scene full tilt. I appreciate you would slow down. Holy small, it's like they're racing.
People don't care about anybody but themselves.
This little general information for the trucking community out there.
If anybody else speeds through this work zone, it will become a single alternating traffic pattern and everybody will be delayed. Thank you.
Give me the word there, boss, so I'll do this.
Next guy speeding through here, it'll be done.
As another semi speeds by,
You want to be goofs?
Roberts had enough.
You stay right there. Well, I hope everybody is happy with you. We're going to start stinging the lane, and you stay right down where you are. That's the proper speed.
He made the best decision that was safe for the motors and safe for our crews. He did the right thing.
After more than 6 hours of offloading,
Here, James. Okay, that's it, guys. We're all done. Good job. We're good to go.
the load is on its way.
Hello.
But Jamie gets a call from a longtime customer who's had a breakdown.
All right, thank you. Bye.
I'm looking forward to doing my rollover, and I get sent off to do a tow.
Wah, 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 wah.
Scott drives away with HR 66, the wrecker that was supposed to recover the damaged trailer.
You want to do the recovery? I've been on this job long enough. I want the trailer off the road.
Jamie decides not to wait for Scott and flip the trailer with the only trucks available.
We've got 3 vehicles that we can use. 1.5-ton truck, a 1-ton, and we have the rescue here.
You got snatch blocks?
Yeah, I got a snatch block, yeah.
With Robert and Gord.
Get everything rigged up before we block the highway.
And even a hand from John, Jamie will try to pull off the recovery with an unlikely set of trucks.
So if we all work together, I'll get each guy rigged up and we'll get each truck in place.
Jamie will run lines from the 1-tons and the rescue truck to the highest points on the trailer, hoping it's enough power to pull the wreck back onto its wheels.
You're gonna pull low with your boom down, the snatch block through there and back, okay? It's not something we do every day. I wouldn't want my guys slipping over tractor trailers with 1-tons on their own.
And the recovery will have to be done without Jamie's best operator.
Doing the impossible and doing things that wouldn't seem like you could do them is kind of cool.
Hold on, traffic!
Tuck it up. Okay, now everybody watch me and I'll tell you how to pull, okay? Take your tension up. Try to work together, all three. Don't overdo yourself. Go ahead. Just everybody do a little bit, Okay, stop. You catch up. Try to work together.
Yeah. Mine's faster than theirs is.
Hold it. Do your thing, buddy. Keep going.
In the Fraser Canyon,
Mine's faster than theirs is.
So you just let them catch up, you give a bit.
Jamie's trying to orchestrate a recovery.
You wouldn't regularly flip over a trailer with small vehicles like this?
Using 3 mismatched tow trucks.
Go ahead, Robert. You guys go ahead. Keep going. You two just keep full tilt. Keep going. Everybody keep going. Keep going. There you go. High five.
The end result is really some beautiful recovery.
That was amazing, eh? Did you think you could be able to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I could do that, yeah.
The right guys, the right gear, and you do a nice job. It's great.
Okay, let traffic through.
Scott's on his way back, eager to flip the trailer.
Hey, how's it going? You all done that job?
But Jamie wants to have a little fun with him.
We gotta get this thing out of the way here, so we're waiting for you, buddy.
It's nice to be needed, buddy. It's nice to be needed.
Nice to be needed, eh?
He'll get me back somewhere, I'm sure. I'm gonna pay the price for this somewhere.
What would we do without you, buddy?
The next morning, falling temperatures have brought a thick frost to the Fraser Valley.
Feels like the same dragging on dream as yesterday.
Al Quiring is back to take on the second stage of a mammoth recovery.
There is no schedule, so we'll make that clear.
Rescue the last of 2 excavators trapped in a peat bog.
There's one thing about that peat. It will sink you.
The 70,000-pound machine has been nearly swallowed up.
It's not just gonna hop out of there on its own.
The crew has been pumping out water for hours to expose the digger.
Right over the side there.
So, like yesterday, as he did on the first excavator,
There it is.
Al can wrap heavy cables around its base and tow it out of the bog.
We were barely able to bust that out of there. There's no such thing as a little bit stuck in the peat bog.
But today, Al might already be sunk.
The second machine is packed into the peat bog, and I'm unable to get the cables around it.
Water is rising faster than can be pumped out.
You're in a swampy situation, water coming from all directions. I want to get the job completed.
Even the big bucket from another excavator is no match for the bog.
Just keep bailing.
The water in the mud, it keeps building up. It's flowing back in as fast as he's trying to take it out.
It's like a vicious circle.
In the valley, Al's in a losing battle with a rising bog.
Boy, did we to get down and keep the water out.
Even with a bucket,
Just keep bailing.
the crew can't bail water out faster than it flows back in.
Made it worse, and then made it worse again.
After 2 hours of bailing,
We're gonna go and dig out the boom mast and see what that looks like.
Al needs a new game plan to rescue the last excavator.
The big problem is we can't get anywhere to hook onto it. It's all submerged completely.
I think we'll grab her right by the turret here, Len. It's not my favorite spot to pull, but it's gonna have to do.
You're thinking of hooking the line around the...
Right at the bottom of the mast. I'll put that big grade 10 3/4 chain.
Al will take a chance and yank the excavator out by its giant arm.
The excavator boom itself, which in my opinion is not the best spot to grab it, but it was the only spot to grab it.
It'd be nice if we knew where the front of the tracks were.
Al? That's the tracks right there.
The chain wrapped around the excavator's boom will be rigged to the triple hook and harnessed to Al's 3 bulldozers for the big pull.
Frederick, back your sweetheart in. We can assemble that piece.
The custom-built triple hook and its shackles weigh more than 300 pounds.
That piece is engineered for 125-ton capacity. We're good for hooking with 3 D9s and pulling as hard as we can.
But pulling hard on the boom is a big gamble.
So it's gonna be a hard one on this.
What road is closed? Number 7.
18 miles away,
Anybody know what happened on that accident? Hit the truck? No way.
Hey, Dylan.
Mission Towing's Jordy DePerrin has been called out to an accident on Highway 7.
I arrive on scene and the road's closed. They have the highway shut down.
A pickup truck has smashed into a semi hauling animal feed.
His tractor trailer was turning into the driveway. Pickup truck didn't see him and drove straight into him at 100 kilometers an hour.
The driver of the pickup was sent to hospital.
This was inches from his face. It is unbelievable that truck stopped where it did.
And that's where we're at.
Jordy's 1-ton will tow away the pickup.
It's loaded, so.
But he'll need help with the big rig.
The back wheels of the tractor are in the air, so you know this pickup truck is hooked under this trailer pretty good. I'm gonna need a heavy wrecker to lift this trailer off the pickup.
All of Mission's heavy wreckers are out on other jobs.
Today's such a busy day for our big trucks. I brought Gordon from Acquiring to come help us. Welcome to the party, Gord. Yeah, no good, man.
Jordy needed a heavy and needed it now.
He's got about 10 ton in it. It's wedged under there. I can't budge it, man. You gotta pick it up.
His family and Al's family have worked together for years. They need help, they call us. We need help, we call them.
But lifting the damaged trailer could end in disaster.
We could pick this thing up and the trailer could fold on us, you know, depending how the structure, the frameway underneath the tank is.
Highway 7 is closed.
How long do they figure until it's open again? Quite a while.
Jordy and Gord race to clear the wreck.
It's very important to get this highway open.
And get it going as quick as we can.
In the bog,
Don't jump in, whatever you do.
light is fading. Al's running out of time to rescue a sinking excavator. The base of the 70,000-pound machine is underwater, so Al's only option is to wrap a chain onto its giant arm.
I was unable to get the cables around it, so the only thing left was to hook onto the top.
Right here. It'll come out. As long as the chain don't break.
But as Al rigs the heavy cables to his dozers, he feels a sudden sharp pain.
That's ugly.
Well, I cut a big vein in my thumb. Of course, when the adrenaline's going.
That's real oil.
My dad, he's tough as nails.
I'll just put it back in my glove.
He manned up, put his glove back on, and got right back to work.
Down to the wire, Al fires up his D9s.
And that's when the cats come in concerto and start pulling.
For one final pull before dark.
Come on, pull on her.
Turning fresh air into a diesel smell. It's like cool.
Al Quiring's in the trenches.
Come on, pull on her.
Fighting the forces of Mother Nature in one final assault.
You're all right, come on.
It looked like at first the machine was going to lay on its side and come right out. But it just came in and bound itself up. And then pow!
Al's heavy-duty chain was no match for the bog.
Chain.
Want a shovel, Dad?
We're gonna need an excavator.
That's a big chain. Snapped like it was a tin can. It's amazing. Definitely a hindrance.
The second excavator
We might not get it out today.
No, we're not getting out today.
will have to spend another night in the grip of the peat bog. And Al will have to wait another day to conquer his toughest job yet.
Kind of disgusted and disappointed that it didn't come out.
We found the weakest link.
Battered, bruised, and even bloody, Al's not giving up.
We'll just get some bigger and put on there.
As I've gone down this trail of heavy recovery, each job brings its own challenges.
So that's that today.
Come back tomorrow with fresh thinking. I'm hopeful.
I've had that chain a long time. I gotta go home and cry.
Can you get through that accident, or they got the road closed?
On Highway 7,
Okay, how are we looking here?
Gord and Jordy work together to get a feed truck and a pickup off the road.
Helping out my buddy Jordy, because that's the way we do things. Isn't that right, Jordy?
That's right.
Gord will use his heavy wrecker to lift the loaded trailer off the pickup.
It's a fully loaded 3-axle trailer, so it's probably, with the weight of the trailer, probably 70,000 pounds.
We're going to use the 50-ton capacity of this wrecker to do what it was designed for. I'm going to lift this up so Jordy can pull that pickup out from under it.
Gord uses 2 winch lines to hold the heavy trailer steady as he lifts.
Worst case scenario, you get it up in the air and one of the cables snaps. Now you've got it only being held by one side and it will roll.
Let's take up some slack.
I'm gonna winch on this one.
As Gord lifts, Jordy must work in sync.
Hang on.
To winch the pickup out from under the load.
Hold on.
There it goes.
Okay, carry on. Okay, you are clear.
It went absolutely perfectly.
That was easy.
Beautiful. Thanks, Gord.
No problem.
Thank you.
The door pillar, you can see how close that came to his head.
Is he ever lucky if he's alive?
To me, it's a good accident because he is okay.
Get this highway open.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get out of the way.
Working with Gord is very easy. I get where he's coming from, he gets where I'm coming from. The truck can move into the farm, and I can load the pickup truck and get off the highway.
This road's open.
The thing I like about Jordy is that, much like Al, he's had the benefit of his father's experience and his grandfather's experience, and you can't buy that kind of experience.
I don't give up. Step back and rethink is another story.
He does not accept defeat on any job. There's no such thing as can't be done when it comes to Al Quiring.
Broken everything.
There's always a question in the back of your mind. If you're gonna take the job on, are you gonna be able to see it through?
Heartache road. There ain't nothing but misery and agony down there.
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
We're gonna roll some coal.
Al's back in the bog.
We're gonna rip this tractor out of here.
For the final battle.
You guys ready? It's just a machinery graveyard.
A rock slide.
It's a very big problem, extremely difficult.
Has Jordy fighting a train wreck.
We get everybody clear?
And tough times
I'm facing some tough choices.
have fallen at a crossroads.
Hey, is Jamie around?
This time on Highway Through Hell. Closure in the canyon.
There's 2 trucks banged up down here.
Wow. This is not an easy task.
Forces Geordie's crew.
We want to clear this traffic on this side.
To pull an all-nighter. Team Green.
Just think of a giant ostrich egg.
Juggles an odd job. And Jamie's top man.
There will be words exchanged over this.
Cleans house. On the highway through hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
On the coast, this rain is supposed to turn into snow. Watch as you start coming up the head.
On BC's Coquihalla Highway,
It is definitely sticking up and obvious.
a late-night storm has caught drivers off guard.
When you head up the Coquihalla to the top of the mountain, you're heading into the eye of the storm.
Oh no, she's a snowing.
You're in your own little hemisphere of weather and trucks and snow plows.
Clouds heading down the hill.
Truck drivers are having trouble going up and down the hill.
Bad night in the Coquihalla. It seems to last forever.
Yeah, we got a little storm going on.
Al Quiring is on his way to tow a semi blocking the hammer lane.
Did that guy burn himself to the top of the hill, Angie?
Still trying to get up, and I think
Tonight it's supposed to be a case of idiots. I just got back down there to get this guy. Sometimes they're happy and recognize that they need help. Okay, just go easy. And then there's other people that seem to be content with being stuck in one spot.
that guy's still trying to spin his chains off.
Oh, he's got her full throttle there, so it's a little bit dangerous to be hooking on. I'll just wait till they blow something up.
Al meets up with highway maintenance.
Idiot pills here tonight.
But the driver just won't give up.
Come on, buddy, come on, come on. Sometimes I wonder if they like to do it on purpose. He's gonna blow his truck up here eventually. He's been at this for about half an hour already. These drivers think that they're gonna put on these cheap tire chains, thinking this is gonna save the day and they'll get them right through that Coquihalla.
Finally,
You're getting toast!
the ice and everyone's patience has worn thin.
Okay, watch out.
"40 miles away in the Fraser Canyon,
Running into some reduced visibility.
Pretty scary out there.
dense fog is slowing down the overnight freight runs.
Can't even see where the hell I'm going here.
Just after 9 p.m.,
Okay, we're stopped up here.
Traffic in the canyon grinds to a halt. Two fully loaded tractor trailers have collided, shutting down Highway 1.
There's a lumber truck rolled over there. Freeze all over the road.
There's 2 trucks banged up down here.
An accident between a B train loaded with lumber and a courier truck full of mail has scattered debris across all lanes.
Now we have a complete block of the Trans-Canada Highway. Oh, this could be hours.
The lumber truck lost control in the fog, left the road, and rolled onto its side. Moments later, coming from the same direction, the courier truck jackknifed hard into the B train. Both drivers escaped injury. The courier driver is still on scene.
There was no way I was going to be able to stop. Slammed into him at about 100 kilometers an hour. Scared the you-know-what out of me.
They're going to need some heavy equipment to clear all this.
Hey, buddy. Was fully loaded with lumber.
Mission Towing already has one driver at the wreck.
We're having a party on Highway 1.
10 minutes later, Jody DeParent arrives to lead the recovery.
She's pretty twisted there.
This is a big recovery. This lumber truck takes up the entire road.
Wow. Yeah, the whole highway's blocked off, eh?
There's nothing getting through until we move it.
It looks like an all-nighter.
This is not an easy task.
Back on the coke.
Come on, buddy.
A driver blocking a lane,
Enough!
trying to get up on his own,
Enough!
has run out of options.
You have no choice! You're getting towed! You're gonna cause an accident!
Highway maintenance gives Al the green light to do his job.
Thanks, Al!
Some people just can't think beyond their own self.
After a 30-minute holdup and 3-minute tow-up,
How much is that there?
the trucker,
An arm and a leg, buddy.
learns a tough lesson.
Probably put 300 miles on your truck.
Wait, listen. D-train in the weed, downside.
But Al's night is just getting rolling.
There's something going on.
Down the hill, another truck is blocking a lane.
It's getting worse by the second. All because of one guy down here. What are you doing?
Just spinning.
It looked like he steered off and into the snowbank to stop the truck because he was panicking.
Can you get going? Because you're in a bad spot here. You're going to cause an accident. Somebody else is going to smoke into the ass end of you. Put the phone down. We're trying to get the road opened up here.
If you can pull that down, how much?
Pull you down the hill. You know how stupid that sounds?
He wanted me to tow him down the hill. Well, if you hook onto that guy and something goes wrong, you're now a 200,000-pound missile coming down that bobsled chute. And God help anybody getting in your way.
If you don't want to move it on your own, we're going to move it for you. We're going to... He's got the door locked now. Oh, let's go get the cops up here. We're coming for you. Woo, 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 woo.
A commercial vehicle safety enforcement officer arrives.
You can't wait here. We got hundreds of vehicles up there waiting to go down.
CVSE comes and they show him the badge and show him the riot act.
Different breed tonight, eh?
Must be the moon.
And he finally agrees to put the chains on.
A good word of advice, buddy. Don't come back here till you got winter tires, eh?
Chained up.
Are you ready? Lots of room, buddy. You got lots of room.
The truck
Nice and slow.
heads down the smasher.
You gotta go back up the hill then?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Friday the 13th or full moon time, but it seemed everybody was wearing cranky pants. One of those nights on the Coquihalla.
Down in the Fraser Canyon,
Somewhere at the back here, nothing's moved up front, has it? No, not yet.
a collision between a courier truck and a B train loaded with lumber
Lumber everywhere.
has choked off Highway 1.
Did he ever do a number?
Jordy and his team get to work
We want to clear this traffic on this side coming down.
on the massive multi-stage recovery.
Get that one out of the way.
Operator Dylan Greenwood hustles to move the lumber truck's rear trailer far enough
You're good there, Dylan. You're past it.
to open a single lane of traffic.
They're gonna be opening up one lane. About time.
Do single lane alternating traffic to relieve some of the traffic that's been stuck in the lineup.
Opening up one lane. And Hort, thank you very much.
Mission's heavy operator Neil Wakefield
What's up, buddy? Welcome to the party.
and Jordy's brother Nick
It's a game plan, fellas.
have all arrived to help tackle the mangled mess.
There's carnage all over the place. We're gonna be here a little while.
Unpin the rear trailer, do it on its own.
Yeah.
The crew begins by finishing the job Dylan started.
Put it onto its wheels. Get it out of the way. Let's try it.
Flipping the back trailer of the lumber truck so it can be towed away.
If we just get a long chain, we can grab hook that.
We actually have to flip this thing all the way around to set it down onto its wheels.
Come on, slow down.
But the live lane of traffic, just feet from Jordy's crew,
Nick, watch your back.
leaves little room to work.
So I'm ready whenever he's ready.
Okay, watch Dylan. I'll watch Neil. You ready? Okay, coming over. Neil, go.
We want to bring this thing up and rotate it and set it down onto its wheels. It's controlled the whole time.
Keep that line.
And just get ready, because it's going to want to swing.
Kind of one eye on the wreck and one eye kind of keeping an eye over your own shoulder.
Neil, hang on.
The lumber truck there wiped out. Sure spread that lumber around, didn't he?
In BC's Fraser Canyon,
If we just get a long chain, we can grab hook that.
Jordy, Nick, and the mission crew
Unpin the rear trailer, do it on its own.
Yeah.
clean up a spectacular wreck on Highway 1.
This is a major wreck. There's 2 trucks and trailers destroyed here.
Two hours ago, a B train carrying lumber flipped onto its side. Seconds later, a courier truck slammed into the wreck.
So I'm ready whenever he's ready.
Okay, coming over.
Jordy's crew is trying to flip the back trailer of the lumber truck.
Get ready, because it's going to want to swing.
Hang on, Neil. Let Dylan catch up.
To roll it onto its wheels next to a live lane of traffic.
Now start taking this line in. Up with the boom a little more.
There we go. It's going to swing a bit. It's going to swing in.
We want to bring this thing down onto its wheels, controlled the whole time.
Gotta lead with this low line.
The first piece of the lumber truck.
That's good, Trev. Didn't even break any airlines, so he could just drive away with it. Love it.
Is hauled away. Now Jordy and Nick will tackle the courier truck.
This truck has a load of mail and parcels in it. We want to get this delivery moving as quickly as we can.
Hold tension on both of them for me, Dylan. Keep it tight.
I'm not so convinced of this one being easy.
The tractor trailer is badly jackknifed. As the crew gets a closer look.
Kind of ugly, eh?
The extent of the damage becomes clear.
Not much we can do with this one.
Nope.
This thing's in rough shape. It's not going to be an easy one to tow.
Jordy's team has to improvise.
Just throw that chain on there.
Okay. To get the front of the wreck on the underlift.
I'm sitting on number 1 in that friggin' lineup.
With traffic on Highway 1 still at a crawl.
I'll just say the least, I'm really pissed off.
Hey, Neil, take it back to Hope, drop it, fly back up, then we'll do this.
The courier truck is on its way.
Lickety split, nothing to it. Booyah!
But the toughest part of the recovery, the rest of the lumber truck, is still to come.
We have one more part of this recovery to finish off, and now the pressure's on.
What a mess that is.
Like a bad game of Jenga.
$125 miles to the north.
It's that type of snow that just turns to ice as soon as you drive on it. Breaking the Cache Creek, eh?
Scott Bird drives through a storm.
We are seeing snow tonight.
She's slick.
To a wreck 3 hours from Jamie's home base.
We're on our way to Cache Creek to some sort of collision involving at least one big truck. I believe this is our accident.
Southbound stopped at the bottom of the hill, just be advised.
Pushed a little bit up, eh? Well, you hit me hard, man.
The semi was clipped by an oncoming rig that's already been towed away.
She's a fixer.
The driver's side hood is gone. The front tire is pushed way back.
The wreck is blocking one lane on a downhill stretch.
We got single lane traffic here. Yeah, it would be wise to approach it real slow.
It's obviously very icy. There's no time to stop for nothing.
That's kind of a recipe for disaster.
But the crumpled front end means it won't be a simple tow job.
Because the axle's tore out of it. I don't want to trust the springs. I don't want to trust anything.
This is a dangerous spot. You got to think quickly, and you got to figure a way through this problem.
Hook it and buck it.
Scott sets up for a chain lift, an old school technique for towing damaged cabs.
That's the way we're going to go about her tonight. It's the old Truckmaster style hookup. Old school technology, but it's used every day. Unhooking it.
Scott disconnects the tractor from the trailer. so the units can be towed separately back to Jamie's yard in Hope.
Now I gotta go underneath and pull a drive line out.
But before Scott can haul the tractor away, he needs to prep it for the road.
I'm thinking, hey, this is gonna be easy.
So we got the shaft out. We can open the road, make it a little safer for everybody.
Air it up, hook it up, and go.
Put an airline on this and we're out of here.
But the piece needed to attach the wrecker's airline to the cab has disappeared.
I'm missing a bunch of these that adapt up and down to different sizes for the air tanks.
There's been other people driving the truck. My airline is not rigged up the way that it was.
Marbles.
Scott suspects the part is at the yard in Hope, a 3-hour drive south.
That's the bucket that had everything in it that one man would ever need to tow. And now it ain't there. I don't have an end on my airline. I ain't got all.
They're alternating traffic.
On a highway near Cache Creek, 3 hours from Jamie's yard, Scott Bird is in trouble.
I don't have an end on my airline. I ain't got all.
Scott's missing a small part needed to air up and release the brakes on a damaged tractor.
Somebody else can use my truck. You don't put all away.
Without the part, Scott can't tow the wreck back to Hope.
Oh, come on.
I should have had that thing picked up and moved off the road within 5 minutes. My hopes and dreams of a quick lift and go were very rapidly crushed.
Now here I am on the side of the road looking like an idiot.
But Scott isn't giving up.
I can get it off the road. It's just a matter of finding enough pieces to do it.
I had to get creative with some plumbing hardware.
Scott improvises a fitting for his airline.
Okay, that's that.
Bada boom, done.
Scott's nearly ready to roll, but won't let go about the missing part.
Chasing around after stuff because somebody didn't put it back the way that they found it. We can't do this on the side of the road. There will be words exchanged over this.
Okay, the tow truck is leaving.
And we're out of here.
What lanes are blocked?
On Highway 1,
This thing is messed up.
Mission Towing is in the final stage of a massive all-night recovery.
That accident cleaned up?
After 7 hours, Jordy and his crew must remove what's left of a lumber truck.
It's about 6:30 in the morning and we don't have a lot of time. Rush hour is right around the corner.
To get it done quickly, the crew will try to flip the tractor and front trailer at the same time.
I'm just gonna chain the cab down so that when we pull this thing over, the cab comes with it.
To pull it off, they'll need all lanes of the narrow canyon highway.
Just shut it right down?
Shut it down.
We try not to close the road, but the best way to do it is to do a road closure.
One is closed.
With 2 wreckers on opposite sides and opposite ends, one will try to lift and rotate the trailer, while the other peels the cab off the passenger side and onto its wheels.
Backing up. And we're gonna basically belly wrap it so the chain comes out and comes around. We gotta go, traffic's backing up.
The pressure's on for us to get this thing loaded on our equipment and get it out of here.
Okay, we're ready.
The two wreckers start to lift and pull.
The back is so twisted out. Hopefully it springs back.
Work that lower line. That lower. There we go.
Neil? Be careful, you guys.
We want to do this in one shot.
Boom up a little more. There we go. Just like that. Beautiful. Sweet.
Grab the trailer and winch it around just to free up a lane to let some of the traffic get by.
Sitting here waiting for this road to open.
Go ahead, Neil. Once that's out of the way, you guys can open it up again.
We're trying to do this before daylight, before the rush happens on Highway 1 here.
Are they letting any traffic through there on the accident yet? Yes, sir. Roger that.
Highway's open. Very, very, very impressive.
But the job's not over. Tractor and trailer must now be separated before being towed away.
There we go.
We're happy to have this thing basically on the home stretch now. It's been a long night. Everybody's tired. We're looking at the time, and it's coffee o'clock now.
Slick. That was awesome.
It was quite the job, and we got it done right for daylight. Great teamwork by our crew.
It was a major wreck in the big scene. We're celebrating a victory on this one.
After a tough night, Scott Bird's back at Jamie's yard.
All right, you dirty sons of bitches.
On the hunt to find the missing part.
This is other people's mess. That's garbage. Everything that I reached for that I thought was there wasn't where I left it, and it was just a pain. It's starting to really get under my skin.
Scott finds the part after cleaning up a counter piled with junk.
This little area is a dumping ground. There's just absolutely nothing where it belongs. I guess today is a cleanup day.
This winter, Jamie hired Scott to set an example.
He's doing his job, he's looking after business. So whatever way it gets done, I don't really care, just get it done.
But I think this is the right tool for the job.
At the heavy rescue yard in Hope,
This little area is a dumping ground.
Scott Bird's still fuming.
It's just a cluttered frickin' mess. But I think this is the right tool for the job.
He's sending a message to the rest of Jamie's team to put their tools back where they belong.
Yeah, I gotta get the stuff out of here and moved.
As Scott finishes off the crew junk table, the boss returns.
Got us some firewood for tonight.
Wow. He's taken the bull by the horns, a little rough around the edges sometimes.
Well, I don't mind this. I think this is a pretty good idea, actually.
But I can trust he's gonna make the right moves.
It's good. It's getting really clean in here. Things are gonna work out.
In the Fraser Valley,
Big Green to the rescue.
Al Quiring heads down a back road to a strange call.
Yeah, cement mixer overturned into a creek. See what the action is when we get there.
A 65,000-pound cement drum went for a tumble and rolled into a ditch near someone's front yard. It was parked near the edge of the driveway when the driver turned the mixer on.
Without thinking, fired the truck up, and when the drum started spinning,
The truck has already been towed away. But the cement-filled drum won't be so easy.
just think of a giant ostrich egg. That's really heavy.
Al's right-hand man, Gord Boyd, and his 50-ton record.
Let me get down to the bottom side there, Al.
Have been called in to help.
That's the kind of job you don't want to screw around on. You want to get in there and you want to do it right. It's through.
But the big egg isn't built for easy rigging.
It's slippery in the middle and it'll slide right off.
Al and Gord managed to wrap a sling and shackle around each end.
Topside, here we go. The drum doesn't have wheels on it. It's bulky, it's awkward. It's going to take some finesse.
To drag the 30-ton drum out of the ditch, Al and Gord will use nearby trees to anchor their wreckers and double their winch lines for the pull.
This line here, we're just going to use one snatch block in it, and then this one will be through a block, double block.
Okay. There you go. Beautiful. That'll work.
We've done some extra safety rigging so we don't flip over.
But the soft slope and dirt road the wreckers will pull from could be a problem.
There is a danger that the ground I'm sitting on could give way.
Gord and Al tighten their lines.
Anytime you're around those kind of conditions, you've really got to be on your game.
Use both lines there, Gordon. Just bring it all the way. I don't need to tell you that's a loaded gun right there. Gord, pull more with the bottom.
As the drum reaches the top of the bank,
Just hold it, Gord.
the ground starts to give.
Just wait.
That's the last thing we want.
In the valley,
use both lines there, Gord.
Al and Gord fight to pull a 65,000-pound cement mixer up a crumbling bank.
Bring it all the way.
Near the top of the road,
Just hold it, Gord. Just wait.
the fully loaded drum is digging in, carving up ground the heavy wreckers are parked on.
There is a danger that the ground could give way.
I don't want to see this. Where'd our shovels go?
Here's Gordy and I tied to this 65,000-pound ostrich egg.
After clearing the path,
Okay, out of there.
Al and Gord ease the drum out of the ditch.
Move them all the way there, Gord. Okay, bring her down.
Reagan did his job just like it was supposed to. We did it right. It worked.
Okay, that's part of the battle.
Now the fun part.
Al and Gord need to maneuver the mixer another 30 feet to the road.
What we're gonna do is just hopscotch it out.
This is actually the tricky part because we're going to balance this thing with 2 trucks and we're going to try and move it.
Just back up till you're touching and just start booming out with it. Don't worry about the tree, you'll go underneath it.
Okay. It's going to be a bit of a dance to get this thing out on the road.
Boom out, and I'll pull it as far as I can.
Okay, I had to boom all the way out. I've got the weight.
Keep bringing it. Peek it back up one more time.
Okay.
At that point, we're actually carrying the cement drum between 2 tow trucks, pulling it out to the road.
That's it, Gord.
We got it out.
With the drum on the road, a flatbed rolls in
Get this thing loaded and get it out of here.
to cradle the big egg for the ride home. Al and Gord's oddball recovery is in the books.
We came, we pulled that out, and there it goes.
We did the job, and nothing got wrecked.
Three hours east.
Another storm coming in tonight, I hear.
Jamie's newest driver rides into unfamiliar territory.
We're up here doing teamwork with this police rotation.
Mike the Wrench Reynolds was hired as a mechanic with a chance to become a heavy wrecker operator. Jamie's dispatched Mike to the town of Princeton.
We're heading up here to Abbott Towing's yard.
Mike will back up local tow operator Tyler Lee
They're expecting a couple of bad storms.
How you doing? Not bad.
during one of the toughest weeks of winter.
Jamie had asked me to help out the local tow company that doesn't have a heavy wrecker.
Just outside the town,
I don't think I want to go down this hill.
Highway 3's narrow and winding trucking route
Could get ugly.
is tough for drivers and Jamie's new recruit.
Highway 3 has all kinds of different dangers to it. It has steep hills, winding corners, and it has huge drop-offs.
So we're gonna camp out here and take on whatever work we can get.
Mike's visit doesn't go unnoticed by the locals.
What are you guys doing?
That's the closest I've ever been to them. Mechanic, tow truck driver, a deer whisperer.
At 8 p.m.,
Getting a couple inches of snow out on the road right now.
Mike heads out to Whipsaw Hill.
Whipsaw is on Highway 3, and it's the same steep hill as the Coquihalla, just add a few more curves to it. Trucks spin out on it just like they do on the Coke.
11% downhill grade.
Slowly slipping down this damn hill.
20 minutes into the Whipsaw stakeout,
Trucks biting and clawing and scratching and trying to get up.
Mike's on the move to a spun-out heavy load.
All the way to Princeton. So,
There he is.
The loaded B train is blocking the road on a steep switchback.
You gonna be able to pull me up?
Icy conditions. Super big, huge, 120,000-pound double trailer truck. It's tough stuff.
But on his first tow-up of the night,
Come on, you freaking newbie.
Mike's having trouble getting in gear.
He's rolling. Fighting in there.
After 10 minutes,
Going pretty good.
Mike gets the trucker to the top of the hill.
Thanks a lot. Have a good night, eh? Sweet.
2 minutes later, another stranded semi
Yeah, I come to a stop there. Tow truck.
sends Mike back down the hill.
He spun out up on the second set of switchbacks here somewhere. Not too far up the road here, I think. How's it going, bud?
But Jamie's heavy rescue rookie
Son of a bitch.
runs into his first major hitch of the night.
You got the tow hooks that go in your bumper?
No, I don't.
Oh.
The tow pins on the spun-out truck are missing.
It's not too awesome not having the proper tow hooks with the guy in the truck.
That's the worst case scenario for doing a heavy load pull-up up a hill.
If Mike can't come up with a plan,
Where are they?
traffic will stack up on the slippery highway.
Yeah, I come to a stop there. Tow truck.
On Whipsaw Hill,
How's it going, bud?
Mike the Wrench is helping truckers climb an icy stretch of Highway 3.
A little bit new territory, new ground for him to try to work within here.
When he runs into trouble,
He's got no tow pin on the front of his truck. He's got tow sockets.
I'm not impressed with this situation.
Mike's only option is to attempt a modified chain lift.
I'm gonna hook a chain around his front axle and go off a low point of my truck so we don't pull up into his bumper.
A risky move for a rookie operator.
So I'm gonna add a snatch block to the back HR66 so I can run my winch line down from the boom to the snatch block, which is a nice low spot, and that'll go straight back under his front bumper to his front axle.
Mike will use his low line to avoid damaging the semi's front end. But losing his high line will decrease pulling power.
Not having that downward angle on the cable will lose a lot of the weight from his truck to pull me down.
You get extra tire spin. It's just a straight up tug of war now.
We're just gonna go first gear low. Yeah, all the way up there.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, taking off.
All right.
The fully loaded semi puts Mike's 25-ton wrecker to the test.
Going slow, but I'm going up.
That was pretty easy, eh?
Yeah, 10-4.
Mike troubleshoots his second tow-up of the night.
Feels pretty awesome.
Getting off this road.
Then moves on to one more.
Then we got another guy called in. All right, buddy, here we go.
All right.
Third pull-up tonight. That's pretty good, even for Coquihalla standards. Good old girl.
Thank you very much.
No trouble, bud. Safe travels.
I think Jamie will be able to get a good night's sleep tonight.
Decent first night.
I haven't wrecked anything. I kept myself busy, got all the jobs done, and made some new contacts.
We're just getting warmed up.
Back in Hope,
Done and done.
Mike returns to Jamie's yard after a successful first tour in Princeton.
Mike's taking care of business here, and he's starting to learn the recovery game. I think he shows great promise for the future. He's a ticketed mechanic. He can fix things. He can do recovery work. I've got my select group of guys with me.
Well, good job. You pulled it off. Really good job.
He's a valuable part of the team.
All right, we'll see you later.
You betcha.
Gotta deal with the office.
It's a good feeling. I don't have to second guess sending him on a job. I know he's gonna handle things.
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
Number 3 is pretty bad.
Jamie's top dog
But this will be the epic wreck of the year.
gets more than he bargained for.
We're right on the verge of tipping the thing over.
It's a serious load.
A colossal convoy
That's pretty badass.
trapped on the mountain
Here goes nothing.
tests a heavy rescue rookie
Ready?
and
Go ahead.
mission towing
I'm not convinced it's gonna work.
tackles a river monster. This time on Highway Through Hell, a freak storm
Order the hurricane!
sends a semi-airborne
This is sketchy.
Holy crap.
a heavy wreck
Less than a 10-minute closure.
puts Scott and Merv to the test. And
We're going fishing.
Al and Gord
Big giant turtle.
battle a monster truck
Gord. Gord.
on the Highway Through Hell. The last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
Holy it is extremely windy. Hang on to your steering wheel, boys.
In Hope, British Columbia,
Trees down all over the place.
high winds and hard rain have truckers and travelers on edge.
That's dangerous. Shouldn't be allowed to surf in high winds like that.
Heading west from his mountain base into the Fraser Valley,
Weather's starting to get worse and worse, and this is a dangerous day to be driving.
Jamie Davis drives into a windstorm with gusts reaching 50 miles per hour.
We get some high-speed winds from the west, and it travels through kind of a funneled area in the valley, and it becomes even more intense.
Holy crap, there's a lot of water on the road.
By early afternoon, conditions are getting worse. Winds up to 75 miles per hour howl through the valley towards Hope.
Big trees are down. When a windstorm comes through like that, it does damage. Damage, damage, damage.
Yeah, well, pull a truck over. Holy monkey.
Truck just slipped.
Oh my God, where?
On the radio, there's word of the windstorm's first major casualty.
Heads up, guys. Sounds like there's an accident blocking the highway.
At 12:15 p.m., Al Quirin gets the call.
Sounds like we got a semi flipped over in the wind. We haven't had one of those out on the highway here for quite a number of years. Could be exciting.
Mission Towing's Nick DeParent has also been dispatched.
The fact that the wind's blowing hard enough to roll this thing over on the highway is a little concerning. Could be scary today.
The semi is blocking all westbound traffic on Highway 1.
I'm the first to arrive on scene.
Yeah, I gotta just have a look at it. See what we're up against. Hopefully I don't lose my hard hat today. This is unbelievable. It's hard to even walk.
I don't think I have felt wind that strong before.
Chances are I'm thinking it was probably empty or a light load, and that's probably what pushed it over.
The driver escaped unharmed, but not unshaken.
I just got put midair. The wind was so strong underneath the truck. Because I only have 6 skids on it, it picked me up.
Rocked by gale force winds, the lightweight truck becomes airborne.
I was about 8 feet in the air and just hung on for dear life.
Ten minutes after Nick arrives,
Where's that kite?
Al Quiring is on scene.
This was one of Quiring's customers, so he's contracted to do all their towing. We were there to assist Quiring on the job.
It will take both Nick and Al's heavy records to get the job done quickly.
Ordered the hurricane!
Ultimately, the goal is to work together to get that road open because we got traffic backing up.
Al's right-hand man,
Crazy.
Gord Boyd, joins the battle.
You can't have the Trans-Canada Highway shut down. That's just not allowed.
The flying truck has cut off the main commercial route to the west coast.
So you just get it done and get it done quick and get the hell out of there.
To straighten the wreck, parallel to the road, Al pulls from the front,
Okay, be careful.
while Nick pulls from the back.
I've never felt wind that strong. Not on land.
Holy crap.
What's it doing up on the cove there? Blizzardy slushy is starting to accumulate.
High on the Coquihalla Highway, the same storm system is hammering the summit with heavy snow.
Driving up here is a completely different animal. When you get that wet snow, you can slip out at any second.
Okay, 113, you can turn off your airboard.
Jamie Davis has sent one of his operators into the mess. Lead flagger Robert Muckwa.
So 103, I'm going to be heading her down to another tow.
I'm still Jamie's #1 flagger. I go and scout in case somebody hits the ditch.
Robert works the cope. He's out stopping if people broke down. Now he's into a 1-ton truck, and he's doing a really great job at that.
There's a car spun out. We're just coming up to it right now. Yeah, that's the one. You're in a bad spot, eh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this young lady on her way right away. In case another vehicle comes along and slams right into her.
Last winter, Robert's first season on the coast.
Stop! Stop!
A close call nearly claimed his life.
It's a very dangerous situation with fresh snow on the road, especially when there's still ice there.
Some of these people are traveling at 140. Come get in the truck.
Yep.
Hold on your window. Crank your wheel this way.
Despite the dangers, Robert gets the driver out.
Doesn't matter what these big guys do,
let them pass you. Your life is more important than getting their cargo, and it's important for you to get home to your family as well. Just take your time. Okay, you have a good day now.
Robert always has a great work ethic. He stops and talks to people, and he does a great job.
It feels good to have a job well done. 103 just...
With another 5 inches of snow forecast for the Coke tonight, Robert's day isn't over.
The roads are very slick and slippery. Recipe for disaster.
Oh, it's pretty windy down there.
Down in the Fraser Valley,
The highway's so closed at Thru. Yep.
high winds are making it nearly impossible to clear a wind-blown wreck off Highway 1.
I've never worked in wind like that, and it really complicates things.
As Al tries to straighten out the semi, the wind blows a hook loose.
It adds a variable that you can't control.
Working together, Acquiring and Mission Towing are under pressure to clear the busy highway.
They got the truck coming over there.
Watch out!
Highways wants the road open, RCMP wants the road open, and you got to get it done quick.
Well, I'm concerned once we pick it up in the air that trailer's gonna act like a sail. No matter how we do the job, it's gonna be a little risky.
We're gonna do an all-to-drove jelly roll.
Just pick it up and then rotate it right in the air.
Okay.
No worries, he'll walk you through it.
Al and Nick will perform an end roll. With their 2 wreckers on opposite ends of the trailer, they'll slowly lift, then roll it back onto its wheels. A technique Al nicknamed the Aldergrove Jelly Roll.
An Aldergrove jelly roll is an end roll done our way, with a little bit of finesse and a little bit of skill.
This is a first for me for the jelly roll, so we're gonna learn something from acquiring today.
But in a windstorm, Al's trademark move could end badly.
Very high risk here, very high risk.
This thing is already blown over once.
Hook it right on the 5th wheel pin.
My biggest fear is the wind catches it, flips both wreckers over. Now we've just wrecked everything.
This is ugly.
Ah! Don't do a thing.
Dude, this is sketchy.
All of a sudden, there's this huge racket.
Crap.
The highway westbound is still closed, Dave. Keep that front door to get open so we can get through it.
On the Trans-Canada Highway,
It's gonna be a long way. Wind is downright crazy.
Murphy, Al and Nick are about to flip an empty trailer in gale force winds.
I'm worried, man.
The semi was blown off its wheels. The driver was lucky to survive.
Ah! Don't do a thing.
But just before the roll,
All of a sudden, there was this huge racket.
Barn just lost the roof. What? Barn just lost the roof over there.
Turned our head, and here goes this big barn roof like some scene out of a tornado movie.
Al has to rethink his plan.
I can put my side outrigger down, but
We're fighting that wind big time. You know, if a good gust comes in, our sticks are right up.
I was worried about the stability of their truck. Their truck is quite a bit lighter.
we're gonna just err on a bit of caution. We're gonna put the other wrecker in here and hang on to it just in case the wind comes in here and catches this thing and takes this thing for a ride.
To help add some weight to the recovery,
Good.
Al's son Kerry arrives with a 20-ton wrecker.
Okay, snatch blocking up.
With Nick's wrecker tied down.
Good, that's good, that's good.
Al's hoping the extra weight is enough to keep Mission's wrecker on the road.
As soon as that trailer starts to come up, the wind's gonna be pushing against it and fighting us the whole way.
Okay, be careful.
trailer up. It moved like 3-4 feet in the air. You could actually feel the wind on that trailer.
Keep that tire skipping right on the ground. Keep that tire on the ground.
The winds aren't backing down, so Al adjusts his roll maneuver.
Lower your winch line there, Nick. Hey.
Keeping the trailer's wheels anchored to the ground.
We get this thing up in the air, and the big wind comes, it's already knocked her down once, so.
There's a chance it might go over one more time yet today.
It's always in the back of your mind that something's gonna happen.
Let her down. Let it down on your red. Let it down on your red.
Oh, you taught me something today, Al. That was a first for the Alder Grove jelly roll. Nice job.
An adrenaline rush in the wind like that, very high risk here, very high risk. We pulled it off though.
Just as things wrap up, Nick's brother Jordy arrives on scene.
I missed the Alder Grove jelly roll.
Yeah, we pulled it off in the wind too.
I legitimately had to finish 2 other accidents. Of course, by the time I get there, the rollover is complete.
I was concerned with that wind, it was risky, but it came up, wheels just slid, set over, beautiful.
Just like you knew what the hell you were doing.
You'd almost think I'd done a jelly roll before.
Traffic's coming through our way.
Yeah, we're moving now. Bit of a nightmare that ain't over yet.
In hope,
Boy, it's a good night.
Jamie hears the news. Highway 1 is open, but there's another problem.
Hope's gonna be out of power probably for the next 12 hours at least. So there's gonna be no electricity when we get home.
The windstorm has knocked out power to Jamie's dispatch center.
The power goes out in our shop. You know, what I worry about the most is phones, because communications is #1. Why is this thing not working? This is the phones right here. This is the battery backup for the phone, but it doesn't seem to be working. And without any power, the phones don't work. We have to just adapt and deal with it. Rigged up an inverter to the batteries, trying to keep the phones going, and I don't want anything else going wrong with the phones, so I'm gonna just jump in the back of the truck right now. I'm gonna have a nice night in the pickup, but we got a heater, so that's good. Sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do. Kind of like having a sleeper on a big rig. Good night.
Up on the coke.
I heard the coke was going pretty heavy, but they got 4 plows on the smasher.
Plows push through the unrelenting storm.
Going hard.
Plows are working though.
And blowers carve into snowbanks to keep the road from vanishing.
But if we don't get rid of it, nobody gets through.
Operator Ron Hagen is constantly watching for anyone in his path.
Hey, you gotta really watch that people aren't around walking in any of the path where you're gonna be discharging the snow.
But tonight...
Look at this guy. Did you see that?
No one was expecting a tailgater on a snowboard.
Just went by. I don't believe it. Hey, you guys on the hill there, there's a pickup truck heading south down the hill with a guy behind the pickup. So watch out for him.
Oh man, no kidding. Lord.
6 miles up the road.
What a moron.
Robert's pulling a double shift when he spots a big job for Jamie Davis.
I'm coming down Mine Creek Hill, and I see there's a tractor on its side. It was right there.
Oh. The tractor and trailer is flipped right over. Just hope nobody's hurt.
The driver lost control and flipped into the median.
He touched some black ice back there and he lost control. But no injuries, nobody's hurt, nobody's going to the hospital. That's the way I like it.
The truck is carrying 60,000 pounds of peat moss.
Seeing it's peat moss.
It's gonna be heavy.
It's gonna be heavy. And look at the weather.
Robert takes photos, then calls Jamie.
Hello?
Jamie.
Hey, buddy.
Doing a recovery at nighttime is dangerous for your workers. You can't see. This wreck's completely off the road. It's not affecting traffic, so we can wait till tomorrow morning.
How are the roads this morning? Oh, the coke is beautiful, man.
At 8 a.m., Jamie's lead driver, Scott Bird, rolls up to tackle the peat moss wreck.
We've got the green light from highways to do what you gotta do, get it done, get it out. I'm responsible for making sure that this recovery goes correctly.
Bumper isn't even bent on this thing. Just a whole lot of ugly for first thing in the morning.
Swamper Gord Lundeen has been guarding the wreck since last night.
How many is there in there?
There's 2 per skid. So it'd be 24 skids, right?
Oh, she's front to back, eh?
So there's 48 of these bastards.
48.
We're dealing with 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot plastic bales of peat moss.
He's grossed out with weight-wise. So if we try and flip it over with this cargo in it, the bottom of the trailer is gonna come with us and the rest of it's just gonna stay where it is.
They're big, awkward bales of dirt.
So it has to be unloaded for this job.
But it'll take more than muscle to offload the super-sized freight.
Hello? Hello? I need a picker and a 53-foot trailer.
My cargo crew, they're pretty tough guys, but 1,200-pound bales, that was a little more than they could deal with.
Okay, so what our plan of attack is, we'll get them out and then we'll move them over.
The picker's here.
Scott's called in a special crane, a knuckle boom picker.
They all gotta come out and then lift it onto that trailer.
The knuckle boom was the choice for this job. It has several different joints in it. They can pull sideways with it, so he could pull the cargo out of the rack.
I want to know, how far is that boom going to go out that way?
In charge of traffic, Robert spots a hazard.
I'm just concerned about the boom swinging over top of my taper, right?
There is a big safety issue with where this truck is sitting.
The picker truck's swinging over his load and there's a failure and it swings into oncoming traffic. I can't have that.
Watch your back, Scotty.
Every second that you have the highway blocked, it's bad.
Hey, all good, buddy?
Yeah, haul it out.
Heads up.
You gotta do the job, and you get it done as quick as you can get it done.
Hey, all good, buddy?
Yeah, haul it out.
On the coke,
Heads up.
Scott and his crew are offloading 1,200-pound bales of peat moss,
We gotta work it.
just feet from a live lane.
We're picking the very first bale, and we're using one strap on it.
Oh.
I guess that one's pretty much where it's going.
It didn't end as effectively as we wanted. Nobody got hurt, but it was close enough.
We're gonna double strap them. I want every one of them doubled, please.
After that happened, we decided we were gonna put 2 straps on it.
There's really no other way of doing it. It's a time-consuming, slow pain in my arse.
Hours behind schedule, the extra step will push the recovery into evening.
Faster. You gotta get them out. It is just a nightmare.
How far did you got that trailer done?
Oh, slow, slow, slow. We're pulling her out one bundle at a time.
8 hours into the offload, the knuckle boom is still hoisting bales from the wreck.
And then the sun goes behind the mountain. When you're working in the dark, little things become big things. We gotta get it done.
Can you foresee any problems if I go into town? I gotta go get a tow truck.
I got it, man. Everything's under control.
To get ready for the recovery, Scott returns to Jamie's yard in hope and fires up the only wrecker available tonight.
MR-60, also known as the Army truck.
With 16 tons of pulling power, the Army truck has become an important asset in Jamie's downsized fleet.
It's an old, steady Clydesdale horse, and it'll tow till the cows come home.
But its old school mechanical winch lines make it a challenge to operate.
The Army truck, she's a little slow.
Should have put it in the museum.
It's fun to work it once in a while. Would I want to drive it every day? Not so much.
With the rest of Jamie's trucks out of town, Scott needs a second wrecker to back him up.
Mr. Mervin.
Chris Mervin is the top driver for Aggressive Towing, owned by Jamie's brother Jason.
You guys ready?
And it's not the first time Merv's lent a hand.
Mervin's really become a seasoned veteran now, and we're really lucky to have him.
Come on, baby, just a little more.
I'm always excited to go help.
It's back to physics, buddy.
We always win in the end.
I'm available for you anytime.
Mervin's gonna come up. He's got a 50-ton wrecker.
All right, Scotty, I'm just coming over the hill. Oh my God, look at that wreck.
It's a beauty parking job that guy pulled off.
We've got a lot of pulling power. Straighten it out, flip it over, drive it away.
I told her it's slippery.
But the big flip can't begin until the last bales of peat moss are out of the trailer.
Right on, big shitter.
How's it going?
Oh, slow. I got 6 bales left in there.
6?
Yeah.
The colder it's getting, the straps are stiffening up and it's getting slipperier. Ah.
Every minute that they're behind schedule, your anxiety level's rising, and it's just...
So let's start rigging now.
Oh, yeah. So what do you want to do? You want to drag the ass into the trailer up?
Flip it and pull it. And I'd like to have less than a 10-minute closure.
Highways want us to get this out of here now.
I think our best chance for least lane closure is just drag her right up to the edge.
Yeah.
And then we'll just roll her right on the road, slam her down, done.
As quickly as possible, that was the goal.
Okay, well, we'll set up for that then, yeah.
We decided to put my truck on the back to do the heavy side of the lifting up.
Okay.
And Scott's truck on the nose of the tractor to bring it over.
After 12 hours of unloading,
Oh, looks like that's it.
the trailer is finally empty.
Scotty's given us a 10-minute time frame once we start. He's a little short-handed, being a little tiny truck, but whatever you're given to work with is what you got to work with. So we got to kind of finesse her to keep both trucks working together in sync versus one truck doing all the work. Do you want Rob to shut down that other lane?
Yeah. Stop the traffic.
Coquihalla is closed till they clean up that accident.
You ready, Scotty?
Go, go.
The Coquihalla is closed now.
With all northbound traffic shut down,
You ready, Scotty?
Go, go.
Scott and Merv have 10 minutes to get a semi back on its wheels and open the highway.
How long is that road going to be closed for? Who knows?
We've got this window to deal with, and you don't want to be the guy failing.
Scott's old-school Army truck must keep up with Merv's modern 50-ton wrecker.
Merv's winches work a lot quicker than what I have.
When you're working with older equipment, you definitely have to pay attention to the other truck. If you operate 2 wreckers at different speeds, worst case scenario, we tear the trailer in half.
Hold on, Merv. Okay, wind her up. That's good there, Murph. Okay, let's loosen off and rig up to the top.
The wreck is within 10 feet of the road. Scott and Merv can prep to get it back on its wheels.
Now we're gonna re-rig in order to flop the truck and trailer back over.
What's going on here?
Happy, happy, go forward.
Happy, happy, go, go.
Yes.
Done. Okay,
Yes.
pulling. I gotta get on this before Mervyn out testing it. Middle line, Merv! Hold on, Merv! Okay, wind her up.
Picture perfect. Are we under 10 minutes still?
Yeah, we are.
What are we looking at, 5.5 minutes, Scotty?
Whatever it is, buddy, it's working. And we'll let the traffic go.
Let's get the road going, people.
Okay, here's traffic. Everybody out of the way.
You can just kind of take that sigh of relief. You couldn't ask for a nicer job to be done.
Here's the whisper of wind nowhere. Trees dead calm.
2 days after the windstorm,
From a big storm to clear skies.
crews are still cleaning up in Hope. And the power's back on at Jamie's dispatch.
Jamie Davis towing.
You can see how devastating the winds were.
And the boss is in his back 40.
We have a lot of trees that are down here. So help pick up the lumber. Come on, let's go.
Jamie's recruited his twin daughters, Alexis and Brianna, and son, James Jr.
You can do it. It's not that big. Just try.
Oh my God.
Just try.
Sorry.
So we're gonna load the wood in the back of the Tundra and get a heaping truckload full. That'll be good enough for today. Get in the truck. It's nice to have all the firewood for the house and for the shop, but I hope we don't have another windstorm for a long, long time.
"90 miles northwest.
We're going fishing. Catch us a big fish.
2 heavy wreckers climb a back road to tackle a beast.
It's a truck with an industrial rock hauling box on the back. He's laying on its roof about 40 feet over the bank.
Al Quiring.
Oh! Watch out for the wheel wash there. It's a deep hole.
And Gord Boyd.
Pick up on 43.5.
Are on their way to a mammoth recovery at a mine site.
It's probably a 100,000-pound dump truck or close to it. So the forces will be against us to begin with.
Pick up down 41.2.
This is all washout here. Survive and get out of here alive is the goal. Pull in tight by this excavator here.
This is gonna be a fun day.
The rock truck missed a tight turn and rolled 40 feet down the bank.
The turtle on its back. A big giant turtle.
That must have been a holy moment while he was going over anyways.
The driver walked away.
That's a big-ass truck. Like, seriously, that's a big-ass truck.
That thing weighs as much as both of our wreckers.
The only real damage to that thing is the mirror.
This truck is the size of a house, 100,000 pounds, 15 feet tall and 14 feet wide. They call them a West Coast fat truck.
Real crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Gordy and I have a lot of experience, but a job like that maybe only comes across the towman's desk once or twice in a lifetime.
We're gonna be doing some pulling. Hopefully we're not outgunned.
Want to walk down and see if we can get a hook in the frame on the far side?
The Goliath will be the ultimate test for Alan Gord.
It's not gonna get out of there on its own. The sooner we start pulling on it, the sooner we're gonna be out of here.
Can you grab the big 3/4 chain with one hook?
You mean this one?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's sloppy.
Before they can rig up,
It's not good.
Gord gets a feel for what heavy rains have done to the muddy slope.
Hillside is water soaked.
I think the forecast is for rain.
Got it. Oh yeah, sure. I can get up the bank. My foot's sunken up to my ankles. That's a problem.
Don't want to see a water problem develop here.
Once the ground gets saturated with water, it becomes unstable.
Grab one of my big 5/8 sling hooks. Yeah.
If that slope fails, there's a good chance it'll start tumbling and take the wreckers with it. Okay, we're gonna have a problem there. Look at that. That ain't good. You're gonna go for one hell of a ride. And it's gonna hurt. Holy crap, that's slimy. Damn, that's a big truck.
An unstable slope.
Okay, we're gonna have a problem there. Look at that. That ain't good.
Threatens to wash out Alan Gord's recovery of a 100,000-pound rock truck.
If that slope fails when we've got that thing halfway up, there's a good chance it'll start tumbling and take the wreckers with it. Don't like the edge of this road.
Oh yeah, we got water issues here.
If I can't have my truck sitting on solid ground, I'm not pulling anything.
Time to come up with a plan B.
If you can't find the path of least resistance, create it.
Luckily, the quarry that we were actually working for had a loader and excavator.
That's a rock. Always be ready to improvise.
We got Michelangelo in an excavator here. He's painting us a nice picture.
Yeah.
One more load down here, and I think anymore we're gonna be having a dance floor on it.
That's nice. That's real nice.
And we'll start getting rigged up here. At least the rain has stopped.
Gord backs up his wrecker to the bank to rig up for the flip.
And my truck is going to be available at the tail end of the recovery to actually winch this unit out.
Running from Gord's wrecker to the rock truck, a single line will loop back through the excavator several times for a rare 5-point pull.
I've been doing this for almost 35 years, and that's the first time I've had a 5-part line put to anything.
Gord uses pulleys called snatch blocks.
Every snatch block you put in the line doubles the pulling power of it.
To loop the line back and forth between the excavator and the rock truck.
In theory, this should give me enough to overcome that. This will work. Okay.
The excavator will also act as a dead weight for Gord's 50-ton wrecker.
I don't have enough weight to counteract the weight of what I'm trying to pull over. He weighs 100,000 pounds alone. You have to have the anchor. Right now, with this machine hooked, I outweigh the casualty, and I've quadrupled my pulling power. So I have one line through 4 snatch blocks. So I've got a 5-part line, 200,000 pounds of pull.
Okay, We're ready to go. We want to pull this thing out. We want to get out of here.
Got it. Got to have evidence suitable for framing.
Just go nice and easy.
This was a chance for me to put theory into practice. Most jobs, 1 or 2 snatch blocks is more than enough. You don't get a chance to do these things too often. Here it comes.
Now is when it's going to start getting heavy.
The hard part is getting that big fat turtle onto its feet.
Come on. Start to piss me off.
Just hold on, Gord. Just hold on. Just back it down.
Gord didn't have enough power in all those blocks to get it up on its wheels.
No way.
That's how tough these trucks are. It's unbelievable.
I'll get it back down and I'll hook on that top one and give you a little help.
That'd be a good idea.
Al has to add his wrecker to the fight.
The owner of the truck wanted this thing brought out, and I don't want to let him down.
Al's just gonna add his line to make it want to come over. Little extra oomph.
Whether or not it'll be enough, we'll find out.
Okay, go easy, Al.
Looking a little better.
You just might get lucky. That's what I like to see. Okay, hold on a sec, Al.
We're getting closer to heading home for dinner.
The rock truck is on its wheels, but still needs to make it up the steep slope.
It'd be nice to get air to it right now and get it to release so that it rolls back.
Yes.
The truck's air brakes are still locked from the accident.
If we were trying to drag that with the brakes locked up, I'm sure we'll be there for a week.
We don't want to try and pull 100,000 pounds. It doesn't want to roll. It works better when it rolls.
Well, the 32-point inspection looks good from here.
Okay, you ready for air?
Yeah, we'll try that, Gord.
Okay.
Once the brakes are released, the rock truck could go for a ride and take the wreckers with it.
It's on a slope. It wants to roll back down the hill.
Push the button in.
Push the button in. I always get nervous doing this part. If things went sideways, I was gone.
Gord. Gord. Push the button in.
I hate this part.
Gord and Al are about to attempt a 100,000-pound pull up a steep slope.
I always get nervous doing this part.
But nothing will happen until Gord climbs the wreck and releases the brakes.
It's on a slope. It wants to roll back down the hill.
Gord. Gord. We should be okay.
I always get nervous doing that.
Yeah, as long as the wheels will just keep tugging on her.
I'm gonna have Gord keep his lines on it to control the truck and get this thing out of here, hopefully.
Just keep tugging on her. Thing ain't gonna get out of there on its own.
There she's rolling. Go, go, go. This is going very well. Beautiful.
We're good.
Okay. Mission accomplished.
There she be.
Damn, we're good.
I'm happy that we pulled it off. Came out of there without wrecking anything, wrecking our trucks, wrecking ourselves.
Chalk, another one up for Team Green. Sometimes you get lucky. It's amazing what two guys can do.
So far, so good. You're all fair and clear up here.
Battered by a windstorm 2 days ago, life in Hope, BC, and the highways that run through it
Copy that.
has returned to normal.
Be careful, be safe. That's what we're liking. Nice dry road.
But for Jeff McLaughlin and his airborne truck, it's still a struggle to understand how he survived that day.
And I thought, there's no way. This isn't happening. Before I knew it, it's like an airplane. I hit the highway, the windows smashed, and the sparks were flying inside the truck.
This driver is very, very lucky to be alive.
They don't know how I walked away. I don't know how I walked away. And I love the road. I love the mountains. It's gonna take a little more than that to get me out of the truck.
For those workers who are out there on the highway, putting their lives in danger to help people, the risk factor is huge.
Next time on Highway Through Hell, burning rubber
It's cooking.
brings chaos to the Coke and puts the crunch on Al.
Pay attention.
A bad delivery
Merry Christmas, Mom.
has Colin in a bind.
Watch yourself.
You can definitely see the fingerprints in the steering wheel.
And a close call
How's the ball?
is Nick's next mission.
Hold on.
This time on Highway Through Hell,
There's carnage all over the place.
a lost load becomes Nick's tangled wreck.
Hold on. Oh, trap.
A canyon crash
50,000 pounds of wood.
has the boss
This is going to be a tough job.
bringing in backup
Put the rotator in on an angle.
Holy and an urgent call
Did she get hit?
for one of Jamie's crew. On the Highway Through Hell, the last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any disaster. Because closure is not an option.
On the coast? No one has.
10 p.m. on the Coquihalla Highway.
The Coquihalla in the wintertime is not the place to learn how to drive.
I've almost been in the ditch twice.
Overnight freight runs struggle to climb the steepest leg of the road.
Smasher's ugly. No, she's just going.
Up near the highway summit,
Hey, Al, can you come down the hill here?
Yeah, 10-4.
There's a truck on there, jackknife.
Al Quiring is called out to a jackknife trailer in a dangerous spot.
Oh, we got some kind of trailer blocking one of the runaway lanes.
Holy, the disaster waiting to happen.
Got
livestock in that thing?
The trailer is hauling a special live cargo.
How many horses in there? We got a real problem on our hands.
The horses are show jumpers, worth more than $1 million.
I can't believe it did that damage.
The driver is one of the sport's top riders, Kyle King.
We were just coming down. I was following real slow behind somebody else, and just kind of started going. I feathered the brakes, which probably shouldn't have, and then just spun. The hitch broke on the thing.
Oh.
The trailer is blocking a runaway lane, an escape route for truckers if their brakes fail.
You're in Hell's Cauldron right here. You expect people to run into you, really.
Traffic coming down the hill could lose control, tear into it and break it into a billion pieces.
I'll get you off the road here, but you better get on the phone to make some arrangements, right?
Hopefully we can rectify the situation.
But the hitch is too damaged for Al to tow down the coke.
When the truck jackknifed, the fifth wheel hitch was broken.
With skittish animals in the back and a nervous driver behind the wheel,
go ahead, turn your wheels hard to the right.
Al can only coach the driver out of trouble.
Just put it in reverse and just a little bit of throttle.
And hope the hitch holds long enough to get him out of the runaway lane.
Do you just keep an eye on it?
We don't want to break the hitch anymore. The last thing I want to hear is crumple, bang.
Little by little.
A little more. Ahead a little bit here. It's easy, easy, easy.
Al helps straighten the trailer.
We've only got one very slim chance to pull this off.
Just tease it a little more. Good, good. Wheels to the left. So I'll get you tucked in tight beside the sign there. But we want to go nice and smooth so we don't piss your horses off. Otherwise, we're going to be having steaks all winter.
After 20 minutes, the trailer is cleared from the runaway lane.
We got them into a safer area without further incident. Safe and snug as a bug in a rug.
The horses will be transferred to a new trailer and hauled off the mountain.
Makes me very happy.
Okay, let's roll.
You never know what the incident is going to be. You've got to be open-minded and be prepared to handle whatever comes.
Yeah, it's pretty slick, but it's open. Wow, it's even raining here. Hard away from hope.
The next morning in the Fraser Valley.
Heads up, guys. It sounds like there's an accident blocking the highway.
Mission Towing's Nick DePerrin heads to a call on Highway 7.
There's a rolled over tractor trailer with a load of logs on it.
There's a power line down somewhere.
If the load's gone over the embankment, who knows what we could be up against.
Anybody know what happened on that number 7? Just hope nobody's hurt.
It's an ugly one.
The flip truck has blocked the road. Power lines are down. And a load of telephone poles lay scattered across the slope below.
There's carnage all over the place. This is a major wreck.
The semi lost control on a bend, struck a power pole, then launched its load over the cliff. The driver escaped with only minor injuries.
The guy's lucky to be alive. It would have been a completely different story if he would have gone over the bank with the load.
The accident
Don't go 7.
has blocked Highway 7 an important secondary route to the west coast, and cut power to the area.
Hydro's got to install a new pole, take those lines, attach them up to the pole before we can get anywhere near it. This definitely isn't a typical recovery.
Nick puts a call into Mission Towing's lead operator, his brother Jordy.
Hey, dude.
Oh, buddy.
It's a good one. Oh, yeah.
Since Nick's been back, this is probably one of the biggest jobs that he's had to be on.
But Nick can't begin the recovery until hydro crews deal with the power lines.
It's gonna be a while. They're just getting started here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you.
Okay, dude. Goodbye.
Bye.
One thing that is very important to me is to not disappoint my brother.
That one log's just barely hanging on by the tip there, and I think if that one lets go, this one potentially can swing that way.
It is powerful enough to kill somebody.
Most difficult part for us of this one's gonna be the load.
We're gonna have our work cut out for us.
Can anybody tell me if Highway 7's open yet? Still closed.
We've probably been here 10, 11 hours now.
After waiting into the night, Nick is more than ready to start the recovery.
Dying to get to it and start tackling the job. I've eaten 2 lunches since I've been here already.
By 11 p.m., the downed lines have been cleared and power restored to the area.
All right, boys, it's all yours.
You're all done?
Yep.
But the wreck still has the highway closed.
Yeah, it's gonna be there a while before they roll it over.
Nick's top operator, Neil Wakefield, and the rest of tonight's recovery crew roll in.
It's all clear. It's showtime for us.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get this done.
Before they can flip the semi,
I'm not a fan of the way these logs are sitting.
Nick and his crew need to deal with a potential booby trap.
It's actually very dangerous.
2 poles, nearly 1,000 pounds each, are tangled with the wreck.
The first thing we want to do is get those right out of the equation. We're gonna have Trevor and Dylan attach our medium-duty wreckers and winch them out of the way.
The poles are rigged to separate, away from the crew.
With it raining as hard as it is, it could be a nightmare. I mean, our straps might just slide right off them.
But the heavy poles, under high tension, are unpredictable.
Those things can twist and take somebody's head off.
Trevor, do you want to get on your controls? Okay, guys. Tension both those lines. Both of them, right away. Hang on, Dylan, hang on. Lead with the low one. Lead with the low one. Hold on, hold on. Oh, crap! We want to bring this one up and then just work the 2 together.
On Highway 7,
Trevor, do you want to get on your controls?
Nick's team must pry apart 2 telephone poles under high tension.
We don't have a whole lot of control over where they're gonna go. We might not be able to get out of the way if one of these logs comes rolling at us. It is powerful enough to kill somebody.
Okay, lead with this low one.
They need to get the slippery poles away from the semi that was hauling them.
Tension both those lines.
So they can start the recovery and open the highway.
Both of them, right away. Hang on, Dylan, hang on. Lead with the low one. Lead with the low one. Hold on, hold on. Oh, crap!
Here it comes.
Right there, right there.
Yeah, that's lay it down.
Here we go. Perfect. Exactly what we needed it to do.
Good.
With the poles out of the way,
I'm gonna move down to where I gotta be.
Nick and Neil turn their attention to the sideways semi, blocking the narrow highway.
This is gonna be a bit of a bitch.
We need to flip this thing back onto its wheels. But we don't have a lot of space to work with. We have to squeeze Neil's big wrecker in between a rock wall and the front of this truck.
So I've got to be within 6 feet of the front of this truck. I'm really close beside it.
With one wrecker on the back and another on the front, Nick's team will try to flip the semi without damaging their own trucks.
I'm chained up and ready to go.
You're ready to go? Okay.
Tight to the front, Neil's 35-ton wrecker will try to flip the tractor, while from the back, Dylan's wrecker rolls the trailer.
The biggest worry is that when it hits, it'll slide right into my truck.
Okay, start pulling it, Dylan.
Once we started coming over, we can't stop.
Going around Shylock up to the top. Other than that, you're good to go.
Up near the summit of the Coke,
Well, so far it's better than this time yesterday.
It's slippery on the road here.
Robert Muckwa's been patrolling this stretch of highway for the last 2 hours.
Robert, he's got this work ethic that's really good.
Jamie's head of traffic control is on the lookout for anyone in trouble.
He's out there, he's on it, he's doing it, he's everywhere.
Tonight, Robert's girlfriend, Loretta Chandler, joins him on the road.
She asked me if she could fly, and she asked me to train her out on the Coke.
This winter, Robert's also been proving himself to Jamie
I'm trying to get this young lady on her way right away.
as a light-duty tow operator. Now he's training Loretta in traffic control and roadside safety.
My goals this season is to keep learning, just be with Robert, basically.
2 slow lanes are blocked. Coming in the fast lane up.
As they approach the Smasher, the steepest section of the highway,
Where this truck broke down?
Robert and Loretta roll up on their first test of the night.
Holy Daddy, what are you doing?
It's bad.
A driver has abandoned his trailer to put on his tire chains.
That's the worst time to learn how to throw a chain is when you're stuck on a hill.
I never ever seen a guy take a tractor apart, put chains on. To me, that's pretty stupid.
So it's gonna be tight getting through?
Traffic squeezed down to one lane on the toughest stretch of the Coke. Robert jumps into action, but in a matter of minutes, the northbound lanes are completely blocked.
Hey, pass me that radio, pass me that radio. All tractors coming northbound. Can you stop that box canyon, please? We got another truck spun out.
Robert tells traffic to hold.
No more coming up.
You got one heading your way now. He's got no radio. I looked at it.
Damn it.
But one driver doesn't get the message.
That screaming up there. The other one's behind them. They don't even have chains.
Good night here, okay?
Okay.
Do up your jacket, BB, okay?
Okay.
Robert sends Loretta down the hill to warn drivers.
Okay, we got another idiot with no chains just went by me.
Then calls for backup.
Hey, Scotty. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 tractors spun out.
We gotta get up there before there's any more collateral damage.
Jamie's lead operator, Scott Bird, heads up the mountain to break the gridlock.
You're getting a buildup back here. This is absolutely a joke.
Scotty's on his way up. Should be here right away.
The traffic's backed up solid.
Robert is helpless
Unreal.
until Scott arrives.
Just a whole lot of ugly. You got all maybe 10 seconds to figure out a battle plan.
Scott sets his sight on the first semi.
That's where he's going to be hooking you up from.
grab the first one that's the top of the pile and start peeling your way down into it.
The roads are solid white, very slippery, so
Truck backing down the granny lane.
Next up, the truck that caused all the mess. The driver has reconnected his trailer.
And away we go.
But without Scott's wrecker, can't climb the steep grade.
I don't know what he was thinking, but it surely wasn't the right thing to be thinking.
Move ahead now.
With the highway finally unblocked,
Can we go now? Yep. Right on.
Robert checks in on his special trainee.
Do up your jacket, baby.
I won't do up.
I'm in a rider like 2 peas in a pod. That's why.
See, now I got him on one knee. Every warrior needs a princess.
What's the Coquihalla like? Wide open. The road is closed. Clean up from asphalt, get going.
In the valley, Neil and Nick are in a tight situation.
Sliding. Give it a little more, Dylan.
They're always stubborn.
They're about to flip a semi in a space so small,
Oh no. Hang on.
it could land on Neil's wrecker. 12 hours ago, the rig clipped a power pole and launched its own load of poles down an embankment. Now the semi threatens to come down hard on Neil's 35-ton towing machine.
This job really has to go textbook in order to land this thing right where we need it to.
On Highway 7,
Give it a little more, Dylan.
Mission Towing is trying to flip a wreck with no room for error.
We have to squeeze Neil's big wrecker in between a rock wall and the front of this truck to get the right direction of pull.
As Neil winches the tractor over, it creeps closer to the back of his wrecker.
The biggest worry is that when it hits, it's going to slide right into my truck.
We don't want to end up having a catastrophic failure here.
Hang on. Right here.
Son of a bitch. Like that much room. It's less than a foot away from my truck. A little nerve-wracking for a few seconds. That was close, man.
Great. Yeah, buddy.
We'll get hooked up, get this thing out of here, and get everybody rolling tonight.
Nick notches another big win for his brother and the family business.
I wish Jordy was here to see this. He'd be very happy with what happened here tonight.
Nick did phenomenal. Our crew is top-notch. Being this was a complicated recovery, I'm very proud of them today.
The wreck is cleared.
Yeah, 7 is open.
The highway's reopened, but the job isn't over. Nick and his crew will return tomorrow to recover the rig's load of telephone poles over the bank.
It's been a long day. Everybody's worked really hard. We're gonna come back and deal with the logs in daylight.
What's happening on the Coke? Is it good going or what? Heavy snowfall.
High up on the Coke,
Holy crap, he's coming down here, eh?
4 inches of snow has come down in the last hour. Another 4 is forecast overnight.
Just be careful up there. She's slippery.
At 11 p.m.,
Southwest, be going on up the coast. Multiple vehicle MVA, southbound, Highway 5. Yeah, we just got a phone call there, so it's official.
Operator Johnny Tipton has been dispatched to an accident near the summit.
There's 4 or 5 cars involved in that incident.
Yeah, pickup truck. Jamie Davis.
On the radio, there's word that one of Jamie's trucks may be involved.
That's quite a mess they got there. I just went by, eh? Holy.
We just had a call that the Tunder's been into a crash up there. I hope everybody's okay.
Man.
One of Jamie's flagging trucks was rear-ended by an SUV. Robert's girlfriend, Loretta, was inside the vehicle at the time.
Did she get hit?
Yeah, she got rear-ended.
Okay.
I don't want nothing to happen to her, you know. She's my life, right?
Multiple vehicle MVA, southbound, Highway 5.
On the Coquihalla Highway,
That's quite a mess they got there.
Did she get hit?
Yeah, she got rear-ended.
Oh, okay.
a Jamie Davis traffic control vehicle has just been struck from behind. Robert's girlfriend, Loretta, was inside.
He's going to go up and do an assessment on her.
Robert and Loretta had pulled over to assist at another accident.
Now all of a sudden, I see this SUV coming. I looked at Loretta, and that's when the Tundra got hit. My heart sunk. I don't want nothing to happen to her. I love her. She's my life, right?
How's Loretta?
Well, she's in pain and everything else. I'm just worried about her.
Paramedics discover Loretta has only minor injuries.
She could have been really seriously hurt.
This how scary it is up here. People want to go 120, 130, 140 on road conditions like that. What's their hurry?
Her spinal cord could have broke from that hit. What if she couldn't move?
If Loretta hadn't positioned the flagging truck where she did, other drivers could have been seriously injured or worse.
I made that decision that night to put the Tundra in front of the 3-car pileup.
For the rest of the night, Robert won't leave her side.
She's a little banged up, so we're gonna put on, drop the truck. I'm gonna take her to the hospital.
I got a big heart, you know, I'd do it again.
Imagine if we didn't have the flag trucks there. Imagine if they weren't a buffer. Think about it as if it was your loved one at the side of the highway. Would you drive a little differently?
When you see flashing lights, slow down and move over. We all have families.
It's just pissing down rain. You might need a lifeboat, she's wet.
The next morning,
Anybody know how it's doing on the canyon?
heavy rain is falling hard just outside Hope.
Holy man, what a day. And look at the water coming off this mountain. This is bad.
Jamie's on his way to a wreck on Highway 1 in the Fraser Canyon.
We've got this B train in the ditch. It's very heavy, it's loaded with lumber. This is gonna be a tough job.
Oh, it's slippery.
Already on scene is Jamie's younger brother, Jason.
50,000 pounds of wood.
Jamie's called him in to help get the hefty, tilted load of lumber back on the road.
There goes the boss.
He drove it into the ditch. He didn't wreck anything on the bottom half of the trailer.
Jason's company, Aggressive Towing, is called in when Jamie needs extra iron on a big job.
I tell you, this trailer is not looking very good up here.
But the brothers don't always agree on how to get things done.
Just gonna do this, boom. And you'll still, like he'll just do this.
I don't like this.
No, I'm sure we're gonna have 2 or 3 different guys arguing about which way to go, because brother's there, I'm there. This is a big B train, a lot of weight here. We're gonna need some big muscle to do this.
Jamie's dispatched another record and is top operator from Hope.
We're doing a pretty heavy tug today.
Scott Bird rolls HR 66 to the recovery.
So let's see if we can't get her pulled out of the ditch.
Jason's 60-ton rotator
That's a nifty one.
and his right-hand man, Chris Mervin, are on standby to tackle the tricky job.
That's a big, heavy load.
Jamie's been given an immense challenge by his client.
The customer doesn't want us to cut the lumber and leave it lying in the ditch. He wants everything brought out together.
Gonna be iffy whether it stays.
I don't think you're gonna save that lumber on there.
Like, it's already enough where you can get a one strap around.
It'd be nice to get 2 on each set of lumbers, right?
Now, 4 heavy rescue heavyweights need to work out a plan.
We need multiple operators. Everybody's vision is different.
What my thoughts were, Jamie.
Or do we do this and put the rotator in on an angle so it's not...
I got bigger lift.
So it's not sideways.
There's a lot of cooks there, that's for sure.
Because if we swing that trailer out,
Yeah, 50,000 pounds pulling sideways, we got to make that decision. And we don't play pickup sticks.
So where's the accident at? It's just a ginormous mass you'll see it.
In the Fraser Valley on Highway 7,
Holy, I wouldn't have wanted to go for that ride.
We'll tie off our harness gear to this cement embankment here.
Mission Towing is back for part 2
There's a bunch over here
of a messy recovery. Yesterday, a semi lost control on a corner, scattering more than a dozen poles down the bank. Last night, the team pulled off a tight flip.
Right here.
Yeah! To clear the rig and open the road.
Let's get geared up, Jay.
Today, Nick and his crew must get the massive poles up a 600-foot slope before the end of the day. But the steep terrain and the jumbled poles make this a high-risk recovery.
Just below us is a straight drop-off to about 600 feet. It's a very dangerous place for us to be.
The plan is to rappel down the bank and rig the poles to the wrecker's winch lines one at a time.
We have a lot of logs to pull up, but it's the only way we can do this job.
When the wrecker gets the poles to the top of the bank, a picker truck will take the load the rest of the way.
And the picker operator will pinch it off of our wrecker and put it on the back of his trailer.
All ready to go.
Joining Nick for the descent,
Already breaking a sweat here.
is Mission Towing's Jason LaViolette.
Those are gonna be a little sketchy over there, right?
In a giant game of pickup stakes, Nick and Jason need to be careful about which poles to pick.
We're gonna have to try and pick the best one first, and hopefully the rest of them don't get freed up and go flying down the mountain.
Nick and Jason wrap around the poles using choker straps.
We're rigged, pull the line. Let's get over a little more.
As the winch pulls, the straps tighten.
No problem.
And the pole is slowly dragged up the slope. The picker grabs the 900-pound pole and hoists it onto its truck bed.
Okay, which one's next?
Be real careful on that.
This particular job is very dangerous for us.
Okay?
Yeah.
With all the loose debris, with all the loose rocks, it's very easy to fall and break a leg. So we're trying to be as careful as we can. This one might make for an issue. Holy man.
But some of the poles
Whoa, look out, Jake.
are hard to hold on to.
We ain't getting that one back. Keep the power lines in mind.
And there's another danger.
Dude, watch that wire up there, man, in case that thing comes down. He's right in behind it.
We don't want to have another problem here and put the power out to the community again.
Watch your cable. Oh my God.
Oh.
Number 7 is down to 1 lane. Everybody's got to go slow.
In the Fraser Valley,
Watch that wire up there, man, and right in behind it.
Nick's team is trying to work around power lines to recover a load of telephone poles.
Watch your cable. Oh my God.
Holy man.
We don't want to put the power out to the community.
But the picker manages to steer clear of the lines.
Thankfully, a potentially bad situation was avoided.
The high-angle recovery isn't getting any easier.
Let's take it in.
But one by one,
Pile's getting a little lower.
Yeah.
Nick and his crew get it done.
It's kind of a good feeling, not gonna lie.
Every pole that can be salvaged is recovered.
That's it, my man. All of them. We did it. Nice job, dude. Thank you, Trevor.
That makes it way easier. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Job completed.
These guys will do what it takes to get the job done, and I'm just very happy and very proud that they pulled this off the way that they did.
I'm very satisfied with what our guys did here today.
Apparently the truck crashed in the ditch there. That lumber truck fell over.
On Highway 1,
It's already enough where you can get a one strap around.
It'd be nice to get 2 on each set of lumbers, right?
Jamie, Scott, Merv, and Jason
Those are 16-foot 2x10. They're heavy.
are dealing with a 50,000-pound load of lumber tilted into the canyon wall.
You could do 4 working lines off the back of him, though, if you use the 2 deck winches sideways to pull down.
They need a plan to recover the rig fully loaded and avoid spilling 5,000 planks of wood into the ditch.
Be up right in the center of this.
And then
I'll be in the
an
same
old
line.
beat up Jamie Davis truck on the front. Okay.
To lift and pull this thing out properly, this is a perfect job for a rotator.
Jason's rotator is the only one available since Jamie sold his last summer.
The rotator just makes jobs simpler. It's a wicked piece of iron.
If I can get in the center of this lumber, then I can rotate with it as the wheels start coming up, right?
Yeah.
The rotator will have 2 lines rigged to straps wrapped around the lumber and another 2 lines for Jason to pull on the trailer while Scott winches the tractor.
Pass those up to Gord, both of them.
load is just about on its side. So to be able to bring that up past the halfway point is going to be a tough job.
I worry about that little hook. They don't like side pulling either too much. Those
I know.
But the limited capacity of the aging 25-ton wrecker could be the wild card.
It'll hold, I think. I hope.
HR 66. It's a timely piece. Don't get too greedy either, like 15 feet or something like that, right?
When you're running the older equipment, you're always running risk of things breaking on you.
Ready to make a mess?
Gentlemen, confirmed total shutdown.
Somebody tell me how the canyon's been? Somebody said 5-minute time delay.
The tractor and its load combined make for an 80,000-pound pull.
When you're dealing with big weight, there's big danger. These guys all have to work as a team, and that's the biggest equation here.
Okay, let's go. A little more in here.
Keep them on that one. We don't want it sliding in, James.
Yeah, this one here. Keep these sucked up.
Jason controls the boom with the rotator's remote,
A lot of weight there. This thing could break.
while Merv works the deck winches.
Hold on for that, Jay.
Stand back, guys.
What's going on with an accident? Don't go number 1.
In the canyon,
Keep them on that one. We don't want it sliding in, James.
Jamie and his brother Jason fight to get a fully loaded lumber truck out of a ditch.
Until this thing is all the way on the road, I'm not going to breathe easy.
Keep these sucked up.
If they lose the load, thousands of planks will spill off the deck.
Tighten your yellow one up. This thing could break.
Picking this kind of weight up, keeping it all together and intact, was really a huge deal.
Slow down on this, eh? You don't want it to shift, because then it would be matchsticks. 5,200 of them. Stand back, guys. Whoa. Hold it.
Slow, man, slow.
Okay, hold it. Okay, Scotty, you going ahead?
Yeah.
Tuck in your middle one. Okay, we're moving. Keep going, Drew. Little bit on this. Yeah, keep on the other one.
Easy. Not so hard on this one, eh?
She's coming.
Finally,
We're on the road.
the lumber truck is on the highway.
Perfect. Damage-free recovery.
Trucks are one thing, it's the guys running the trucks that makes all the difference in the world.
I think we got her beat now.
Okay.
Everybody worked together really well. That's the art of recovery.
Really sweet job. Yeah, nice. Way to teach my brother and Merv a few tricks here like usual, but
Anybody tell me if highway's open? It's open.
2 days later, at Jamie's yard,
This is going to be the first time I've seen it since the accident.
Loretta is still recovering after her close call on the coke.
That was a hard hit. Very hard.
Loretta was in a flagging truck when she was struck from behind by another vehicle.
She pushed me about a good 70 feet. That's how fast she was going. I saw the doctor, and physically I'm better, but mentally, it sticks with you.
I'm glad that Loretta wasn't serious hurt, right? I'm grateful for that. I'm very grateful.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Still a little sore.
A little sore?
Yeah.
I have a recovery to go and do.
Yeah?
I really hate to ask you, but I really need you.
I had to ask her to come.
Yeah, I can do it.
You sure?
Yeah, I can get back out there.
She didn't hesitate one bit. She said, I'm there to protect you. I don't want nothing to happen to you.
I'm gonna go out there and help him. Keep him safe. Bring him back home.
Doing this recovery is a very important step to my recovery.
And I'll just follow you?
Yeah, just follow me. Thank you, my love.
Robert and Loretta head to the job on Highway 3.
I gotta get back out there. You roll with the punches. You just keep going.
Down the road,
Where the heck is it?
Robert's having a tough time finding the wreck.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is covered.
The car is encased in ice and snow.
Shoveling time.
But it's a bigger job than I thought.
Let me say, yeah, okay, I'll come and do it.
Robert is not a quitter. He'll do it.
Oh. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Whew. That is a big snow hole. That was in there good.
Robert, he picks it up, he's getting it, and he's making it happen.
G'day!
Having Loretta with him is an added bonus.
Hey, Loretta, I'm going to be coming up to you.
She's top shelf, and so is Robert.
Thank you very, very much. Okay?
She's my warrior princess, and she's there to protect me, just like I'm there to protect her. Doesn't matter how hard your job is. When you love somebody, care about somebody, you can get through anything.
Next time on Highway Through Hell.
It's a very sad thing to happen to any family.
A tragic wreck.
Watch yourself there. That's bad.
Puts the twist on Nick.
This is what they call family bonding.
3 generations tackle a heavy load.
Come on! This is a disaster.
And a tough job takes its toll on a towing veteran.
I threw up almost a liter of blood.